Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome back to the beautiful Cartama Cricket Oval on the Costa del Sol. Well, it was the scene just a couple of days ago of a triumphant FanCode Badalona side representing the host nation, Spain. They became the kings of cricket in Europe as they were able to defeat Tunbridge Wells from England in the ECL 22 final. And now we're back on the road, starting right here in Cartama for the FanCode European Cricket Series. It is the FanCode European Cricket Series, Spain, Cartama, and it'll be a great opportunity to see some of the local sides do their thing in this same high-pace format. And we're starting with a match between Granada and Madrid Cc, and it will be Granada who won the toss and elected to bat first. And it is going to be probably Joe Whitehead and Phil Townsend opening for Granada. Now, we had a slight delay due to a heavy shower which hit us just about an hour before play was scheduled to start. But good news is we are starting 10 minutes behind, but it has been agreed there's no reduction in overs, so we still will have the 10 overs. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Great to have you with us, whether you're watching on FanCode on the Indian subcontinent or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. And next to me, once again, for ECS action is none other than Mr. Balle himself, Rico Full. Rico, good to start the ECS, and what better place to start it than right here in Spain?
Yes, thank you very much, Vinny. Good morning, cricket lovers around the world, and welcome back. Yeah, welcome back to Spain. It's the FanCode European Cricket Series time. Look, isn't it marvellous? I think this is fantastic. You've got probably the team, well, not probably, definitely the team that's the oldest team in Spain. It was formed in 1964. So there's history there. And isn't it great for both these teams, both these Spanish clubs, to be playing at the ground where FanCode Badalona were crowned the champions, the kings of Europe. I think this is fantastic as play gets on the way. First ball. It's a good start. And as I said, well, say good start. It's going to be called a wide. Andrew Elliott there, the umpire, and alongside him is Ian Ramage at square leg. So we've got, yeah, Vinny, so we've got Madrid, which is the oldest club here in Spain. And then Granada, who only just formed sort of a couple of years ago. So the old and the new, in a new era for Spanish cricket.
Yeah, no, I think it's great. And both wearing the kind of Spanish red as well. As you see a couple going past the edge of Whitehead. This one will be a legal delivery. Yeah, nice areas early on. This is Imran Siddiqui. It's been a crazy few weeks, hasn't it? And looks like just navigating the conditions a bit this morning. You can imagine this ground took a lot of water last week. Expecting a few showers today. At the moment, there's no rain. The expected temperature expected to get up to 17 degrees, currently about 15 to get this one going. Yeah, a bit of blustery kind of a day at the moment. It's behind the bowler. And they'll probably just reassess game by game about what end is used. We'll do whatever we can to keep the cricket going here. Now starting at the scheduled end of play. Well bowled again by Siddiqui. Beats the bat.
Yeah, good bit of bowling, a bit more history for you. There the club was really active. This is Madrid, of course. But most of the matches they used to play were all around military-based type of matches. And then the team was created in Barcelona. And that the first Madrid-Barca match was in 1982. So we're going to miss. And there's quite a few of you already making references to the fact that, well, there was quite a big Madrid and Barcelona affair yesterday in football in the El Clasico. Well, Barcelona making a bit of a comeback now. Maybe that's why Madrid were keen to get out of the city and come to Malaga on the coast to play some cricket. Just get away from the football for a bit. Right, no more football talk. Get back to the cricket.
Hopefully have a bit of a closer contest than the El Clasico yesterday. You're right, Rico. But at the moment, I haven't seen any bat on ball. I've seen a couple of wides. Some good swing there from Siddiqui, who's actually Irish by nationality. So you'll see a real kind of melting pot of nationalities involved in this series.
A big swing and a miss there, Vinny, and that probably wasn't that close to the stumps. It's just getting a bit frustrated, wants to get back onto ball. No runs off the bat so far. And you see here, oh, that one just nips away. Good delivery.
Yeah, so been hard handled so far. A real whippy action, gets a bit of extra bounce to Siddiqui.
He gets this one a little bit too wide.
Yeah. Landing with a wide line a bit too much. I think that's a good call. Two experienced umpires out there. And know that it's been good to get Ian Ramage all the way from Scotland. He's a very experienced campaigner in the international game. Andrew Elliott as well. No stranger to high-level cricket. Oh, this one takes a little something on the way past. Now, I can tell you the issue here. The issue here is I think that Siddiqui runs right in front of Andrew Elliott. And I don't know why. Look at the way the bowler runs after delivering the ball here. Let's have a look. And that's not how to do it. You're never going to get a decision.
Yeah, it doesn't help his cause there at all, does he? And you can see the umpire just explaining, no, I can't give it if you do that.
If it was bad or otherwise, we'll never know. Should finally get a run off the bat. Whitehead, yeah, he knows how to retain the strike because he will. And at the end of the first over of ECS 22, Granada are 4 for no loss.
Yeah, that was a nice tidy over from Imran Siddiqui. He's pursuing a career in photography. But he's got a nice few shots of him doing the bowling there. But a nice shot of him in front of the umpire as well. So I think there may have been a little bit of something on this. Certainly from the way that everybody went up. Well, the only thing is he was in front of Andrew Elliott, and Elliott saying, look, I can't give what I can't see. So they do finish the first over with 4 on the board, 1 run to Whitehead, and he's back on strike for this one.
Second over about to begin, and it's going to be Rahil Shafiq to bowl it. Bowling to Whitehead.
A nice shot and chase on here for the fielder. He's not going to get there. 4 runs. 4 carreras. And there's the first boundary in a FanCode European Cricket Series. Nicely played. It was over pitch and just put it away.
Yeah, it was well put away. Just had to get over Woody. That's John Woodward, who is that square leg there. Has to pick it off the fence. 4 runs. Still the 3 over power play, of course. Same format that we love so much here on ECN. I always think if the international players or the kind of ECL players can deal with these conditions, I think that the domestic players, they should be okay.
Wow, it's another full toss, and this is gone all the way. Balle, kinna sora. Well, we saw the first 4 carreras, and now it's the first 6 carreras.
Yeah, it is, and it's just a bit too full. Powerful strike that. Whitehead just had a few struggles last over with the shorter deliveries, but no problems with the full toss. That was out of here.
Yeah, it wasn't the best of deliveries. Maybe just having a few issues. So here's Shafiqi just controlling the ball. He's a dentist by trade. I think he'd be a hairstylist as well. And that's a lovely play. And you can see that though this outfield is not as quick as it would be if it was a nice sunny day, if you get it past the fielder, and well, you're going to have to do something to stop it. Lovely shot this.
Yeah, excellent shot. Good field awareness, good cricket IQ. And wow, geez, it's been a little bit of a slow start in the first over, but certainly picking up the pace here in the second.
Yeah, so a few boundaries of 4, 6, and another 4 there. And of course, I think Whitehead is definitely hungry for some more. So, what can Shafiq do? He's got the Samson here. Has he got the Samson strength? Let's see. Yeah, he gets a good one through. Just trying to be a little bit more defensive here, Whitehead. Just wonder if that's more to do with the fact, Vinny, that he's played a few boundaries and thinking, I don't want to get silly here. But sometimes it's better to stick with what works for you.
Yeah, it's a good comeback, wasn't it? It's all about the length. Just pulling it back a bit. Wasn't too short, wasn't too full.
This time he will take the single. Good backing up there from Townsend. He's keen to face the ball. Well, he's only going to get one in this over. He's had to watch from the other end most of the time.
A few comments in the chat about a name on the team list for Granada, Viv Kingma, Dutch international. He has he's registered for the Granada team, and so I'm sure he'll bring a bit of fire in the second half of this game.
Townsend to face his first, the left-hander. And, well, this will be called a wide.
We do invite all of you into our live chat, ECN European Cricket Network, especially those of you may be joining us in the ECS for the first time. Great to have your company no matter where you're watching from around the world. Got Sundori also asking me what I think about the Costa del Sol versus Malaga contest a bit later on. I do think Costa del Sol are looking pretty strong to me in this tournament.
It's a good reply from Shafiq, getting this one right up there. And we'll finish with a dot. So start with a few boundaries, first three balls, but did tidy things up eventually. Nice bit of swing there. Maybe just swung a little bit too much for him, unfortunately. Ball was going to go on to miss leg stump. That is the end of the over. And the umpire's Andrew Elliott. And then Ian Rummage will cross over. Andrew Elliott makes his way to the bowler's end. And yeah, we started with a bit of rain here this morning. There's a lot of rain around in the area at the moment. A lot of rain in Spain at the moment, would you believe? So we may have, well, fingers crossed we won't have. There may be one or two interruptions. But so far, all is good. Ivano comes into the attack. And we're talking about attack. This has been hit away. And he muscles this over the boundary. And that's gone all the way over in cow corner. That's a good shot. Well hit there from Joe Whitehead.
Yeah, Maximo time. Well, Joe took a little bit, a few balls to get going, but he certainly didn't take long to get going from Galileo Finlayson Blake, who gets whacked over the wicket. And so, Granada, they are getting moving, aren't they? Last over the power play now.
Yeah, the captain comes into the attack, and first ball from him. And he's looking to make it 2 out of 2, but this one's going to just stop before the boundary. And they will come back for 2, so showing that aggression seems to be working for Whitehead at the moment.
The few people in the chat still thinking about ECL on the weekend. Of course, a few people feeling for Tunbridge Wells. They certainly played a good tournament, but in the end, I think you'd have to say Pakake Badalona. They beat them 4 times out of 4, didn't they? So I think they were deserving champions, no doubt about that.
Oh, this is a beaut. This is an absolute beaut, and the sound of bat onto ball there echoes around the ground as this has been put away. That's emphatic. What a brilliant shot that is.
Yeah, excellent shot, and goes through the line. That's the key here. So really good batting shape from Whitehead. He's looked better the longer he's been out there. That's a good short form cricket shot, 6 runs.
Finlayson Blue, what can he do? Captain. Oh, well, that one will not help. That's a Gundy ball, and that's gone a long, long way. Well, it's not a good day to go to the beach, but that ball's made its way to the player, and well, he's probably lucky to get away with it. It was pretty high as well.
Bit of swagger coming into the batting of Whitehead now. Played and missed a few in the first over, but yeah, this one deserved to go, and it did. So you can imagine a few of these players being a little bit rusty, coming off not too much cricket of late, but that one had to go with a compass and a packed lunch to find that one in the jungle. So yeah, so far so good for Granada. Certainly partnership now worth 40.
Oh, just stops himself as he's about to release. I think it's starting to slip away. Galileo here. He's originally from Hamilton, New Zealand, but he's been a cricket fanatic since the age of 7. And one of the goals that he has, being that he is Spanish through and through. he would love to play for the national team.
Yeah, well, Townsend is the best seat in the house at the moment. He's only faced one ball in his power play. He'll face the second here off the last ball of the third. So it doesn't really matter when you've got your partner. 37 off 16. Yeah, pretty blustery. It's behind the bowler at the moment, so can make it difficult to hit straight. But we have seen the weather here. It does kind of blow around, doesn't it? Changes direction without warning, changes intensity without warning as well.
Got it out to try and finish well. And he does. And throws himself at the pelota. No run there. But it has been, and it is a very good power play. 41 on the board of the first three. And Vinny, I have to say, I mean, going back to base on Saturday. First of all, the celebrations here were electric, weren't they, on Saturday night? After finals day, and all the teams involved, and then going back to base was so good to hear all the positive vibes, not just from the players from all the teams, but also from the fans, and all just saying what a marvellous event that Bet the Ball European Cricket League was, and nobody really had anything but praise for Pakakea Barcelona, and said they deserved it. They were the true champions, and I think when you look on paper and all the results, the way it went, you look at the fact that they did beat Tunbridge Wells on every occasion they met. You can't take anything away from the Spanish champions, but what a turnaround that was for the book. And, well, what an exciting time that also means that there is for not just European cricket, but here for cricket in Spain.
Yeah, because they'll have two teams at the next CCL now.
Exactly, yeah.
Pakakea and one other representative. Your bowler is Abdul Hakim. It's back, it's a bit of the pad, probably leg by. Some more footwork from the fielder. Maybe a little bit of batting in that. No signal from Ian Ramage, who's now he's done something like 35 one-day internationals, I think, from Edinburgh in Scotland. Very, very experienced representative. Had some really good umpires here in this region as well. Andrew Elliott, we saw in the night series just a month and a half ago down at Europa Point.
Game. Just got this slow sort of looping delivery. Doesn't come at you at the sort of pace you expect it is going to, because he's quite a tall man. He's got a bit of a run up, but a bit deceptive with his pace.
Yeah, I think so. Just comes, tries to put it on the spot. Quick hello to Taranjit Singh, who's joining us from probably not from Romania in the chat. Well, this one is in the air, and it could be the first catching opportunity, and it's taken. Nice bit of catching Marcus Harvey out, deep mid wicket. And this one might have been a slower ball from Hakim. It looks so slow he might be able to go and get it back, but it's the end of Whitehead after a pretty good innings of 38. He's the first wicket to fall, 43 for one.
Good catch there, Mr. Nice Guy. That's what he's known as, Hakim. He's one of the nicest guys to have. Hackers, as they sometimes call him in your team. Lovely guy, and gets the wicket. He's got his unusual style, but he's effective, Vinny.
Yeah, well, it was effective. I would have been thinking how far I wanted to hit this one, but I suppose that's the issue now. Out of the power play, and the fact that you can have 5 outfielders as opposed to the 2, just the 2, still pretty handy contribution. Now we haven't seen too much from anyone else yet with the bat, so we see James Davies coming to the crease. We'll be facing up, of course. Even if they did cross, which they probably did, while that ball was in the air. Have to return to their original ends, and so we'll have a look at James Davies.
Takes his guard there. What's nice there, you saw the shot there of the cameraman. Martin's just taking us up towards the tent, or the tents there of the two teams. But it's nice to see that in the Granada side, 1 or 2 familiar faces that were working around the ground during the Bet the Ball European Cricket League. Now it's their chance to play. Well, Hakim, well, this one, he comes out of his hands like a grenade. But this one does no damage. The only thing this creates is a wide ball. So in he comes again. Well, there's no pace on it. And even though he cracks it pretty hard, it only just is one bounce before it goes over the boundary. 4 runs. Well, I think he's going to be bowling that. Surely got to be looking at spreading the field a little bit here. What's going on here? Talk to me about this.
Yeah, I know.
Are they thinking the power play's like 4 over?
I think they just think new batter. We're going to put some pressure on.
No, no.
Well, they had more,
maybe.
Had more out before, right?
Take the single this time. Yeah, you could be right. But you think if Hakeem's going to be bowling at this pace, batter's going to eye up that leg side boundary. You've got to have your well, he's certainly got to have a mid-wicket in there.
Yeah, you think so. Now got left-hander on strike for the last ball. Townsend just getting his regulation 1 ball. He gets to face an over.
And this one, I think, probably takes a bit of the pad on the way through. You see the umpire. There we go. It's the leg by signal from Ramage.
And so, yeah, end of the over. Score is 50 for 1. So, bringing out the 50 off the last ball of the 4th. Well, welcome back. Here we are. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maxwell. Alongside me is Rico. Full FanCode European Cricket Series action. You know, we had almost 1,000 matches in ECS alone last year.
Yeah.
It's great to start here in Cartama. It's a great innovation that we've still got the ground. They're set up quite nicely. I'm sure these local cricketers, they will be desperate to kind of prove themselves. Of course, a lot of them will be the first time playing on TV, and it's always entertaining, isn't it, Rico?
Entertaining. This is an amazing opportunity for these guys. You know, they're playing on the pitch. That's Spain. That's right, you heard it, Spain. And Pakake Badalona won the Bet to Ball European Cricket League. They were crowned the champions of European cricket here, and they're playing on the same pitch. I think this is massive for them, and I think also they'll be boosted as we see. We're talking about boosted. A new bowler comes on and takes the wicket, and this is James Bentley into the attack, gets the ball right up there. And, well, it's the left-hander. Townsend has to go. Didn't really get going at all. That was his 5th delivery. Plays all around it. And it's on the money. And the footy, they've been chucked there. Chuck the footy. It's another wicket. Well bowled. Here we go. Boom. Chuck the footy.
Pretty good ball first up. I mean, we saw some bowlers struggling with their rhythm early, but, yeah, full straight. And I think you see Townsend just playing across that slightly. And so what a great start that is for Bentley. That's 2 wickets in quick succession now, 50 for 2.
Yeah, it's a great start, but it's not a good sign out there because the rain has come back as well. So it's 50 for 2, as we see. Well, it's Adrian Riley. He's one of the men we were talking about that worked tirelessly over 6 weeks for the Bet the Ball European Cricket League. He did all sorts of jobs. And now, well, his job is to go out there and settle the batting a little bit for his team. But yeah, I mean, again, exciting times, and also exciting, like you quite rightly pointed out, that these teams will be looking at the fact that, look, now with Pakake Badalona already coming to next year's European Cricket League, well, they won't have to worry about them, but they have an opportunity to get there themselves. Edge, and well, this dive, I think, is probably in slow motion. We can show you it in real speed in a minute. Goes right past him.
Yeah, this is classic. I mean, we'll get a good view of it here. Mind the turf. Genuine edge from Riley. And, well, you can't fault the effort from David Sturton.
David Sturton, he's a lovely guy. I'm pretty sure he's been in Madrid for probably about 30 years. He's been part of the club for, must be close to 20. I'll have a look at my notes in a minute, but a great character. This one's a bit over-pitched, and interesting shot played. You think the batter would be trying to thump this down the ground, but Riley is quite happy just to paddle it onto the leg side and take a single.
Yeah, we would have liked to have got a bit more bat on that, maybe get it through the field to the boundary. Yeah, interesting tactics. Still only 4 outfielders. They're allowed 1 more, but they're just trying to keep the pressure on, maybe trying to stop this partnership from getting away, trying to get a few more dot balls.
It's nicely played. This is a beautifully timed shot. That will go all the way to the boundary. And once again, the outfield just showing, though it's a little bit wet at the moment, but you time the ball well, you're not going to stop it. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, really nice shot. Where doesn't rush at this. Good shot selection. That's why I think probably worth having a 5th out, but still they keep just the 4 outfielders. So, yeah, Granada, yeah, making good pace here at the moment. 126 pace.
Well, Bentley starting well with a wicket. He's looking to try and finish with one as well. This one just goes over the top of the infield, chases on from the fielders. And, well, it was a good chase, but Shafiq couldn't get to it. It's 4 more runs. Nice shot to play inside. When, you know, you haven't got two. The field is pretty attacking. Not very defensive out there on the offside. Hit it over the top, you know you're going to get your boundary.
Yeah, I think the couple going to the boundary now would be time to push out that 5th outfielder. Anyway, last ball of the first half coming up from Bentley. He started well, but he's gone for a couple of boundaries. Gone for 3 4s, in fact.
Well bowled, and this one's been respected by Davis. End of the over. Score 63 for 2.
Yeah, so yeah, pretty impressive start from Granada. Looking forward to seeing Viv Kingler. It was something we mentioned a bit earlier. Also, we might see some of the off-spin of Paul Fletcher in the second half of this game. When Granada do start to defend their total. How much it will be, we're not quite sure. Whitehead got things moving, didn't he, with 38 off 18 early on. Townsend really was starved of the strike in the end. He was only able to gather 1 before being bowled last over. Now Galileo Finlayson will come on to bowl the 6th.
Be a wide from the captain, coming back into the attack.
So a load of Helix in the chat, who's looking forward to this cricket. He's got a group of players having fun and wanting to have a go. Developing their skills. You can see some high-level cricketers in this series as well. Would say that, Helix.
Nicely played, soft hands. Still a very interesting field, this from Madrid CC. They've only opting to have 4 men out. They can have 5, of course. And haven't got, well, they've sort of got, I would say that fielder there in front of us is sort of in between where mid-wicket and long on would be. I would have him more orthodox mid-wicket and maybe get your long on up. There's no protection out on the offside either. So, yeah, fairly attacking, considering that there's quite a few runs on the board. It's nicely played with soft hands, just guides that away. Gets a single. And there's Stilton again. Yeah, 32 years. He's been in Madrid, so very much Spaniol. And he's been part of the Madrid setup for 17 of those. A lovely man. And originally from Scotland.
Not a bad place to start out.
Nice shot. And well, if he hits here, it could be interesting. He's just going to get to it quick enough.
Good awareness to get through for a run there. Didn't go too far away from the bowler, Galileo.
I'm looking at Galileo's feet here. It looks like he's bowling with socks on. I mean, it's like, you know, you get those nice comfy socks that you put on
Well, actually,
when you're indoors.
They look like bowling shoes, but 10-pin bowling shoes.
He's got these little sockies. In he comes. He's probably saying to us, comfort is important. Short. And that's a good stop. It was dipping viciously on Safiq. And what he did do is, though, he sort of get something on it, make sure it doesn't get past him. Nice looking shot. He gets on top of it and needed a good stop.
Excellent fielding, really. That could have easily gotten past him. He's prepared to put his body on the line.
Got him. Wobbled. Well,
he's gone. He's walked.
Yeah, well,
and,
okay. Well, maybe the umpire decided I don't need to put my finger up if he's walking. Okay, fair enough. The bowler would like to see that finger, though. You want to see that finger go up. You want to have that delight. But that's nice to see, though, from the batter. He knows he's got to click on this. There's Adrian Riley, and he starts walking. So the captain, Adrian Riley of Granada, departs. So the battle of the captains won by the captain with the ball in his hand.
Yeah, so good bowl in good areas. And so, yeah, it was pretty funny watching the bowler panic there, thinking he was going to get the decision, but the batter, he was halfway to the pavilion, wasn't he? So Riley's got to have to go now. It's been a good little comeback here now, this over. Riley goes for 6. Nice catch behind the stumps by Victor Medina as well. Hello, Finlayson Blake gets a wicket. 68 for 3. Richard Abbott comes to the crease at number 5. It's so funny. A few people in the chat thinking it was a bad decision by the umpire. That's why I think maybe you're better off at this level putting your finger up anyway, so you don't get the blame.
Yeah.
I know the umpires, they always get scored. Certainly in the ECL they were on the critical decisions. This next one's just pushed away. No run. End of 6 overs, 68 for 3. Yeah, so I think if I was umpiring, I'd definitely be putting my finger up and making sure I get that one in the correct column.
That's right, yeah.
Otherwise, it probably goes down as a no decision, right?
It certainly would.
I don't think Ian Ramage has got anything to prove, though, as far as getting scored on his decisions. But yeah, it's got a bit of bowling in there. A nice bit of catching. It was a significant deflection, and he adjusted well, Medina.
Look, the only thing I'd say on that about, okay, if I'm umpiring and the batters nicked it and he starts walking straight away and the bowler's appealing to me, yeah, I'm just going to nod my head, say, yeah, he's out, but look, he's walking. You know, but I mean, he just stood there like a statue, didn't he? So the bowler did start to panic a little.
Yeah.
But then I'm sure his teammates said, look, he's walking, don't worry. I'm pretty sure that the umpire in question, Ramage, had a big smile on his face and probably did say, yeah, he's going, he's walking.
Maybe a little bit of a wink.
Oh, this has been beautifully timed. But once again, it's been well stopped. And it's Galeo again, the captain.
I think this will be a no ball. Yeah, there were 6 outfielders. So they've gone from one extreme to the other. I just spotted that after the ball was played. I looked at the field. And yeah, they had 6 outfielders. So that'll be a no ball now and free hit coming up.
It certainly will be. And, having a few problems counting here, Madrid CC. First, there was not enough. Well, when I say not enough, it's up to the team.
But now they're bringing like everybody up. So they've gone from 6, and they've gone to like 2, and now what are we going to settle on? I think 4. They've brought up 2 outfielders. They only have to bring up 1. All right, free hit time.
And well, that was lucky nobody's near the fielder there. Who was that? That was Woodward, John Woodward. That would have been a red card offence. Look, he went diving in it. Look at this. Oh, Johnny Woodward. Well, I'm glad he didn't stop this, because I think he would have slid and hit this ball, diverted away from the field or on the boundary, and it would have gone to the boundary.
So that's a yellow card there for a 2-footed tackle.
Oh, that's a red. That's a straight red.
Especially on the umpire.
He's backing up here nicely. Yeah, I think we might have to have a little chat with Madrid CC and just make sure they're okay with this number of players inside and outside before and after.
They were the
power
last
play.
team I thought were going to get pinged for 6 outfielders, especially when they had 2 or 3, when they could have had 5, and they had 4. Then maybe 2 players thought the same ball. You know what? I can go back here. And if they did it at the same time, which seems to be what happened, they had too many.
That's a nice shot straight down the ground. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Beautifully played. And yeah, that's the area that I was talking about. And this is where they've got it wrong. You see, you need to have your long on back and your mid wicket. So you got your 3 on the leg side, and then you can have, well, the other 2. They've opted to have fine leg and third man back in the boundary, which is a bit strange. Fine leg needs to be, for me, fine leg. Bring fine leg in and put a sweeper out on the offside. But look, it's just 4.
There's nobody straight down the ground either.
Nobody straight down the ground, yeah.
Very wide, long on. Mid off up in the circle. Anyway, Hakeem hasn't been the worst at all, has he? Abdul Hakeem?
No, Hakeem, he's bowled well. He's deceptive. I mean, look, as the series goes on, teams will get used to him, right? So it will work for a bit, but once teams get used to him, I think they'll know how they've got to play him. And when you haven't got the field right, then there's always runs. Once again, nobody out there in the deep. Well, that's nice. Nice bit of stronger together there. Yeah, good teamwork.
Did you release this in time? I mean, that's the only thing I was worried about.
I thought he was going to throw it over him. Does well.
Me too. I mean, it was like a pull back. Slot down about here. Yeah, he does. Good. There you go. All the skills there from Galileo. Takes us to the end of 7 overs. The score 77 for 3. And, so this is the FanCode European Cricket Series. We'll be taking our show all over Europe, starting here in Cartama in Spain, and then next week We'll start in Portugal for 2 weeks, in Cartama, and in Capella, just outside Rotterdam in the Netherlands for a week, then Sofia in Bulgaria for a week, Romania for a week as well, before we go to Sweden next. As this next ball is hit straight down the ground, plugged slightly. Yeah, eventually it's navigated by Harry Young, who makes the stop, but not before they get 2 runs. People asking about Kingma being here instead of in New Zealand with the Dutch team, or various reasons, but he is here. He's not outside Europe at the moment, so he's playing for Granada. This one will just be a one. First victim of the bat plug there. Let's have a look at this. Bang. Not the first time, not the last time we'll see the bat plug. That's why it pays to watch the ECL, because you would have had 6 weeks of realising you can't slide your bat off the artificial surface.
It's nicely played away. Man comes in from the deep. Still just the one man out there. They're still opting. Now they've gone for sort of quite a wide long on. Still no mid wicket in place.
Granada just kind of slowed down, haven't they? Last 3 overs or so.
Good attacking fielding. Supporting the bowl as well at the moment. The fielders, Marcus Harvey there, coming in and keeping it just to the one. Just feel that you're going to start to see some big shots here sooner than later.
Yeah. The last 3 overs haven't quite got it run a ball pace. Need to pick it up now, Granada.
Goes for it in the air, opportunity, and taken, no mistake. And that's nicely done. So they do get another wicket, and smiles on the face of the captain there. Galileo is another one that has to go back into the dugout.
Well, Galileo wouldn't let it go. He held onto that nicely. He backed away and just backed off, judged it well. Say Davies, I think he realised it was time to up the ante and held a bit quiet. Lately, only 1 boundary in the last 18 deliveries. He goes for it, and maybe reward for having that extra infielder in. It does result in a wicket, so 82 for 4. 1 ball left in the 8th over.
Yeah, good work. Not at all easy out there to be fielding as well, Vinny. I mean, it's still soft on the ground. The rain is coming and going. You see, it's starting to rain again. And though it's not particularly strong, got a horrible angle, isn't it? When you're out in the field and the rain's blowing, playing sort of straight in your face, he's squinting in your eyes as well. So he's done well. They've all done well, actually. They've fielded well so far here.
Wicket for Shafiq. We have new batter at the crease. It's Jerry O'Brien, the keeper. We out at number 6 with just over 2 overs to go. And that light rain falling. I feel like it might be one of those days. A frustrating one. The last ball for Shafiq now.
This flicks this away. Will be stopped by the fielder. Acrobatically sliding and making the stop. It's good weather to get a slide in, though, isn't it? It certainly is.
It may have been called a leg by. Not so sure, but she thought it was pretty close if it didn't hit the bat. Look at this. Yeah, no appeal. Fair enough. I would have been screaming my lungs out for that one. Anyway, don't ask, you don't get. 8 overs down, 83 for 4.
83 for 4.
Was that a good shout? Is it just me?
I think, look.
Mate, you can make an argument.
You can make an argument that
if that was given out, I wouldn't have said it was a bad decision.
Yeah, I will say that one for you. I've seen him given. You like to have a good appeal, don't you? Were you an over-appealer when you did bowl?
I don't think there's such a thing. Oh, okay, I won't say that.
Come on.
What I'll say is this.
Come on.
You shouldn't ever do half appeals. You're wasting your breath. If you're not convinced, then how are you going to convince the umpire? If you're going to appeal, you've got to appeal 100%.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Not over-appealing, though. I don't think over-appealing is carrying on and carrying on the appeal when you know the umpire's already made their decision. That's not okay.
I'm going to say that O'Brien's got this thing where he likes to just walk right across his stumps and try and play the ball on the leg side. I think he had a good ball into him, nice and straight. He could be a victim of missing it or LBW here for sure. You see again there, he just likes to lean over to one side, pick it away. That was a little bit shorter, so he had more time to negotiate that and get back onto it. But that's certainly suspect there for LBW.
Yeah, but I mean, I do think at this stage of the game, it's probably a better trigger movement than backing away, because at least you do get those wides if they miss the leg stump. Bentley's bowled pretty well. Despite going for a few boundaries earlier.
Up in the air, fielder's got work to do, he's not going to get there. That's a nice shot played from Abbott, Richard Abbott there. And gives this a good old club. And Richard Abbott also, let's say a bit about Richard. He's, I said about Granada being a very recently formed club. And he's done a lot of work behind the scenes, getting the club up, registered. And now, as we know, Granada, they're putting a lot. They've got an area, a space. I won't call it a ground just yet, but they're turning it into a cricket ground. So exciting times for cricket on the Costa del Sol. In the air, this is an opportunity. It could be another catch, and it is. No mistakes again from the captain. So Galileo, Felice Blur gets another.
Yeah, he's got a good safe pair of hands, doesn't he, Galileo? It's another catch for him. Yeah, it's just skied up in the air. And so, Granada, they're running out of balls, so they know they've got to go for it. Bentley gets the second wicket. This time it's Abbott, who goes for a pretty useful 9. And he departs, scores 89 for 5.
Yeah, nice work. And Bentley getting in the wickets. And well, like we say, at about the halfway point, we were thinking with the score being in the 60s, 63 for 2, that probably behind that 120, because they certainly had plenty of wickets also in hand. But they've just come up a little bit unstuck. I think Galileo's second over was really good, the 6th, and he's been good with the catching as well. And Hakeem, they couldn't get Hakeem away. Shafiq as well. So are we going to see some big hits here? One of that, I think it's going to be one of those, isn't it? Going to either finish with big hits or with a clutter of wickets. Nice to hit into the ground, but not able to pierce that field. We'll get a single.
Yeah, so let's see what they can get out of the last over in a bit. Can they get over the 3 figures? That'll be the big question.
Bentley. A little bit short. Oh, wow. This is not the best of fielding. And, well, this is what I'm like first thing in the morning when I'm getting up and I'm trying to put my shoes on. You just can't bend. Well, I've got disadvantage of age. And Hakeem there, he won't like his effort here. He needs to get down. He's got to stop this. He's got to throw himself at it. And they've done so well the second part of this match in the last 5 overs, and that boundary just could give the momentum back to Granada.
Yeah, handy one. Last ball coming up from Bentley.
And, wants to keep hold of the strike. That's O'Brien.
Yeah, it's be the end of the over. So 95 for 5. Bentley did get 2 wickets in there, but did go for 24 as well. And so we go into the last over. It's always exciting because they will be going for everything here. Once again, hello to all of you that are watching. Maybe you're watching the ECS for the first time after watching the European Cricket League, which was the Champions League of European Cricket, where champion clubs from many, many different European nations came here for battle. But now it is the Spanish teams battling amongst themselves. Granada against Madrid Cc here. Granada 95 on the board, and they're going to bring back Imran Sticky for the last over. He bowled the first.
And this one, well, it's work to be done on the field and not going to stop it. It's going to be 4 leg byes and valuable runs as we get close to that 100. I think 100 on a day like today. A bit of rain around and the outfield not as quick as normally is. I think that's a very good score. I think 100 today is probably 115, 120 on another day. Billy.
Yeah, it's a fair point. Question in the chat, are Pack I Care playing this week? Well, no, they're not, because this is just the teams from this region, or there or thereabouts.
Chance taken, and that'll help. He's trying to get past the 100 mark. He's trying to get this over the infield, but not able to. And Sadiq picks up a wicket. Nice catch. Also there from the outfielder.
Yeah, it was a good catch. was a fairly regulation one. So they got up in the circle.
Marcus Harvey.
Yeah, Marcus Harvey's caught well in this inning so far. So yeah, they've got the 4-leg buys. And the wicket, and so it'll be the end of Jerry O'Brien for 6. Yeah, so good question though. Back again, I did see some great videos of them celebrating. Getting almost a ticker tape parade kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Weren't they? A lot of noise, a lot of action, confetti going off.
I love the old dole, you know, the Indian tool, the Indian drums. I mean, the dole was playing as they got back to what would be their base camp. It was absolutely brilliant. People dancing in the streets, fantastic.
Chris Brown, the new batter. We're going down the leg side this one.
Good delivery. This is a good spell from Siddiqui. Only went for 4 in his first over, and now no run so far in his second. Yeah, just drifting down the leg there.
He's pretty slippery, isn't he? Good man, Sticky.
Brown. And still not able to get back onto ball. So they're struggling to get past this 100 mark, 99. Been stuck on that ever since we got those 4-leg buys.
So that would have been a wide if he somehow got his legs inside the line of the ball.
Shorter one. Here you've got to go. And he does, and they'll get there. So 100 on the board. Give him a clap. It's well batted.
Yeah, nice work there. Brown gets the run.
Did you notice? You didn't notice, did you? When you saw the video, did you notice the venue that they went to?
Yeah, I did.
We've been there.
Yeah. Skyways restaurant.
We've had a couple of superb meals there.
Surprised they've got any food left. We ate most of it. All right, last ball of the first innings.
That could help because I don't think Hakeem is going to get to this. No, he's not. 4 runs, so they finish the innings with the 4 carreras más. And Hakeem, he's running from one side to another. Can't get to it. 4 more. 104 on the board. Well batted, Granada.
Yeah, it was a nice bit of hitting. Just using the pace Siddiqui for that last ball. So they do get up above the 100 in the end. 104. And for all the cricket we've seen over the past 6 weeks, that's pretty much a pass score. But I think it is, like you said, Rico, worth a little bit more today just because of the conditions. And having said that, we'll have to deal with Kingma as well when they come out to bat Madrid CC. It was Granada that won the toss, and their captain Adrian Riley decided to have a bat. And early on, it was Joe Whitehead. It was a little bit slow early, but then he really picked up the pace and then set up the foundation for a fairly healthy total here in match 1 of ECS Spain.
Yeah, I mean, there were some really good shots being played there from Whitehead. He looked just super confident. And when they started bowling those full tosses to him, he said, well, I'll be hitting these all day long. He did get to 38 of 18 though when he did finally go, and he was very disappointed about it. It was a nice catch that was taken by Harvey. And well, then this one, first ball from the new bowler, and it was James Bentley, was right on the money and knocking the stumps over. And great effort there from Sturton trying to get to that one, wasn't able to. But Adrian Riley, the captain of Granada, edging off the captain, Galileo, of Madrid, straight into the hands of the keeper. A good catch there for Medina. Catching was good in what you have to say is not the best of conditions for cricket. Rain's always been drizzling around, a bit of wind out there as well. But the fielding, well, not that great all the time. Hakeem, the guilty man. But if it went in the air, they snatch it up, especially that man there, Harvey. But they've done well. They've got the runs on the board, 104, courtesy of this one. But, well, Madrid, they know that when they're out there, it won't be that easy because the conditions aren't ideal. The ball's not really racing along the surface. And, well, then there's also talk of this man, Viv Kingma. I've heard that his leg spin is pretty good, so they're going to have to watch out for his leggies. But so you have a look at that scorecard. Joe Whitehead, well, he did the damage at the top end of the order. Quick fire, 38 of 18. And then James Davis, 23 of 15. And then the others there, really, they just knuckled together to try and get them past the 100 mark. And they did so courtesy of that boundary rare towards the end of the innings. And with the bowling, I don't think it was bad at all, to be fair. In those conditions, you're always going to struggle to hold the ball right. It's going to be slipping out of your hands, but they were all supported well by the fielders as well. James Bentley picked up 2, then a wicket apiece for all the other bowlers as well. So well done to the Madrid players for the way they stuck to it in the field. And you see there the Manhattan, the power play was a good one. 41 came off the first 3 overs, 50 came up in the 4th over, but that was when they lost the first wicket as well. And when Whitehead went, the rate, if you like, did slow down a little. It was 63 at the halfway point, and they were only able to add just a further 43 runs in the second part of the innings. So evenly poised, 104 on the board. So Madrid CC, 105 required for them to register victory. The first victory in the first FanCode European Cricket Series here in Spain. Cartama will join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo in around 10 minutes time when we resume and come back to the conclusion of match 1.
Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol. Not too much sunshine around on this Monday morning, but still, it's good that we haven't had too much rain. And for that reason, we're out there on the park. It's match 1 of the European Cricket Series in 2022. Brought to you by FanCode. And it is Granada versus Madrid Cricket Club. Granada, they won the toss. They elected to bat. They put 104 on the board in their 10 overs. Now we're going to see Madrid Cc what they can do. As looks like they're going to open up with Jamshid or Rahman. But, I think we're likely to see some entertainment, as we always expect in the European Cricket Series. Out there at the moment, we've got the Madrid Cc openers. Just light rain falling. It's like we'll get Jamshid Rahman, who will be opening the bowling for Granada. Of course, they do have the services of Viv Kingma. Doesn't look like he's going to open also with the conditions you wonder. But, will he bowl unless absolutely necessary? We'll find out. These two teams will play a doubleheader this morning, and then later on today we will get Costa del Sol versus Malaga. Look forward to that. So yeah, pretty decent score on the board, 104, 105 for the win. Here's Rahman. So just sneaks inside, I think. Doesn't get enough of the line to interest Andrew Elliott into raising the arms. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me once again is Rico Full.
Thank you very much, Vinny. And well, we've seen this one probably, if it hasn't touched anything, it's surely got to be a wide this.
I think it will be. 2 wides will be the result. This one might have been the slightly slower one. And the keeper unable to get across and make the stop in time. Jerry O'Brien behind the stumps.
There's the opportunity. He's going to go straight down the throat of the fielder. No mistakes there. And there's the big man himself. And Kingmutt says, thank you, I'll have that. So first wicket down, no mistakes.
Yeah, well, he picked the wrong man, didn't he? Viv Kingmutt has got a very good pair of hands. And yeah, this one just tries to go up. And he's also slightly hitting into the wind. So disappointment for Marcus Harvey, who has to go for a golden duck. Not the start to the series that he wanted. But good news for Jamshid Rahman. He takes the wicket. And Madrid Cc are 2 for 1.
Yeah, he's going for the big shot. He's trying to get it over. Obviously, Kingman, who's inside the circle there, but doesn't get the timing on the shot. And disappointing for him, because he's done good work, hasn't he, out there while he was in the field. But can't sort of brush that off onto his batting as well. So he has to go, but he will get plenty of opportunities, because these two teams do it all over again after this one.
Yeah, that's right. Looking forward to that. No matter who wins this, it'll be a very interesting rematch. I'm sure one team will be out for revenge. Woodward is the new batter, John Woodward, and he cracks the first one down to long on. Riley does the fielding, just the single. And some of these players would have played in the first ever European Cricket Series, I think, all the way back in March 2020. At least a couple of them.
Oh, well, this one is gone up and had to quickly come back down again. And the umpires are quite happy and satisfied that it did. This must have had a real bit of loop on this. Keep an eye on it. Yeah, maybe it would have been okay. He was going out to it.
Yeah, borderline.
Rahman, well, he's not afraid to give it some flight. This time's flatter, and he may just drop short. And you see there, that part of the ground, it's quite sticky. That ball just hits the deck and stays put.
Yeah, this is the part of the ground where not going to go much further if it comes from the skies. Might need a shovel to dig it out. Some pretty tight stuff though from Rahman so far, with the exception of those 2 wides.
Sipo's taking on Kingma. Kingma has a throw. Ooh, well,
Oh,
it's still going. It's still going. It's still going. Cuatro carreras.
I'm gonna to correct you. It is
5.
actually 5 carreras.
Yeah, but the 4 and the 1, 5.
I'll get the 1.
5 carreras.
Well, sometimes you can just be too strong. And Kingma has pinged this. It might have been out, you know. And well, I don't think the people backing up were particularly interested in this. I think.
Watch the bowler. It says, I'm getting out of the way of this. And that goes through 2 fielders backing up as well. That was some throw, that. Kingma. Well, he says, all right, I've had enough of this. Give me the ball. He says, give me the ball. Well, I tell you what.
Well, should you put those 4 on his figures? Because he's just.
Well, that's a good way to get.
They had to grab a bicycle to go get the ball. It went so far up to the boundary as well.
So Vivian Kingma, so playing European Cricket Series. It's first time he touches the ball is the catch. Second time, he gives away 5. And then he just gets this one in. Routine delivery for Vivian Kingma.
Yeah, I don't think you'll see him bowling express. He'll just work his way into it, I think. More about the accuracy. The first one did plenty. So Kingma, good to see him out there.
Nice looking shot down the ground. We'll take a single.
He might start bowling within himself a little bit, but just wait. If he goes for a boundary or something like that, I'd be surprised how much he might see the pace pick up.
John Mulbert, father of 2 daughters, been in Spain 24 years now.
Well, hopefully he's written his will.
And this has been hit very hard, and despite the diving efforts out there by the 3rd man, it has gone for 4 runs. That's hit really hard, hit well, but Paul Fletcher couldn't do anything about that. Hello, Fletch. Yeah. Well, Fletch, he's normally wearing blue, and now he's wearing red. Well, he's seeing red as well. His cheeks are a bit red as well. Blush time, Fletcher, blush time.
Well, Fletch doesn't normally miss too much when he's running the players area. This one bangs the middle finger of Jerry O'Brien. So that'll be a bite. So, yeah, Kingma is, I suppose, directly or indirectly been responsible for both boundaries so far.
Yeah, good point.
So, yeah, just rocking it out, I think. It's conserving energy. Of course, the run-up not particularly good.
Oh, how about this? It's a bit of funkiness, a bit of showbiz. And, well, Kingma won't like this. And, well, at least this one does get stopped by the fielder. We thought we were going to see some more overthrows. At end of the over. So, despite losing that wicket early, and, well, thanks to some gifts as well, some freebies, they've moved on to 17 for 1.
Yeah, hello to Joe in the chat. He's asking, how's the ground playable after all the rain yesterday? He's looking forward to seeing Fletch bowl. But, yeah, short answer, I don't really know how it is, but it's held up pretty well. And credit to the ground staff once again. Of course, the middle area was covered. Rahman to continue.
Just hit along the deck, but just dropping short of the fielder. Nice to see the sun is finally out. And that rain has stopped. This is what we need to see. Look at that rainbow out there.
Rainbow's nice.
Absolutely beautiful. I'm just wondering if we can get that on the camera for you in between deliveries. It's stunning. It really is.
Oh. Yeah. Got a striker there. Woodward almost gets stuck. It's going to be nasty if the bowler had turned around and taken the stumps. It wasn't quite in. That foot wasn't in.
There you go. Have a look at that. That is absolutely beautiful.
Happy to see the sun out.
That's nicely hit, and it's going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs. Nice shot there. And Leo Layson hits that pretty well. Good shot.
Yeah, really nice shot. Picked it up, and yeah, power play only 3 overs. You want to make the most of it. So yeah, I mean, at 10 and over is where you need to be. Kind of 21 off every 2, probably the pace to get this target to 105. About 3 balls behind where they need to be, but I don't know if they can make it up with a few big strikes like that.
You know, if you follow that rainbow and you just keep going, it's going to take you all the way to Barcelona, and right under it is going to be that magnificent trophy. The Bet to Ball European Cricket League trophy that Pakakea Badalona took home with them. And well, they're showing all of their fans. There was a massive street party there when they got back.
I've got to say, though, oh, has he nicked this? Oh, he has. Oh, I thought this was a wide for sure. Matt Finlayson Blayers has wafted at it and got a little edge through to Jerry O'Brien. So it's going to be a second wicket to Jamshed Ur-Rahman. Madrid CC in some trouble now as they've lost both openers. The score is 22 for 2.
Yeah, this is a really soft one. He doesn't need to be playing at this at all. And there's nothing that we can certainly pick up on the replay, but the fielders were convinced.
It's pretty spontaneous from those near the keeper. I don't think the bowler heard too much, but yeah, I think it was a pretty spontaneous appeal. I was going to say it's one of the flattest rainbows I've ever seen. Have you ever seen a rainbow that flat? I don't know if we can show that again. But it's, yeah, maybe we're very high up here or something, but...
Yeah, it is a beautiful shot though, isn't it? And, well, it just goes to show...
Let's have a look at that. Have you ever seen a flat rainbow on the left of screen?
It's kind of my oval. It's a special place.
Yeah.
And special things, haven't it? Special places. And, well, how about that for the bowler as well? Rahman picks up his second wicket while the sun's out. The rainbow's there as well. It's a lovely moment for him.
A quick hello to Kevin Goskowski as well. I think he's watching from Colorado in the US. It's great to have you with us. All right, so Shafiq comes out at number 4.
And he just watches this one go past him on the leg side.
That's one thing that I noticed in the championship week, of the final 5 of the ECL, is they just didn't bowl a lot of extras, right?
Yeah.
Their control with the ball was very good. Occasionally they'd slide one, they'd miss the tram line and get pinged for one, but yeah, not so many of the kind of inexcusable ones. Look at Kingma. You can really see the difference. He's an athlete, isn't he?
Watch out, here it comes.
This
He
time,
doesn't put too much in it.
Yeah, throws it a bit softer that time. 4 overthrows are welcome, because otherwise Madrid CC be struggling a little bit at the moment. See, Woodward can pick up the pace here.
Woodward go for his favourite part of the ground on the leg side, and it just gets there. Well, you need a bigger, stronger bat, Woodward, because that only just got there when he does get a 4. And we'll see plenty of these type of shots when John Woodward once he gets his eye in, that's for sure.
Yeah, it was time to pull the emergency parachute, chasing that down. So it's the end of the over as well. So 28 for 2 off the power play. So yeah, like I say, 21 off 2 is what they'd want to be, 42 off 4. So a little bit behind, but not too far behind at the moment. And they're going to have to deal with Kingma again. So I think it's probably good to have to deal with Kingma now, where he's just kind of rolling through the motions. You don't want him coming back late in the game if he's turning on a bit more. It's a really nice shot. It's just snapped through the ball by Shafiq. Good cricket shot, 4 runs. And just have a look. This is a really good square cut. Had to get in position pretty quick and did.
Well, that's a delightful shot. You can see there. It motors away to the boundary. Superb timing and placement. And that's a good sign for Madrid CC.
Have a look at this. We'll shuffle back step. And the next one goes upstairs. It's probably the one for the over. And well, I won't give up, I think. Getting cut to the boundary. The next one. So, I'm not sure if it was...
Jerry O'Brien does well, actually,
Yeah.
stop this.
Yeah, I mean, it looked reasonably high, but must have been just below the head, obviously. Otherwise, it would have been called a wide. It's a pretty slippery Yorker off about 6 paces, isn't it? Now he's going to put the deep square leg back. Out of the power play, so you can have up to 5 outfielders.
Yorker delivery, I think. Oh. Well, this one does go through Jerry O'Brien and almost goes through the man at fine leg.
It can't be easy.
Stop there.
Keeping to Kingma. And if you haven't kept to him before, Jerry O'Brien. If the batter's rushed, even O'Brien's rushed. Fortunate, doesn't get through the fielder there. Would have been 4 byes. Very smart to have the helmet, even if you are 20 metres back.
No run there. Just trying to give himself a little bit of room there, John Woodward. He would like this challenge, would he? John Wood, of course, Also part of the European Cricket Network crew. He's been on quite a few tours with us as well.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, important member of the team.
Oh, John Woodward playing one on the offside. Well, how about that? Things have changed.
Sure, appreciate that. Kingma, one more ball left in his spell. If you can get through Kingma, not lose a wicket to him, I think it'll give Madrid CC a lot of confidence. They can go on and do this.
Nice looking shot. We'll get one. John Woodward is one of the founder members as well of Madrid CC. They went through a phase, Madrid CC, when the club did fold, but it was brought back to life, back from the ashes in 2001. And it was John Woodward that got the club back up and started. He's done various roles, but he is the president of the club at the moment. But one thing about Madrid CC is the amount of work that they do behind the scenes for charity as well. All sorts of charities, and he holds a lot of T20 competitions in Spain as well. And well, we'll talk more about that later on. Maybe even have John himself up in the
that might be nice, actually,
commentary box to talk about some of the things that Madrid CC have done.
One of the things I've been trying to do for ages is get a cricket ground right in Madrid. It's been a real challenge, hasn't it?
It's been massive. They've, Madrid, it's the capital of Spain, of course, but any cricket ground? No, and they've had various attempts. I mean, they've tried playing on a polo ground. That sort of worked for a bit, but so if there's any big sponsors there, anyone who wants to partner Madrid Cricket Club and getting a ground for them, well, he's the man to talk to, John Woodward.
Yeah. Speaking to Woody, some of the surfaces they've had to play on before, they were playing on broken glass at one point.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose that's a similar story in a lot of the federations in Europe. As this one has been absolutely hammered. What a lovely shot this is. The sun comes out and the good shots come out as well. Well, Shafiq, I've liked what he's done so far. He's shown that he can play on both sides of the ground. We saw him play an excellent square cut earlier. And this one is a beautiful shot over square leg.
Yeah, really nice shot. Picks it up. Had to hit it well because there was a fielder guarding the boundary, but he wasn't quite on it. And that one sailed over his head into the jungle for 6.
And this one is over the fielder as well. And Adrian Riley coming into the attack, but it's all about him being attacked at the moment. Shafiq, he's on a roll. That's 2 in 2.
I really like Shafiq's footwork. I mean, he gets back and he makes that look shorter than it really was from Riley. Chris Brown back there. He needs to get right back on the boundary, I think. He is now, because he was just 2 or 3 metres in. Can't do much about those, though, when they're so far over your head. Riley with a comeback ball.
Gives this one a little bit more here. Doesn't keep it. Keeps it away from his legs. But gets a single. This is good from Shafiq. John Woodward, will he be able to hold himself back? 2 men waiting. I think the mid-wicket is sort of a little bit too fine for me. Big gap between man at mid-wicket and Kingma at long on. In the end, King was the man I mentioned. Is he's going to get this? Oh, he... So you got to take this over. This is incredible. But first of all, they're going to have a look at his feet. He doesn't know. I don't think he knows because he don't know if he's stayed inside or not. I think he stayed inside. He flicks it back, and then he wants to go back and take the catch. He can't because he slips. Ends up. If you want his signature, forget his signature. Just go and get a stencil, get an imprint of his body there on the ground.
Now look,
have a look at this.
We've got a good view. I think this is actually fine. It's that one there, whether it's touching the rope or not. But can you? Ooh. I mean, can we go back a little bit? That's the bit. Do you think that's touching the rope?
I think the heel just touches there before he releases. Just touches before he releases. But look at the way he goes down here and the way the ball. I've never seen that. This is the European Cricket Series. This is what it's all about. Action, fun and entertainment.
Look at Kingma's skid marks. He's just looking at them. He's standing in them now.
And this is going to be 6 more. 6 carreras más. Quinta zona. Shaka Lagia.
Well, hold on. So, at the moment, I think it was scored. I don't know. What was it scored?
It could be scored 6.
Yeah.
So how many 6s is that? That's 4 6s in this over?
4 6s in the over.
Wow, you never see anything like that. Vivian Kingma, well, he's
DCS
making a good introduction to a European Cricket Series, isn't he? And look,
Still can't believe that one. Oh, wow. All right. So
listen,
still going.
So Vivian Kingma must be the only man. Look, he's coming on the boundary, so we want to hear this. He's probably the only man we know in European Cricket Series that has given away 5 and also given away a 6, right?
Yeah. That's unbelievable. I mean, I think the evidence would probably suggest that it touches the rope, but we saw it live. It's right in front of us, and we couldn't tell.
It's the way he flicks it back, and then he wants to get back in the field to play to take the catch, but he loses his footing, and he ends up. There's a lovely imprint of him on the ground.
He's like a chalk outline, you know, where there's been someone.
Yeah.
There's been a hit in the car park. This one here.
Oh,
See, I'm still not 100% convinced he touches the rope.
Oh, dear.
I mean, only he might know. He actually doesn't know, and we don't know.
Oh, dear.
I think maybe there was a little bit of the rope under the boot. Anyway, so 27 off the over. Magical over. Puts him in a good position now, Madrid CC.
And, well, things are going their way. It's got to stop this, got to get down. Does get down, does stop it. And the batters think about 2. Well, it's going to have to. They do. Johnny does get there in the end. Isn't the best of throws, but the fielder, give me credit, does get down and smothers the ball, stops it going to the boundary. Yeah, what an amazing over that was. I don't think I've quite ever seen an over like that. Adrian Riley was taken apart by the batters. And that throw from Fletch.
What happened there? I can't even. Looking in the chat, forget how quick stuff happens in this ECS cricket. Wow. I can't take your eyes off the game for a second. What happened there? Tell me what happened.
I can't explain it because I'll end up laughing again. You'll have to see it to believe it. And, well, Fletcher.
There's Viv.
Nicely hit down the ground. Take the single.
Oh, it's just good that we're out here, but I mean, obviously, it's a bit slippery conditions, as Kingma found out the hard way.
Let's keep it tight. They're shouting out there.
40 to win. 27 balls remaining. Could be a blockbuster finish here.
Well, chase on. They'll go for 1. Think about 2. Shafiq, I think, probably fancied it, but I don't think John was quite ready to go. So the dentist at the moment, Shafiq, doing a good job. Being supported by his lovely long hair. That's his strength, you know. John hits this pretty well. It's to Kingma. And have you noticed he started throwing underarm?
Let's have a look at this.
Have a look at this. This is Fletch, one of the blue crew.
Yeah.
Guess a stop. Watch the throw. Watch the throw.
That's good.
That's good so far. Here we go. Watch the throw. 4 runs. Cuatro carreras. Look, apologies, guys. That's a really good shot. And, well, Shafiq. He's going to town. No, don't do it again. Don't do it again.
Oh, my God. All right, you have to entertain yourselves for a second.
That is the end of the over. 71 on the board. You know, I'm going to tell you, the very first European Cricket Series we did, I actually had Fletch on the comms with me. And we had a great time. And Fletch did say to me, because he was playing as well, he was going to play the next match, he said, look, Rico, I know what you're like now. You are going to be kind to me. We're always kind to you, Fletch. You know that. We're always kind to you. But Fletch, come on. You didn't help yourself on that one.
Fletch has been on the tour with us for like 8 months. And he's been practicing. And that's when he gets his big moment. Look how he's throwing a shot put. I'm gone.
Oh, dear.
I'm gone now.
Well, hang on. You can have a look. At, there must be things happening in the chat. I mean, I haven't even had a chance to have a look. Go on, tell me.
Leg side. Oh, this will be extras. Try to get a finger on it, O'Brien. So, So this is what it's all about, the emotion of the game, and Fletcher's made me cry. He's made me cry with that.
Oh dear!
I wasn't watching the first time.
Poor you. That's why I couldn't believe you didn't see it. I saw it and I was just like saying, Vinny, you haven't seen this.
I was looking in the chat. I thought it was just a regulation throwback.
Look, what a good partnership this has been, though. Woodward, he's moved on to 28. Shafiq, 24 not out. Just exactly what Madrid CC needed. They came together when there was that soft dismissal, wasn't it, of Galileo for 22. And these two certainly are really getting the boundaries for the team as well. Scoring quickly. That one goes through, so it's Whitehead that comes into the attack.
Oh, man. That's going to be in the highlights as well, so I've got to prepare myself. Oh, well, the sun's out, so that's some good news. Jeez. Isn't it great to have ECS back, though?
Oh, it's wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. It's just got to be a little bit careful here, John. He's had a bit of luck so far, but this is be the wrong time for him to give his wicket away. Just needs to stand there and just play this sort of an authentic shot on the sort of behind square. He's coming out to the ball. Just wait for it. Maybe back inside his crease a little. And you see again, he's trying to give himself room. He does get the single though, which is good because I think Shafiq, his technique's a bit better and he'll be able to find the boundary rope. A couple of boundaries here now, and they'll believe that they've got this first match.
Gotta say hello to Darren Warwick, who tuned in at a good time, as did Conrad Greenshields. Tuned in to find us losing it with good reason. So just be one. Heading for a good finish here though. Just that one over of 27. It's really hurt. It's really hurt their chance of the defence, but yeah, still game in the balance, I think. How's Woody? 29 of 17. Yeah. Whitehead. He's bowled about 30 overs, but he's only bowled 5 deliveries.
Yes, he's up in the air. He's lobs the keeper, and well, a great effort from the man coming in from third. Fletch just keeps his stick to underarm. Fletch, go Fletchy! And yeah, this time I thought he was going to lose his footing here. Watch this. It's this 3 people involved in this. Gets it over the keeper, and then sort of a lay on here. He goes down. And Fletcher just stays on his feet.
Yeah, that's the end of the over. So 7 overs down, 78 for 2. Coming up next, well, if you want entertainment, you'll find it right here on the European Cricket Network. It'll be game 2 between Granada and Madrid Cc. And, of course, game in progress at the moment. Well, the news from the toss is that, once again, Granada won the toss, and they'll be batting first. Join us for that. We should be back on schedule with a bit of luck. And that should be starting around about half an hour from now. Right here on the European Cricket Network. Oh, still need to take
well, Andrew Batchelder is saying, get Fletch on to bowl. That'll just finish everything. Yeah. Finishes all off.
Richie Abbott's going to bowl, thankfully. Here we go. Over number 8.
Oh, this is a drop catch, I think.
No, I don't think it carries. I think it's a good stop. We'll have a look. But, yeah. It was just a little inside edge, but I don't think it carries to the keeper. See if we've got just a quick time. Yeah, it does well to get down to it. Back to live action. King was the handy fielder to have in this position. And, yeah, we saw him give away that 4. Oh, look at this. I mean, that's one of the best underarm throws I've ever seen. Hit the bottom of the stumps. But, you know, he's not going to let too much through, is he? Just decides to throw it, and then look at this.
Yeah, he said it's coming your way.
If it was golf, it would be right on.
I would have hit it.
Yeah. Think so?
I would have just thought, yeah, I've got this one, bang. I think he was tempted, Shafiq. Anyway, he said his stump's hit, but he's still there. See what he can do here now. Just slow down a little, both these two. That will help. He's absolutely drilled this through extra cover. What a shot that is. Well, that's going like a rocket. Cuatro carreras más.
Yeah, really nice shot. Good cricket shot, really. It was a challenge kind of a length, but he went crack. And I like the batting of Raheel Shafiq so far.
Shafiq looking to register the first victory in this FanCode European Cricket Series for Madrid. This time it goes towards Kingma. And there's that underarm throw again, and this time it's Johnny Woodward that has to duck as it goes over his head.
Had to amazing moments in this innings already. Let's not even to talk about the finish that we've got coming up, because it's game on here.
Again, likes to give himself a bit of room. Has a very good eye, doesn't he, John Woodward? Sees the ball really well. Sometimes he may not get himself in the best of positions, but always makes good contact with the ball.
Last ball of the over. It's a big one for Abbott. Hasn't been too bad. He's gone for 16 off his spell so far. He has to get out of this ball though.
Tries to lean into this, and well, John is not coming. Says, nah, I'm not coming your way. I want the strike, he says.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that. I mean, I think Shafiq's obviously going pretty good guns as well. So they turn that one down. It's the end of 8. The score, it's 85 for 2. 20 is required off the last 2 overs. This is why I thought, if you had Kimmer at this stage, he could kind of half bend the back and give you one.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough to score off, but he's bowled out. So have a look at those worms. They separated for a little bit, but they've been pretty much mimicking each other over the last 4 overs.
Yeah, just 2 runs separate where the teams were at this stage. Madrid just ahead by a couple. Well, this one could be a wide. And, well, it's been signalled as one.
See,
I'd like to see it again.
I think this is a wide for, not for height, but for line. Look at the line. Does it go over his head? Yeah.
Yeah, but you're right. It's certainly a...
Yeah, I mean, I can see why maybe that one's not called, but
close, very close.
20 off 11.
Oh, this one is in that area where there's no fielder. It's left wide open, and makes the most of it. That's an interesting position, really. Both these batters been hitting in that zone, and yet there's nobody there. I'm not really sure why. Just having a quick look around where the other fielders are. You've got the 2 men straight. They've gone for cover around on the offside. 3rd man is back. And you can see the 3rd man, he'll have to come inside. Well, somebody has to come in now. Well, there you go. They're going for the man who was doing the sweeping on the offside. So they have got the field as it, I think, should be now. Here we go.
Can't afford dot balls here, Madrid CC.
John Woodward gets right on top of this one and just helps it along, takes a single and says to Shafiq, there you go. You go for it. You don't want to be bowling short to Shafiq. Interesting to Shafiq, they bring the man in. And Shafiq is the one who's hitting the boundary, so don't get this. Very strange.
Yeah, so what? Yeah. They've got that deep square leg unattended now.
Oh, wow, he doesn't got hold of this at all, but the fielder can't get to it. That's sensational. It goes up in the air a long way. And the fielder just not able to pick it up and get there.
Yeah, and I thought maybe would have got there on the full, but didn't. Still, just a single. So, could we have a golden ball first match of the ECS season? That'd be crazy, wouldn't it?
You're just being greedy. We've had so much entertainment already in this first match.
Yeah, well, things happen. Things happen in funny ways, don't they? The ECN world's always pretty interesting for us. We try and make it a bit more interesting as well.
So 14 runs for 7. I think this one. John's got to try and hit this to the boundary. He hits it pretty well, but he won't find the boundary. Ball hits the soft surface and slows up as well. Gets a single, so he will go back on strike. So we're going to go down to requiring 13 of the last over for victory for Madrid. And you know, when it's those sort of scores, this is definitely in golden ball territory.
Yeah, it sure is. In fact, 13 off the last seems to be kind of the most common number that turns into a golden ball. But yeah, I don't know who you're favouring here. I still think the runs on the board could be good. I need to get 2 boundaries out of 6 balls here, I think, to be competitive at a minimum.
On the boundary, stay on the boundary, yeah.
So who's going to be bowling this one? Let's have a look. This is going to be James Davis to bowl.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to go down to the wire.
Bowling to Woodward. They've got to be no dot balls. Hit this pretty well.
Do you take him on here? No. Kingman just gets the ball so quickly, doesn't he?
I think that's, yeah, I mean, you don't take Kingman on, and I think that's a good result. You want Shafiq to be facing. So 12 or 5.
Yeah, here we go.
Just check with this fielder, so they're again keeping that square leg area vacant to Shafiq. They're preferring to have the man on the offside on the boundary. He hits this well, but he's gone straight to Kingma, and they're not looking to even try to attack. I think you've got to make that call. I think Shafiq will know that he's probably should get back to his end and sacrifice John maybe. 11-4.
Yeah, well, they need something quick, don't they? Davies has been pretty good because he's come in, hasn't bowled a ball yet, but then been pretty accurate.
And this one should be out, and it is. And the worst case scenario for Madrid also is not only have they lost a wicket, not only is it a dot ball, but a new batter will be coming in on strike.
Yeah, so how about that? I mean, Woodward took him so far, but couldn't get him quite over the line. 39, he scored, but skews this one up in the air. Good stuff by Davies, who gets the big wicket. A nice catch behind the stumps as well by Jerry O'Brien. And that's disappointment for John Woodward as he falls. It is 94 for 3.
Yeah, 94 for 3, and new batter comes in. I think it's Sadiq, and I think his mission is just basically, right, okay, whatever comes my way, I've got to thump it.
Yeah.
Can't be a dot. That's the key thing. This ball cannot be a dot.
Yeah, well, that's right. Looks like he can hit a long ball though, doesn't he? Siddiqui? Yeah, I mean, taking that 1 over of 27 from Riley. You'd say that they're defending this comfortably, but man, it's just a strange middle of the innings. Also, you go back to that kind of 4 overthrows at the end of the first over. All right, here we go. 11 off 3.
Well, this will help because this may go all the way to the boundary. It does. Well, swing hard, and if you get lucky, you'll get 4. And that's what he does. So Sadiq, he's not waiting around. Throws everything at this, including the kitchen sink. He gets 4.
Yeah, well, you need a bit of luck, don't you? And that's exactly what he gets. Sadiq first ball. So now 7 off 2. Well, if they do get a dot here, they can tie it with a 6 on the last ball for a golden ball. All right. I still think scoring is the best way out of this for Madrid CC.
He's going up in the air. Kingma comes in. Important moment. Takes the catch. And Sadiq goes. Ball to go. It's still 7 required for victory. But as you said, Vinny, now a 6 would give us the golden ball.
Yeah, and you know who the most frustrated man on the field is right now? It is Raheel Shafiq, who they cross here. And then he gets told, sorry, you got to go back to the other end. And that is why this rule is so important. It rewards the fielder for taking the catch. And just have a look at Shafiq. He's 31 off 15, but he won't get to face again, it seems, because the new batter will have to come out and try and hit a 6 to take the game to a golden ball. The only way Shafiq's going to face again is if this does go for 6, because I think he'll be one facing the golden ball.
Yeah, absolutely. And Kingman taking his second catch in the match, making absolutely no mistakes. Well, it's worthwhile just having him just as the fielder, isn't it, really? I mean, that's a top catch in a difficult moment. And
here's Harry Young. You want to be a hero? Here's your moment. Basically, 6 to tie, 7 to win. I mean, you can get a 7, but I can't see it happening. To get 3 and 4 overthrows. So, let's have a look at Harry Young. Left-hander. He's going to have to be brave. Almost doesn't matter where the fielders are, as far as he's concerned. Kingman's going to go round to long on for the left-hander, so that's probably a smart move as well. It's not so easy. You come out and face your first ball in the series, and all you need is a 6 to tie. Davies has held his nerve, though, well, hasn't he? He's got 2 for 6.
Hasn't he bowled really well, Davies?
Yeah, and even the 4 was an edge. So this is where you just got to make sure as a fielding captain that you've got enough in the circle. Not going to give away any unnecessaries.
Well, it's going to be pressure on the bowler as well, Davies, because the left-hander, it's got to make sure he doesn't bowl a wide.
All right, here we go. 6 for a golden ball in game 1.
And, well, he gets back onto it, but this is where, I mean, they'll get a single, so there's going to be victory here for Granada. But more experience from the batter. You just step inside this, take the wide and say, right, give me another. But it's not to be. They'll get a single. But what a great match we've had. The very first in this FanCode European Cricket Series in Spain. And it is Granada that end up being victorious. It had everything. I always say these matches is the frenzy of action-packed entertainment and a bit of drama as well. But we've had it all, and the good thing about it is that both those teams to do it all over again the next match.
Well, the good thing about that was a close game, wasn't it? When you consider there's just a handful of runs in it, and they will get the chance to go again in around about 15 minutes time. So I'm sure that a few of our viewers, or more than a few, will be keen to tune in and see the second stanza as Madrid CC will want to square things with Granada. It'll be the same again as far as the order of innings, because Granada winning the toss in match 2. They've elected to bat first. So I'm looking forward to seeing Whitehead in particular at the top of the order. I thought he was very good. Davies, we showed with the bat and the ball how important he was.
Yeah.
And Madrid CC, they had some good performers as well. I liked Galileo, Fernando play, not only with the ball, but also with the field. And then Woodward and Shafiq impressed me with their efforts, trying to hunt down that total of 105 that they required for victory. But now, why don't we have a look at some of the highlights of this? And well, there's going to be a bit of everything in these highlights.
Okay, this is the bet. We got to watch these highlights and not laugh, okay? Let's see if we can do it. Come on.
I'll try my best, but no guarantees.
Let's see if it can be done.
Then we had this rocket of a throw from Kingmutt that got past about 3 people backing up and had to be picked out of the jungle. That was a 5-er. And then we had... Okay.
You failed.
No.
You failed.
No, I'm fine.
No, you laughed.
No, that was all right. That was a good effort from Fletch.
A diving effort. Yeah, good effort, that one.
And this one, I mean, that's a wicket from nothing. I don't think the bowler even hears it. And then a polite inquiry.
Yeah,
a little edge. And that was the end of Finlayson Blake. And the rainbow was there. Start of something new here. ECS back in 22. And they needed boundaries, didn't they? Got to say, I did like the batting of Raheel Shafiq. I think along with Woodward, they put together a partnership that put them in pretty good shape. And now this is the one where Kingmutt almost pulls it off. And I still think, I mean, it may have been fine. It may not have been fine. Kingmutt, well, he was surveying the damage. But this was the over 27 where really you felt that Madrid CC stormed into contention.
Yeah, it all happened there, didn't it? I mean, this is the stop.
Here we go. All right, you turn your mic off. He lost his hat.
It just so... Oh, dude. Just...
What was he doing there? I mean, what was he doing? He's seen so much cricket. It's not like
but it's the way the cap comes on.
It's a total disaster.
Big wicket there.
Yeah, he's still on the winning team, though. Winners are Grinners. And Woodward went late. And it was a good last over, wasn't it, from James Davies. And when it came down to it, this was the crucial one, because it was 6 to tie at this stage with 2 balls remaining. But because Kingmutt takes the catch, it means the batters have to swap back. And then Shafiq, he was frustrated. And in the end, just a single off the last ball. And Harry Young, unfortunately, couldn't get it over the boundary. And that meant that Granada opened up with 2 points. And we've actually do it all again, starting in about 12 minutes' time. Let's have a look at the scorecard. Woodward top scoring with 39 of 28. Played some nice strokes, didn't he, Shafiq? 33 off 17. Very good strike rate. But he just couldn't get down the business end when he had to.
Yeah.
And
there was that one moment, wasn't there, when they turned down, or John turned down that single. When you think how crucial could that have been? Because what that technically would have meant is that all those times that Shafiq is at the non-strikers end, he actually would have been on strike. Yeah, well, that's true. Sliding doors moments here. Jamshed Rahman with 2 wickets up front, and James Davies with 2 at the back end. Bowled a very important last over, 2 for 7. The final score, 104 to Granada, 99 to Madrid CC. Join us, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes with match 2. These 2 teams going head-to-head again. Granada batting first. Join us then. It's great to be back in ECS cricket. Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo with you. Rico Full is here. We're going to just towel ourselves down. We'll be back for more cricket very shortly. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
This is how we play cricket.
On the Costa del Sol.
Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Cricket Oval. It is match 2 now, second of the doubleheader between Granada and Madrid Cricket Club. It is the first morning of ECS action. The FanCode European Cricket Series is back. These are domestic T10 tournaments played between clubs generally in the same country, and we are in Spain. We have Luthia region here. We have Granada, who now do have one win to their name. Now playing Madrid Cc. Pretty exciting first game between these two. It was 104 to 99. And Whitehead certainly impressed me with the bat. James Davies, impressive all round. We saw Kingma rocking out and bowling, probably not quite full pace. And, we saw some interesting fielding from Paul Fletcher. That's Granada's story. Madrid Cc, I like Galileo Fernando play, particularly in the field and also with the ball. Marcus Harvey showed he has a good pair of hands. John Woodward and Raheel Shafiq. They put together a pretty good partnership, which got them within striking distance. They couldn't quite get over the line. James Bentley as well with a couple of wickets. So plenty of players to watch as we get into the second match of 4 today. And once again, we'll have the same order of innings as Granada have won the toss and they've elected to bat. They're sending out the same openers out there. So it will be Joe Whitehead out there with Philip Townsend. In the first game, it was Whitehead that batted pretty well, you'd say. He scored 38 off 18 balls. As far as Phil Townsend, didn't get a lot of the strikes, so maybe you'll see him featuring a little bit more in the power play this time. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Great to be back in the ECS after 6 weeks of ECL action. Of course, we did have the night series. There's a bit of a curtain raiser to that as well. So we've been on the ECN tour since the 30th of January, in fact, with Constant Cricket, and one of my constant companions, he's there right next to me right now, Rico Full. Well, we had the good, the bad, and the ugly in the first game, but we did have a close contest, didn't we? And maybe we'll see another one here in game 2.
Yeah, it was very evenly balanced, both these teams, and in the end, it was just a few little technical things, perhaps, on the part of Madrid, which if they could have done better, they probably could have had that victory themselves, but it was not to be. But they have an opportunity to bounce right back and level this little mini series between the two teams. Siddiqui bowling first.
Starts with a wide. He did get good swing before, Siddiqui, didn't he? He does kind of swing it right to left. But yeah, just a few problems with control, I suppose. And Whitehead had a few problems dealing with him in the first over last time.
Yeah.
But one thing that Siddiqui didn't do is get Whitehead out. And I'm sure they'd love to get him early. He's one of the main reasons they were able to score 100 plus. This is better channels, getting him reaching. Couldn't quite catch up with that one.
Yeah, good delivery there. Changing the wicket-keeper department as well. Harry Young behind the stumps. Takes that well.
Yeah, Harry Young was the one that had the tough task of trying to hit the last ball for 6 to tie the last match. It was the only ball he faced in the match, but he's outside. It's just there behind the stumps.
Oh, that's a peach, isn't it? Lovely delivery, that.
Yeah, and I really like the zip he gets, because he is tall and he has that kind of, what would you say, quite a slingy action, but he's all arms, isn't he? So those long arms tends to extract a bit of extra bounce out of the pitch. Played away down to third man. This will be the first run off the bat. And so, yeah, nice bit of fielding down there. So Walker is patrolling the third man boundary. This means we get to actually have a look at Phil Townsend, who didn't face too many deliveries in that first match. It's a left-hand, right-hand combination. And Ninch just asking about the delay. Well, we did have a slight delay which pushed us 10 minutes behind, so we've kept that slightly delayed start time, but hopefully we'll get back on track a little bit later in the day. Thanks for your question, Ninch. Full toss. Nice bit of keeping down the leg side by Harry Young. Oh, now we're going to have a run out.
Oh dear,
well, what's happened here? Something's gone very, very wrong. And it's going to be Townsend that's going to have to go. Well, I said it was good keeping, but I looked up and it looked to me that Whitehead was running. And I don't think Townsend was on the same page. Let's have a look. It's down the leg side. Yeah, he takes it cleanly. And I think, I just think that Whitehead runs. Townsend will probably saying, well, why are you running? The keeper's caught the ball, and it's going to be a run out. Well, that just came from nowhere, didn't it? But what it is the first wicket, and the score now is 3 for 1.
Yeah, run out without facing a ball. It was a wide delivery. And the thing is, it goes straight. I mean, it's a really good bit of work from Harry Young, the man who's spends a bit of time in Canada. Has come back from Canada to be playing for the second time round for Madrid. Does really well, makes a stop. And he thinks, well, what's going on here? They don't play cricket like this in Canada. And then it's an easy run out. I'm not really sure why they were running there. The ball went into his hands.
I don't think they were running. I think one of them was running, and one of them had to be run out, and they weren't the same person. Anyway, move along, and it's got to be frustrating for Townsend, who's effectively run out for a diamond. So, we've seen it all so far this morning, haven't we? They keep making things happen. Well, they haven't done. They haven't got rid of Whitehead. He was the man that did plenty of the damage last time. Pushed outside the off stump, but no run. Yeah, it's an intriguing format, the doubleheader format. I like it because it allows a bit of a story arc to play out between the two teams. Obviously, Madrid CC, they'll be out for some revenge, but first, they have to try and keep the score down. I don't think they want to be chasing 100 plus. It's good pace again. Angled away intelligently by the batter. And yeah, well cut off down there once again by Walker.
Yeah, good work. Good bit of cricket that all around. It's a spicy delivery. Put a little bit into it. It's played well by the batter and well fielded there. The third man. Just starting to see once more some of the cloud cover we've got around here. It's going to be that sort of day, I think. Very much. Oh, how would you describe it? I'll describe it like a typical, well, maybe typical day if you're playing cricket in England, maybe.
Yeah, no, it's actually a really good point. As we get to the end of the first over, it's 6 for 1 off 1 over. Pretty one from Siddiqui. Yeah, it is that kind of English cricket feel where you're kind of thankful for any rays of sunlight that get through.
We've had it all. We've had the bit of the sun. The sun's trying to come out again now. We've had that rainbow, a very low rainbow. It was quite seen a rainbow so low. Let's go back to the action here. And, good start, good areas from the new bowler.
Yeah, Bentley started with a wicket last time, and so yeah, pretty much right on target from ball one here. These two need to put together a good partnership. They both can bat. We saw that last time. This is driven through, wide, mid-on. It's going to be 4. That is really nice batting. Nothing to worry about here from Whitehead. It looks like he might have done himself a bit of an injury when he hits this. It was just a case of overstretching. He looked a little bit sore, maybe the back or the hamstring, but certainly nothing wrong with the contact. 4 runs.
Yeah, it's a really nice played shot. The closest fielder to that was Hakeem, but nothing Hakeem could do about it. 4 runs, nicely played. Yeah, maybe just pulled his back slightly there, so just keep an eye on him, see if he shows any more signs of discomfort.
Push the fielder back now, at long on. This one just a bit too wide will be called.
Yeah, it'd be interesting how they do go about things in the field here. It just at certain points, Madrid CC didn't really seem to have too much of a plan, especially once the power play was completed. I wonder if they've got a bit more of an idea now, especially having seen Granada bat once already.
Goes over mid-off this time. Powerful strike. I think it's going to be 4. Yeah, it's just inside the boundary. And excellent shot by Whitehead. He just stands and delivers. Not too much movement. It's economy of his range of motion. Yeah, excellent work. No, I think that... I certainly saw it live. No, I think that's 4. Look, it's already hit just inside. So I think it's a good call. I'll tell you what. Some people think this is it, but look. If you look where this the camera's lying to us here. Look there. there. You can see a little divot is inside the boundary, right?
Camera's lying to us.
Hey.
You go back to the action.
I saw it with my own eyes. Don't tell me I'm crazy. What did they score that
Your
anyway?
eyes are full of tears at the moment.
I was, actually.
And all sorts. So
What do they give it? Yeah, 4. Good call.
4 runs. They didn't change the signal. Nice to see Tyrone Peters out there. Tyrone, of course, was one of the umpires that was here for the Bet2Ball European Cricket League as well. So he's first time getting his experience now for FanCode European Cricket Series in Spain as well. Bentley. Short and hit firmly. It goes out the offside. There's going to be 4 more runs. Just a little bit too short there. Short and wide. Gets a punishment inside the power play. Nobody out there. And once you hit over the top of the infielders, that ball's just going to keep going.
Yeah, good batting. Good power play stuff. So, yeah, I'll be hoping for that ton plus once again. So, Bentley, yeah, did go for a few boundaries last time as well. He's prepared to pitch the ball up.
Goes down the ground, but Fielder gets under it and not able to reach it. Just out of his reach. Does well. Good effort there. Daniel Walker prepared to give it everything. But, well, maybe if he had the height of Kingma, we've seen Kingma fielding in that area earlier, he may have got a hand to it. 6 runs, well hit.
Yeah, really nice shot. Good finish to the over. 26 for 1 off 2. You can see some of the teams that we haven't seen yet as well. We've got Madrid CC right here. We've got Madrid United also in the competition. We've got Costa del Sol, the host club, as well as Malaga. So looking forward to seeing these 5 Spanish clubs going head-to-head over the next 6 days of T10 action.
Yeah, looking forward to see some of the juniors of Costa del Sol as well. Maybe 1 or 2 playing the Malaga setup. And, short and absolutely thumped. Cracking shot. If you're going to pitch it halfway down the ground, the batsman is saying, Joe Whitehead, I'm going to put it away, and he's already shown us in the first match that he can be pretty dismissive of these type of deliveries. And that's exactly what he's done there. 6 more to him. Oh, this is too high. Surely this has to be called. I think this is a no ball for me.
Well, twirling umpire thinking it was just below the waist. He can be the judge here.
It looked really high when I first see it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is too high. I mean, if you get caught off that, I'm filthy if that's not given. So, anyway, no damage, essentially. Nice little square drive this time. Good understanding between these two. They set off for a run straight away. They get there.
Yeah, they do. Good running. Showing good energy. There's the sun. Comes out to bless us again with this lovely race. Leo. Slightly slower delivery. A little bit short. And well picked up there by David Sturton. That's the single. One of these singles, I think if they could just try and cut out some of the big boundaries.
Next side has to be called a wide. And it's just something at this level, I think, that if you can keep the extras under control, you can probably save a bunch of runs, because we have seen some teams struggling with wides in particular.
Come on, Gully, they say. Come on, Gully.
Just no run this time. But, they have been pretty happy keeping the field up, even out of the 3 overs this morning, haven't they? Madrid CC. So let's see if they employ that tactic again.
Yeah, they were rewarded with it at times. I have to say, there were catches taken, which perhaps wouldn't have been if the field was too defensive.
Could be in trouble, and it's dropped. Oh, well. And he fires it back in, but this was a chance. Marcus Harvey, he's caught very well this morning. This one was probably one of the easiest of the lot. but just got on him a bit too quick. Down it went.
Yeah, he gets there quickly, doesn't he? Sets himself. Does everything right apart from hold on to it. So he will be disappointed with that one. It's also the end of the over. So score moves on to 37 for 1. So once again, it's a power play for around about in the 40s. Or close enough to it from Granada. So they'll be looking to once more go to the 100-plus sort of score.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty good power play all up, isn't it? 37 for 1. So, well, poor Phil Townsend. I mean, he batted through the first half of the innings, only faced 5 balls last time. This time he gets a wide, gets a run out off the 1 ball. Hopefully he gets a bit more of an opportunity later in the week. But right now these two have been good. Got themselves in a good position. Raheel Shafiq, I've liked his contributions this morning. He's on to bowl the 4th over.
Starts just a little bit too wide there, Shafiq. Yeah, I mean, he does everything right, doesn't he, for Madrid. He's bowled very well, and then he produced a good knock with the bat, but just couldn't get himself, especially the last 10 the balls of the innings. He needed to get on strike, he couldn't, and I think that made all the difference. They're just losing the first match by just 5 runs.
This is driven straight down the pitch. Flat bat drive, but just a single to Davies.
It's nice to have a fielder who does all the ball cleaning for you, and that's Victor Medina's job. He's got the towel in his hand as he drops back, and Shafiq there just wants to have his 2 men a little bit straighter, a bit finer. And banks this one in short, and sort of a miscue here from Whitehead, but gets the single.
Yeah, so not too many boundaries of late. A bit of a streak of balls without. 6 legal deliveries. So important to keep picking up those boundaries. Just worked way down to fine leg for 1.
Yeah, nicely played.
Good fielding as well. That's Woody. Attacks that one well. Big one-hand pickup.
He certainly does. And I'd like to say to any of the team players that were here, not just during finals week, but during the Bet to Ball European Cricket League, I hope you've all got back safe and sound now. And if you are watching the cricket, get in touch. Let us know. Let us know where you're watching from. It'd be great to hear from you again. And also from the supporters. So this one is going to be wide once more from Shafiq. You can see what he's trying to do, but just can't get it down the right channel.
Yeah, that's right. Isn't it good to see Tyrone Peters out there umpiring as well? He's been able to extend his stay here in Spain, so we'll see him here. Potentially might see him in Portugal again next week, where he did umpire last year in the ECS, so yeah, looking forward to that. Here's Shafiq. That's clever bowling. This one doesn't go out, it kind of just tails back in. It's actually pretty well played by Whitehead to keep that one out. And look, even though it's a 10-over game and you feel like you should be attacking everything, sometimes, if you are set, keeping that good ball out like that, that might be a good move strategically, because at least he's still there.
Yeah, I think also, don't forget, Granada have had the opportunity to look at the bowling of Madrid as well. They don't know which ones they can target. And Shafiq, he was one of the tidier ones.
Nice shot. Push here. Well, they're going to go, and I think that's pretty good running. I mean, they spotted it early. There was a long chase for the man from long off, but they do get back for 2. Good batting.
Yeah, good batting indeed.
Nice ball of the over coming up. Shafiq's bowled pretty well. This one's just nudged away. Should just be a single. It is, and that's the end of 4. The score is 45 for 1. And if you're just joining us, a very, very good morning and welcome back to the FanCode European Cricket Series. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. We had to say goodbye to Andrew Ryan. Of course, he had to get back to some other commitments in Switzerland, but it was great to have Rhino with us, wasn't it, during the ECL?
Yeah.
Corey as well.
Corey yeah.
Back next week. You have earned yourself a break after this week as well, Rico, but isn't it great, you and me together, starting off the ECS like we did last year, actually, in Spain. It was Barcelona last year. This year, it's Cartama. But one thing's for sure, we're going to see plenty of entertainment in the ECS in 2022.
Yeah, there's a lot of good cricket coming up, and you see it all started here in Spain last year, like you say, in Barcelona. This time, it's a slightly different location, but we are, of course, in Malaga, Cartama, the home and the heart of the Costa del Sol. And after this week, you'll be making your plans to go to Portugal. See the likes of Conrad Greenshoes and Paolo Butsamasti. This one has been called a wide. It's a big wide.
Yeah, it was. Oh, yeah, no, it'll be strange actually to leave Spain after being here for quite a while. I don't think I'm often in one country so long. Credit to the batter who did try to get across to hit that. Hakeem, though. It's an unusual release point. It's almost like he accelerates after delivering the ball, isn't it, with Hakeem? But I think it's a bit off-putting for the batters as well.
It is. I mean, I think I said when he bowled in the last match, which is quite a tall guy, and he's pretty strongly built. You think the ball's going to come through at a bit of a pace, but you see the last bit of his action, he just sort of hardly puts anything into it at all. It's like a very slow, loose release. You see that there, and the batter there, well, he decides to leave that one. He says, okay, this is too good for me. And nice to see Hakeem Haka having a bit of a laugh about it as well.
Actually seems back a little bit. And, yeah, pretty well bowled. So I think the fielding's important as well. We've already seen the chance go down.
It's nicely played. Won't go to the boundary. Think of two. It's a good strong throw, but good running as well from the two fielders. Look like they're going upstairs to have a look at this.
Yeah, well, I mean, no official third umpire, but they do have a limited review system. You know the issue here, it's the bat plug. And, yeah, he turns well, and I think he should make it easily, but just have a look at this one here. Just plugs after the line, luckily, because once you're in, it should be fine. You see here, he's in there and then loses it. So yeah, once he's in, I mean, if he falls kind of diving or running for his crease, then he'll stay in. So that'll be okay. It'll be 2 runs. But yeah, sliding about off the pitch is a bit of a dangerous move, isn't it? Next one's driven by Davies down the ground. This will bring up the 50 for Granada. Bring it up in the 5th over.
Yeah, singles at the moment, so this is good for Madrid. It's good from Hakeem as well. It's, making the batter play and everything. Hasn't bowled anything really loose. Field is better as well. Got those 5 men out. Well bowled and unlucky. Hakeem pushes this one right up. So almost gets a Yorker net delivery. So good finish and a good over there from Hakeem. Only 5 runs coming from it. 50 years up, so they are on to be getting that 100 again, but I'm just wondering if they can get that extra acceleration in this part of the innings. They were unable to do it in the first match.
Yeah, that's right. It's been kind of a morning where 1 or 2 overs can define an innings. We saw that with the 27 in the last game. That came off that 1 over from Riley. In this one, Bentley went for 20 in the second. And I think we're just going to have it looks like maybe have a retired hurt situation. I think that's what's happened with Whitehead. I thought maybe he's going to go, maybe change a helmet or something, but we saw he looked like he was struggling a little bit with either a back or some sort of hamstring issue. So, I mean, that's a big blow, isn't it? As he's going to retire hurt for 26 and score 50 for 1. So, yeah, this will bring Adrian Riley to the crease. Have a look at this. That last shot. Yeah, that was earlier, wasn't it? That he maybe twinges his back, and so it's no good. Adrian Riley gets an opportunity, and he can watch this one fly. This is out of the ground. Maximo. Pretty good start to the over. James Davies, he might have lost his partner to injury, but he hasn't lost his touch. That's 6, and a really nice shot over wide, long on.
Yeah, nice shot. Well executed. He knows that he's got to keep going and doing his bit, and hopefully he gets some support from his captain this time. Oh, wow, that's firmly hit. And 4 runs. Excellent shot. And, well, watch out for the slide. And he's done everything, gave everything to try and get to that one, wasn't able to do it. And that's Victor Medina again.
I don't think it's a day for the foot first slide. And I'll tell you why. In fact, I'll show you why. Yep. More skid marks. And the red trousers barely staying on.
Beautiful shot, though. Nicely played. So, Davis is deciding it's time to get a move on.
So, 60 on the board. Davies. Again, he's another one that's looked better the more time he spent at the crease.
This is going to be 4 more. And he's just joining them up now, boundary after boundary. So 6 and 2 fours, and hungry for more. Botswaning batting, Lagia Joka.
Yeah, just about the direction of that delivery. Sneaks past the giant ice cube, makes an even longer chase for Woody. It will be 4 more to the total. Question from Joe Foster in the chat. Hello, Joe. Hope you're well. Will the LRS travel with the ECS? He's talking about a limited review system, which has been creeping into the ECS more and more, the use of technology. Well, wherever possible. I suppose wherever possible. Depends on the kind of angles we've got at particular grounds and ability to show them again. But yeah, it's all about trying to get more decisions right, but also balancing that with making sure the game doesn't get held up too much. I think it's important. It's used selectively, but it will be used, I think.
Yeah, Marcus Harvey on to ball. We did drop Whitehead on 20, but with Whitehead retired hurt, he was only able to add just 6 more runs to the total. Hasn't had the best of starts here with the ball, but now he can bowl at Adrian Riley. It's Riley's first delivery. Riley keen just to get off the mark. He was sort of outplaying that sort of shot earlier, just got a little edge to it. Offered a catch to the wicketkeeper, so he'll want to probably try and bat perhaps a bit more aggressively this time round.
Yeah, Adrian will normally open for Granada, but I think he's just trying to work out the best place for him in this form of the game. Probably not an out-and-out hitter. A shot down the ground. This time handled by the fielder without too many problems. To Medina. So takes us to the end of 6 overs. The score 67 for 1. It's good that the weather's held off for us, Rico. That was a bit of a concern, wasn't it? There were some quite big thunderstorms where we were staying, which is a little bit of a distance away, but yeah, we were a bit worried about the shape the ground would be in. But once again, credit to all the grounds crew and all the volunteers. And look, special shout out to David Cooper, of course, who is the groundsman here. Also Jay Wild, the president, I should say, of the Costa del Sol Cricket Club, for his very, very tireless efforts over the last few weeks in letting the ECL run so seamlessly here on the Costa del Sol.
Yeah, wasn't it lovely to see all of the comments from so many people? Certainly I got that on my social media postings about the cricket school project. So many kids playing cricket, and for them to be playing out there in the middle before the final, I think that was absolutely brilliant.
Here's Siddiqui. Deflected away. He's overcommitted here. He has a pop. I think he gets back.
Yeah, good early call there of no from Adrian Riley. There's no run here.
Yeah, decides to have a ping. I think by the time it gets there, not really travelling, but it was a good decision, I think, to send back Davies. He strikes up again here on 33. Is there something on this? He's gone. Wow, a little bit of a touch, I think. And, wow, good bit of bowling by Siddiqui, who we know gets a bit of extra bounce. And, yeah, this one just gets big on Davies, who was sent back to this end, but he couldn't survive too much longer. So that's both the set batters gone. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, just flirting with it. Maybe flicks the glove on the way past. Yeah, you can see that. I think it just flicks a little bit of the glove. Great camera work there.
Yeah.
And, yeah, well caught behind as well by Harry Young. So that's a big wicket to get at this point in the game. Granada 67 for 2.
Yeah, that was a good delivery. It was fast, it was quick, and it was right at the batter as well. I think if you're going to bowl that length, you can't give the width to the batter, and you can't drag it down the leg side. It's got to be right at him. That was good bowling, and you can see there the batter just trying to take a bit of evasive action. Not able to do so. James Davis gets a bit of glove onto it, and well taken by Harry Young as well. So Davis departs for 33 of 17.
Oh, and he knocks him over the very next ball. Abbott comes, Abbott goes. Sneaky, the decision to bowl him here in the 7th, paying dividends. And now he's on a hat-trick. What a ball that was to get first up. And you saw Abbott didn't quite get in line with it. It cracked into the top of middle stump. And this game turns on its heels. Score now 67 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, this is a boogie, oogie, woogie, kookaburra fireball. And, well, Richard Abbott was nowhere. His feet were in the wrong place. He didn't fancy it. He backs away. Didn't fancy the pace. And Siddiqui says, well, if you don't fancy it, well, I do. I fancy you. I fancy knocking him over. And he does. Juggle the foot this style. That's a big wicket.
Yeah, really nice bit of bowling. It's always smart, I think, to attack the stumps first up to a new batter.
Yeah.
Always bound to be a bit nervous. Some batters do different things. Some kind of shuffle away like that. Some get their pads in too far across and play around their pads. I think if you can get something that's going to hit the stumps first up, it's normally a good idea. So this will be keeper Jerry O'Brien to come out and face the hat-trick ball.
Well, they've got the field in for it. They want it. And I'm sure Siddiqui wants it. And if he can get this one on the money as well, there's no reason why not. We had a fair share of hat-tricks at this ground, certainly in the Bat to Ball European Cricket League.
5 in the end in the ECL. They've got 2 slips in, a first slip and a floating slip. They've got a short cover, short mid wicket as well. Here we go, hat-trick ball for Siddiqui. Pretty good ball, but O'Brien's equal to it. You see the field spread a little bit. So what he's done, not just taking the wickets, but he's stopping the scoring as well. So yeah, Granada looked kind of cruising to a 100-plus score. Not so easy anymore, I think, with 2 new batters at the crease.
Yeah, well bowled. Was saying that they were wanting to try and accelerate. And with Harvey's last over, they did just that. But now, Sadiq is bringing it back in favour of Madrid CC, especially taking those key wickets.
Must be a wide down leg side. Just losing his direction. I can see how it would be a difficult bowler to face, Siddiqui, though. Just the way that he slings it from quite a high angle. He's tall, and he seems to have longer arms than he should, even though he is tall. So, I mean, I just think it's just
What do you mean he seems to have longer arms than he should? What do you
He's
mean?
got long arms. He looks like his arms go down to his knees. I just think it's like coming out of a catapult. Just look at the way he bowls as well. A bit of the West Indians of the 70s and 80s about his style.
Yeah, he has got, I have to say, he just certainly has that feel about him when he comes. Every so often he does put a bit more into it. It's like the one that he had Davis caught behind. There was a little bit of extra in that one. And he's able to generate some good pace.
Last ball. Oh, very good spell from Ziggy. He's got 2 for 7. Well, make that 2 for 8. He'll bowl that one again. But, yeah, still, it's been a kind of innings turning over, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. He starts from a long way back, does Siddiqui, and I don't really think that he needs this run. I mean, you have a look at it, he never really generates any pace. It's just all about him trying to get a rhythm, momentum, but I think he can be doing this from about 10 paces. Look, because I think he actually starts about there.
Yeah, this one explodes off the pitch. So O'Brien can't score in 3 attempts. Into 7 overs. The score is 69 for 3.
Yeah, good over. I think the only runs off that one came courtesy of wides. So he's taken 2 wickets for just 8 runs. So he's played his part. And now I think Madrid CC will be hoping that they can go on and get these 18 deliveries in, and we're trying to restrict Granada to say maybe about, I don't know, under 90.
Yeah, well, it's possible. And one thing we'd love is if you follow us on social media at European Cricket and subscribe to our YouTube channel. You can also follow me and Rico on our social media pages. But yeah, a lot of good stuff on there at the moment, Rico, especially with the ECL wrapping up and our reflections on the tournament. Some of the highlights, of course, from a final day where the championship was awarded to Care Badalona, the Spanish representatives. So yeah, you can catch us on our social media. This one's just edged away to point. Well, they will scramble through for 1.
Good work from Madrid CC here at the moment. They can, I suppose, sense that they've got some key wickets here that they needed. And now's the time to try and turn the screw and really make it difficult for Granada to get any big runs on the board. Hakeem back into the attack.
There's the full toss and just patted back. So that's one you probably want to try and do more with at this stage in the game. Yeah, so Darren Warwick in the chat thinks that he looks a bit like a placid version of Colin Croft, which, yeah, I see where you're going with that. It does have that kind of long lever action of some of those West Indies pacemen of that era.
Yeah, good observation, Darren Warwick. Yeah, I see where you're coming from.
Well, Andrew asking, do many of the Pack Care squad make it into Corey's Spanish 20-man squad? Will probably count as the man who's on top of that. We've probably been concentrating on this morning, so if Keanu's got the information on the Spanish squad, that'll be good, because I know Corey's busy with some high-performance stuff this week with the Spanish team. It will rejoin us in the commentary box and rejoin me when you take a break next week, Rico.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we'll be able to ask him all about that. Definitely, I think there'll be a new look to the squad. We already saw that with the unofficial matches that Spain played last year against the MCC in Austria. And I do think it'll be a slightly different look. This one is driven nicely through the offside. Nobody back at cover. So this will be 4. Nice shot by O'Brien, who's taken a little while to get going. But yeah, it doesn't overhit this. Hakeem, I think the tendency would be to drag him to the leg side because of the speed he's bowling, but that's just a good cricket shot.
Yeah, it's nicely played. It's all about placement. He uses his wrists really well to get that ball to go in the right place. And he's got a bit of power behind it as well. That'll certainly give him a bit of confidence that he needs, getting his first boundary.
Last ball of the over for Hakeem. It's just been leaned on down to third man. Was Jerry O'Brien turning blind, but decides against the second. End of 8 overs. The score is 78 for 3. If you go back to the first game after 8 overs, it was 83 for 4. They were able to put together 21 off their last 2. So yeah, probably one of the biggest things that we're concerned about here is Joe Whitehead. He's clearly one of their go-to batters and also an important bowler for them. He's been off with that injury. He retired not out or retired hurt for 26 when the score was 50. We haven't seen him since, so...
Yeah, I think, look, it's the first day and we know that he's the key player. He's going to be key for as we come to the end of this series. So they want him fit. So if it means that he takes a bit of time out early on just to get right before, and he doesn't niggle it too much, it makes sense. So I think that's a good call for me.
It's a long week as well, isn't it? For these teams, they'll play 8 matches and then potentially finals for 4 of these 5 teams here. Cut away, but straight at the fielder. Yeah, I think at this stage of the game, I think probably might be worth just kind of taking off on contact. I think with the field more or less back, even the ones that are in the infield, be a very good piece of fielding to run you out. This is a dot ball. Oh, he's got to break the shackles here. drives. This time he does get the one. Good early call that time.
Yeah, but this is still good though from Madrid. They're not going to be worried about these singles. They've done really well the second part of this innings. They did the same in the first match, to be fair to them. But when we saw that one expensive over for Marcus Harvey, the 6 that went for 17, you thought, well, here we go. The acceleration right on cue. But they brought it back well. And you see here now at the moment, they're just bowling a nice tidy line. I like the way that they've really sort of committed themselves to get that ball outside the off stump, just short of a length. They haven't offered too many gundy balls, I like to say. And they have made Granada really work hard for their runs. The captain's still out there. He's on strike now. He's 4 not out of 5. He knows that he needs to play a few big shots here. One would be eyeing up the leg side boundary.
Driven down. So no real boundary pressure coming of late for Granada.
It's not just boundary pressure there, so like that one there as well, because he doesn't hit it so cleanly. I think you need to be pushing. You need to run that first one quick. Really try and make, if you're not getting a boundary, try and convert the single into 2s.
So, last ball of the night. Bentley hasn't taken a wicket as yet. I think O'Brien's going after him here. No, he can't. And so, it'll be a handy dot to finish the over. Bentley, I think that's about what he went for before. Goes for 24. So, batter was alert to that throw from the keeper. It's the end of 9 overs. The score is 82 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, but a terrific second over from Bentley. Just gave it just 4 runs. His first one, you know, was a magical one. Went for 20 in his first and just 4 there, and that just again summarises just how good Madrid have been in the second part. And now they'll be wanting to finish it off, and it's going to be their captain, Galileo, Finlayson Bleu. Leo, they said just call him Leo. 1 or 2 people in the chat remember him from when he used to play back in New Zealand. Said, yeah, we just call him Leo. So here he comes with his socks on. For a single.
Yeah, so have put the brakes on pretty effectively, haven't they? The last 3 overs going for 2, 9 and 4. Just 1 boundary in there. It was the shot by O'Brien through the covers.
Yeah, it's a bit of tiki-taka in it. Tiki-taka needs some boom-boom. Can O'Brien give us a bit of boom-boom here? When he goes for it, it's up in the air, but he may have found the fielder. And he has, and it's a catch taken. And it's well taken as well by Victor Medina. He's been good out there, Victor. He's made some good stops in the field. We've seen him sliding and diving for his team, and now he takes the catch. So O'Brien does try and go big. He tries to convert tiki-takas into boom-boom, but there's not boom-boom, it's adios, because he has to go. And he's back on his way to the dugout. He makes 8 of 11 deliveries.
Yeah, so yeah, as we predicted, he was trying to up the ante. He couldn't quite get the kind of contact required, take it over the fielder. It was smartly summed up by Medina. He came in, judged it well, took a safe catch. Yeah, conditions pretty good out here now. Haven't had too much rain for a while. I think the ball should be fairly dry. And yeah, not too much wind at the moment either. So 83 for 4, 4 balls to go, and gives us a chance to look at Gary Randall coming in at number 6. And so Galileo with the wicket. He's got 1 for 12. 4 to come. That's clever bowling. Just a new batter. It gets him reaching, and not an easy one to coordinate. And you're playing away from your body early in your innings.
Randall needs to get back onto ball. There's only 2 balls left. 2 or 3, 3 to come.
Here he come. It's better, but that's a pretty ambitious field placing there. But
I like it.
Yeah,
you know, I like
Shafiq,
it.
nothing getting past him. It's cracked straight to him. So good work. Now I think you pretty much got to run no matter what. I think. Very good over this last one. Only 1 run off it so far.
In the air, gets it in the gap. Got to try and go 2 here. I mean,
I think Riley wants to face the last one.
I can understand it from the skip. He wants to try and hit a big boundary, but he hasn't hit a boundary yet in his innings.
Yeah, well, he'll have no chance of hitting one if he runs a second. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't mind it. It's captain. He's taking responsibility. He wants to face the last one.
Here we go. Can he get the 90 on the board?
Let's see if he can smoke a Maximo here. Well, short answer's no.
But now he does want to. Will he get him? No, he'll get a single. That's very clever. Cleverly bowled. That's also from Leo. Just sort of says, I know what you want. You want pace on it. You want to hit a boundary. Just floats it up to him. Good length delivery. Just going to get a single. So that is the end of the innings. And they will finish on 85 for 4.
Yeah, they will. And so I think it's a much improved performance. I mean, one of the main issues there was Whitehead having to retire hurt on 26 when the score was 50. And they found it a bit hard going after that, especially after James Davies was dismissed for 33. Not too long after, they kind of laboured that last 4 overs. 67 off 6. And only had another 18 runs off the last 4. So a great finish, but the main thing will be if they can chase it down. Madrid CC looking for their first win in the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Cartama 2022. And the rematch was on, and it was a bit of crossed wires that resulted in the first run out. And I don't know what Townsend was saying, but he was saying, well, just watch your back. With
here we have it again. He's here on the other ear, baby. Come on, I'll race you. I'll race you. And it wasn't to be. They do get the wicket. It was a cheap dismissal for Townsend. But then, well, Joe Whitehead played some nice, strong shots. And then there was that partnership, wasn't there, between him and James Davies. They played some nice shots, timed the ball and stroked the ball well. And 1 or 2 went up in the air, were close enough to the fielders. But it was good hitting at that point. And that was a big opportunity. And that was when Whitehead was dropped on 20 by Harvey. But it didn't matter too much because, well, after just 6 more runs on the board, after we saw that skid and slide, then it was time to retire for Joe Whitehead. He was feeling a bit of pain in his back, so he went. And then it's, well, this man, I think he bowled really well, did Siddiqui, was really generating some pace. And not only did he get Davies caught behind, and then it was time to get Richard Abbott bowled very first ball. And that was a boundary from O'Brien, but really that was the only boundary sort of in the period of play. What brought very little runs for Granada. There wasn't too much that they profited from. And it was smiles from Madrid CC, because as we know, it was exactly 50 at the halfway point. But then only 35 runs came in the second 5 overs. So Madrid CC will like to believe that they are in the driving seat in this one. They would love to end this sort of mini series between Granada, with them winning this one and making it 1 apiece. Well, we'll have to wait and see how it goes as we have a look at that scorecard. So Whitehead, but let's hope he's okay. 26 of 20 before he retired hurt. And James Davies 33 of 17, but was well caught, you'd have to say, by Harry Young of the bowling of Imran Siddiqui. And Siddiqui picked up 2 for 8. Certainly was the pick of the bowlers there as well. Also, I think the fielding from Madrid was spot on. We saw wickets as well from Leo, the captain. He bowled very well. He's 2 overs, 1 for 14. And though there weren't wickets for Hakeem, I do like what Hakeem does. I think there will be batters that will get hold of him for sure, but he's also going to cause a lot of troubles as well, as with his deceptive pace. He only went for 14. So this is going to be evenly poised, this match. Granada this time not able to get past the 100 mark. We saw them put 104 on the board when they registered their first win, just restricting Madrid to 99. Well, Madrid, they'll love to get anywhere near the 90s, because if they do, they will win this one. Is it going to be 1 apiece? Join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo, as we come back in about 10 minutes time for the conclusion of this match. Volvemos en 10 minutos.
Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol. Sun's out, ready to party. And this is the final innings of the morning session. It's been a doubleheader between Granada and Madrid Cricket Club. In the first game of the day, it was Granada that got over the line just by a bare margin. It was 104 to 99. A rematch today. A rematch coming straight after. It's Granada 85 in the first innings, so not scoring quite as many. Concern there in the first innings as Whitehead went off with an injury, and that probably means we won't see him bowl. And so now we're going to see if Madrid Cc can put together their first win of ECS 22 here in Spain. And it's going to be Jamshed Ur-Rahman, who chipped in with a couple of wickets in the first game. He'll be opening up. And, at the crease, we've got Galileo Finlayson play and Marcus Harvey. As we get ready for play, it'll be 86 to win. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full with me, and Rico, should be an interesting game, just like the last one was.
Yeah, it should be. Hello to everybody. Yeah, Rahman is it's got this little run, but really, it's, oh dear, with this one, I was going to say he has this little run, but there's not really too much he does with it at the other end.
Where does he go wrong here, though, Rico? I mean,
from the start.
Just a little bit outside.
He bowls spin, so not really sure what the run was about, but I don't know what happens here. I think he's trying to maybe copy what Hakeem's been doing, but Hakeem's got it sussed.
Through a warm-up delivery, if ever I saw one. It's going to be called no ball for off the pitch. So now, free hit coming up. And he's hit this one.
Yeah.
And, well, here we are back in ECS. And he could have left this for a
Just
wide.
leave it.
If you're not going to hit it to a boundary, I'm sure he was trying to hit it to the boundary. And then yeah, just let it go for a wide. But anyway, somehow he gets out of that, and there's only 2 runs on the board after the first ball.
Yeah, he actually bowled very well in the first match. He was getting the ball right up there, but just starting a little bit short. Let's see if he can get it right this time. Well, no, he can't. And again, the batter hits it. This one, what's the height on this now? I just wonder where the height this is. Does it dip that much?
Wow. I mean, this seemed miles high.
I mean, that's a no ball.
Has to be a no ball. That's chest high.
What's going on here, guys?
What's going on? Have they bent the laws of physics?
Well, I think Jerome Peters, maybe it's a different manual for ECS. I'm not sure. I'm not sure why that wasn't given. That was in it. That's one that's been missed for me.
Wow.
I mean, you just leave those alone. It's down the leg side, leave it alone. Unless you're going to pelt it for 6.
I mean, that's one that was no ball. You should have been able to hit it and get another ball, but they won't get another ball.
On the knees to take a single. He's ducking and diving, the bowler. He gets it on the knees, then he runs towards the ball, then runs back. Gets it in the air. Well, it's all happening out there. What a crazy start to the innings. And I suppose the key thing is at the moment is that there's no wickets have gone down. So this need to just try and get the 2 batters here, Finlayson and Marcus. Just say, right, come on, let's just get some sort of pattern going here. And, get the singles moving, put the bad ball away, get a good start.
Rahman. This one outside the off stump will be called a wide. So, yeah, extras, a bit of a concern, as you can imagine. Not a huge target. Getting that outswing that time. Just swinging a bit too much. This time does get a fair piece of it, and that's going to go all the way. Maximo! Harvey goes bang, and this first over ends up costing 13. Finally cashes in one of these loose ones. It does well to get back in his crease and lift that one up over the boundary. At the end of the first over, 13 on the board, so more than what's required. The pace required, I'd say around about 17 every 2 overs, so certainly a good start for Madrid CC, Rico.
Yeah, good hit there from Harvey. Puts the first boundary on the ball, and he does it Maximo style. Que grande! Grande 6. And yeah, that's all they need to do, really, isn't it? Just run their singles well and look to pick up a boundary and over if they can. And they'll be home.
James Davies will continue. Yeah, but wind's just kind of blowing all over the place at the moment. It's mostly behind the bowl, a bit right to left as well. We know it can kind of swirl around this Cartama Cricket Oval. Good cutaway, and, well, really good bit of fielding in the end. And Richie Abbott, who put his body on the line, if that was passing, was probably going 4. And there's Fletcher. So he's improved his throwing. Good backing up from Fletch.
He's got his arm back. Oh, Fletch.
Got his own technique, doesn't he?
He's got a bit of a T-Rex arm, hasn't he?
That's good areas from Davies. So yeah, the first one got away a little bit. Yeah, just need a second over to just bring things back into balance.
But isn't it great? I mean, look, Fletch, hand it to him. I mean, he's worked tirelessly with the ECN, and now he gets the opportunity to play some cricket, and he's out there and he's loving it. And we're loving watching him. Go, 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 Fletch!
Just worked away. Probably pad here, but we won. Maybe just off the gloves then. So
I hear that Fletch gives you some bit of competition with the old karaoke as well.
Yeah,
Is
I know.
that right?
Yeah, he's great. Yeah, Fletcher's been one of our crew, one of the blue crew. So it's great to see him representing us out there. He likes to get up. Well, this is scooped up, and Kingma, he's going to come around and just patrol the boundary this time. Just keeps it to 1. Yeah, no, Fletch likes a bit of karaoke. Rico, we never get you up on the karaoke, Rico. We'll get you one day.
One day. I've got to protect my voice, haven't I? I don't know how you do it. How do you do it?
Normally, when it's quite late.
I do my karaoke in the mornings before the start of the game. You know that.
Yeah, well, yeah, you do. The other thing is it's my last week at Sunset Beach here this week, so it'll be my last chance to do a show on Wednesday.
Yeah.
So that might be my...
You selling tickets?
No, I don't think anyone would buy them. That's fine. No, looking forward to that. Just worked away off the pads. Good fielding by Phil Townsend, who, let's just say, he hasn't had a lot of luck with the bat, but yeah, still giving 100% in the field. Nice work.
Yeah, throwing himself around for his team. End of the over. Nice tidy over that one as well. Just the 5 runs are coming over at 18 without loss. And one thing that Madrid CC need to be thinking about is if I were them, I mean, it's not a big lot of runs on the board, but I would be saying, look, whatever that rate is, let's calculate it based on 12 balls less, because you know you're going to get 2 overs of Kingma, and not too many. You wouldn't think you're going to get too many runs from that. So I think when they've got the opportunity, they've got to play the shots, because I think this time round, like you were suggesting in the first match between these two, looks like they're just holding Kingma back.
Hold him back. Get him to win you the game. That'll be the plan anyway. And the idea is, okay, even if he bowls like the wind, can the rest of his teammates handle it? I mean, well, we have a bit of a bye epidemic or something. That's the thing. No disrespect to the keeper, of course, Jerry O'Brien, but Kingma, if he really cracks it up, it won't be too easy for him. Here's Abbott now with the ball.
Oh, well, this one is...
Oh, there you go. His arm does work. It's going to be no ball plus 4 byes and a free hit coming up. And that's one way to intimidate the batter.
Well, the keeper here, Jerry O'Brien, does make no attempt to try and stop it. I mean, you've got to try and stop those when it's a no ball, because they're getting onto your records. It's going to be byes.
Just giving Tyrone a friendly fire here. He had a very good tournament, actually, during the ECL. Tyrone Peters, he's a square leg at the moment. And it was selected to umpire the final. Did a very, very good job. I love the way he dealt with the players and stuff as well. If I was saying to Tyrone, maybe that one earlier, I'd be in his style, I'd say, bro, you've got to see that one's high. And now the free hit is pulled away, and this should go to the boundary as well. It does. So Harvey has been good against that short ball. And Abbott can't get the radar right. 4 more runs to Madrid CC as they hunt their first win of ECS 22.
Yeah, it's more like it. He does like to rot back into his crease well, doesn't he? And he puts that away. It's another boundary. And you can see that the captain now, Adrian Riley, just moving things around a little bit. Just moving some fielders from one part of the field to the other.
So follow up this time. It's, yeah, certainly power play a bit more expensive, I think, than Granada were planning. Let's see if and how they do use Viv Kingma in this innings.
Oh, this has been absolutely hammered. That's a shot of the day so far. Que grande, que guay. Manos arriba, Vidro. Eso es 6 carreras.
Yeah, it's really impressive. Once again, just too short. And yeah, big trouble. So, Madrid Cc heading for their first win of the series.
Yeah, he's hit that really well. I mean, there's still some work to do, but certainly without any wickets having fallen so far, they're in the 30s now. And Harvey giving the ball a good old hit. This is out on this, chase on, and not going to stop it. Is this pad? I believe it is, yes, 4 leg buys. They're just losing his line a little bit there, Richard Abbott. And though it doesn't come off the bat, it still finds its way to the boundary. So just give you an indicator, just still, even in these conditions and with the amount of rain we had last week, this outfield is still very, very quick.
Down leg side, this time we called a wide. Bit of a extras epidemic here. Already up to 12 runs. So yeah, not exactly what you need at this stage. So Abbott still got 1 ball to close out this over. And a reasonably expensive one. This is chipped away, it just gets over the fielder. Can we come back for 2 here? They will. It's a pretty nice effort there from Townsend. He flung himself at that one, but he won't be able to catch up with it. 2 to finish the 3rd. Into the power play, it's 41 for no loss.
Yeah, well, John Woodward isn't batting, but I can hear him calling the runs. 2-2-2, he says, and they do take 2 to finish the 3rd over. It's a good power play. 41 on the board. Let's see, have a nice shot of the ground there once more. You see plenty of clouds and the colours that they're forming out there, the greys and the whites, all the different shades. It's quite sensational, but what's also sensational is the sun that we're getting as well. It's all good so far, and it's all good so far for Madrid as well. Madrid, of course, a team that doesn't have a home ground in Madrid, and they do a lot of travelling. Normally, for a league game, they would travel up to 900 kilometres, a trip of 900 kilometres just to play cricket. And I have to say, every time I think about the travelling that they do, it's quite amazing. It really is. And that shows the passion and the dedication that the guys have. Kingma into the attack.
Yeah, this is a key moment in the game, isn't it? Because they've just identified that the game's slipping away from them a little bit. So here's Viv. Beats the bat, hits the pad. So yeah, Viv might be able to generate a bit more pace now. Sun's out, I think footing's a little bit friendlier for him. I think he'll be targeting those stumps. I think that's what he'll be doing. He's played 1 day international cricket for the Netherlands. Got some big scalps as well, Viv. Slides into the pads. Again, just be a leg bite.
Yeah, just been drifting, hasn't he? He saw the ball before, which was a bit quicker than that one. It looks like you're right. He's trying to target wicket-to-wicket bowling, trying to knock the stumps over, but not getting it right at the moment. Just the ball seems to be drifting down the leg side.
Yeah, not really getting that movement. And wind's a tricky one. It's kind of all over the place. Same again. And you see the batters are a bit more cautious against Viv, aren't they? Compared to some of the other bowlers, but also he won't give you as much. He recently toured South Africa with the Dutch national team and actually bowled pretty well. So, yeah, that unfortunately was.
He did have a good time with the ball.
Yeah, he did. Goes his own techniques. The full toss, overcooked the Yorker. We'll get first one off the bat this over. Yeah, that was the tour that halfway through the first game, the Omicron kind of was a situation, and after only
Yeah.
2 overs of the second innings, the Dutch innings, they called off that tour. So, sign of the times, really. Effort ball, down leg side, to be a wide. I know Viv, and, you know, he plays the game in the right spirit, and he has this morning as well, but he likes to win as well. He's here to win, and so I think he wants to make sure he has to dial it up a little bit, that he probably will. He's just straining for that Yorker. Last ball of the 4th. Nice shot, it's clipped off the toes, so it'll just be 1. Fielding's done out there by James Davies. 4 overs down, 46 for no loss. And certainly hope that you're enjoying the coverage wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. And yeah, we are starting the ECS today, which is, I suppose, most of the matches on ECN in a year are ECS matches. They're domestic cricket matches. They're from clubs within one country. And then we'll move around, starting right here in Cartama, where we finished off the ECL on Saturday. And the main thing is, with the weather, we were a bit worried about it, weren't we, last night? There were thunderstorms that were out here. I'm sure the players here, they're loving what they're doing out here.
The storm last night was something else. I mean, we got back to the hotel, and then obviously there was, by the time we got to our rooms, etc., and then the heavens opened, and it was, well, it was
like
heavy.
a pyrotechnics show last night, wasn't it?
It really was. I mean, my room, I mean, the lights weren't on, but it's like somebody was playing about with the light switches.
Yeah,
all over the place.
It was big lightning, but yeah, good news is, seems to have avoided us here at the Cartama Cricket Oval. Riley comes in, and this time, a little bit of pace on. Riley was the man that went for 27 in that 1 over last time. But in the end, it didn't cost them the game, so we'll be happy about that. And let's see if they bowl Kingma out now, or maybe they hold him back a little bit for later in the innings.
Yeah, I think a lot depends how this over from Riley goes. Certainly started a lot better than he did last time. Well, this one will be called maybe a wide. Yes, it is. And I think it could have been a wide for probably on a couple of occasions, but he's gone for the height. Yeah, good call. But,
so suddenly, you've got Jeff Thompson out there. He came on bowled spin, got whacked, so he said, I'm going to bowl some bounces.
Yeah, he can't bowl another short ball either now, folks. That's the one for the over as well.
This one's a little bit short, and it's pulled away. Should be stopped. Not quite sure that's the technique I would have gone for. It allows 2. Townsend just boots it back into play. 2 runs.
Well, unusual technique, but look, he said, I'm making sure you're going that way first, and now I'm going to pick you up and get you in. Well, I suppose that's one way to do it, Townsend.
Yeah, Riley. Now, he's so smooth, the number won't stick on his back.
What number is it supposed to be?
He was 8.
That was an 8.
That was an 8.
That was never an 8.
It was. It's about now a quarter of an 8. So maybe it's a 2. I think it's the bottom right.
Okay then. Anyway, here he comes.
Yeah, goes at him and cracks it away behind point. And well, it was stopped out there in the end. That's Whitehead, who is out on the field, so that's a good side. But I think he probably just plugs in the ground here. It's still pretty soft turf here at Cartama, as you'd imagine, with the amount of rain we've had over the last week. But it does make the stop.
And I got a laugh there. I mean, you got Adrian Riley. He's trying to get the ball back from his fielders. They're all throwing it over his head, and every time it lands right in the middle of that quicksand area. Good luck with this one. Be a bit sticky.
Goes back and punches this towards the fielder. Now that's more like it. He had plenty of time to set up that time. Phil Townsend.
Liking that. Get your hands down.
Yeah, the old hands method. I mean, a bit radical, but I think that was good fielding that time.
Not a bad over so far. 6 runs from it. A couple of deliveries to come.
50 has come up during the over, though. A bit too short this time. Finds the gap.
Oh, brilliant.
Excellent fielding. James Davies been excellent in all aspects, really, this morning. Everything he's done. And that time he saves 3 for his team. Only a single. I thought this was 4, gotta admit. But he just found an angle on it.
Yeah, really good stop from Davies here. Does really well. Saves 3 runs for sure.
This time it's a bit short. This one is going to go the journey. Maximo! Adrian Riley just was dicing with the short ball. This one was cashed in. Lovely controlled strike by Marcus Harvey as he moves to 31 off only 17 balls. Madrid Cc looking good at the moment. 59 for no loss. They require 27 off the last 5 overs.
Yeah, that's his shot, isn't it, Harvey? He rocks back, thumps it. And he's got his team in a really good position here at the moment. They're in the 50s, 59, so they're easily cruising at the moment. Remember, you still got 6 balls, though, off Kingma to come. And they're holding him back at the moment. It looks like it's going to be Philip Townsend to have a bowl here. And see if he can get the breakthrough. Kingma will go to the mid-wicket boundary. With, Adrian Riley there at long on. But they're keeping the square leg open. And I'm pretty sure that will change depending on who's at the striker's end. Marcus Harvey, he's put too many that end. Well, actually it's changing now. They're deciding that for both these batters. They'd much rather have square leg and mid-wicket back. Here we go, nice start, good delivery. We've seen too many short deliveries from the bowlers from Granada in this innings, and that's nice to see Townsend starting full and straight. And this is up in the air, first opportunity, and it's been well taken, no mistakes at all. G. Abbott takes the catch, and that's the virtues of pitching the ball up, making the batters hit straight. He doesn't get a good piece of this and doesn't time it right. And Townsend gets the breakthrough. The first wicket falls at 59.
Yeah, just what you need when the rate's gone under a run of ball. You need to remove one of the batters from the equation. They would have liked to have gotten Harvey, but still, I think that they'll be happy with whatever they get. And yeah, it was a good catch by Abbott. And I know that Craig Davies said that the Lama Cricket Club are watching their old clubmate, Richie Abbott, all the way from Hong Kong. Go Granada. So, well, I'm sure they'll be cheering the guys on. That's one part of the puzzle. I still think you're going to have to get rid of Harvey. Woodward coming to the crease. He looked good earlier, didn't he? Put together an innings of 39. But, you know, still got an over from Kingma as well. I think, you know, get a few dots stacking up. And I think Woodward early as well. It might be a bit suspect. And might be trying to cut off a single. They do have a short cover in there. I like that.
Yeah, I mean, Woodward, okay, coming in now, that's fair enough. It's a chase on here for, well, that's going to be Fletch. And Fletch can't catch this. Be careful jumping over that boundary fence, Fletch. But yeah, they've gone for Woodward instead of Shafiq.
Yeah, interesting that. It was just a genuine edge, wasn't it? And yeah, Fletch couldn't cut off the angle. So, yeah, that's a fortunate one, but you make your own luck, I suppose. Woodward gets off the mark with 4. Townsend, I liked what he's brought to the table so far with the ball. And now he gets the wicket, so 4 and out for Woody. And it's a little off cut, I think, from Townsend. Does the trick, so 2 wickets in quick succession. Madrid CC 63 for 2.
Yeah, this is what you have to do. If you want to sort of snatch this one out of the bag, you've got to take wickets. And taking wickets, getting new batters in, slaying the rate down, that's what they've done. And Townsend, well, good bowling from him. He was unlucky with the 4, of course, it was an edge, but it's just bowling up to the stumps, and Woodward drifts away, tries to create room for himself. Not a good shot. He won't want to be watching this one again. And, well, he keeps his head nice and still, looking downwards, and he's able to see the ball smash into the stump. So Don Woodward comes and goes, and now we're looking at the here. It's going to be Shafiq who comes out the bat.
Yeah, Shafiq looked good last time. I suppose what you would say about Woodward there, doesn't waste too many balls, 4 off 2. And they've got Shafiq coming in now with Harvey. So I think these two can take it home, but if you get one, or especially both, could be game on. Townsend, again fairly straight. Good effort by the fielder, but...
Well,
yeah.
they've got to just keep running here.
You could have run 3 if you could have run 3 from the first. No, it was at 4 though.
Oh, they are going to run 3.
Now they're going to get 3. If they run 4, we won't have to check it. Let's have a look to see if this is 4 or not. is, well, he just gives it the big hoof, doesn't he? I like this effort. It's like a video game. People going down all over the place.
Goal line clearance.
I think that's fine. Yeah,
he's okay there, yeah.
He's hoofed that. So it'll be 3 runs. 3 runs. Saves 1. All right.
Important now that Harvey, he's going to be on strike because they do get 3. And he stays there to the end. He's going to bring this home for Madrid. Going to be close, this, isn't it? Just outside the line.
No, I think this hits him on leg stump, and it might just be moving past. So you'll see it here. These are one of these left to right kind of cutters. And I think that's probably just sneaking down leg side. Good shout though. I like that over from Townsend. He only concedes 7, picks up 2 wickets. So yeah, potentially a match defining over after 6 overs. It's 66 for 2. 20 required off the last 24. Well, that looks pretty easy, especially when you look at the batters they got at the crease. But you know, I do think I'm going to have to get one from Viv. And Adrian Riley is going to come back now. And so well, he'll be hoping that he can keep it tight. They've used 6 different bowlers so far in the first 6 overs. I liked what I saw from Townsend there. So he'll probably get the 8th. So I think they're just trying to hang in the game. And then hopefully they can use Kingma down the stretch. But
got to pitch up though, Riley, hasn't he? Got to pitch up.
Cover in place. It's a better delivery into a bit of space, but fielders will get there. Into a gap though, so they will get 2.
Yeah, certainly like the energy.
That's Kingma's run all the way from long on to back that up, and that's just good cricket IQ from the Dutch international.
Yeah, I mean it's what you've been taught, and once you've been taught it and you do it for year in year out, you don't forget it. Kingma.
Goes for this. This is high. It's a catching opportunity for Townsend. And, oh, this one completely
it's on the
eats
chest.
him up. Wow.
He takes it on the chest. Townsend, I'm telling you now, Townsend is a footballer. We've seen him use his feet well when he's with the balls on the ground, and now he uses his chest as well, but he won't have the chest is in his hands.
Well, that one's a clavicle buster. I mean, I don't know how much hand was on this. We'll have a look. But,
none.
Wow. It's a big opportunity.
It's a bruise. That's what that is. Oh, that's a big slog.
Yeah, I mean, not nearly necessary at this stage to be playing the big shots. But, yeah, I suppose you could win the game in 3 big hits. That's maybe what they're going to try and do off Riley. He went for a few earlier.
Yeah, Harvey's played well. His strength is on the onside. I think he just got to be patient. Doesn't want to throw his wicket away here. Well, that is a Gundy ball. I changed my words quickly, and it's been put away. I mean, you can't be bowling those off-trackers, and it's absolutely been smashed. He's given that some welly, Captain Caveman style. 6 more.
Yeah, good execution of the pull stroke, though. It was there to hit.
Well, that's how you put the garbage out. And he's done it emphatically. Not a good ball, that, from Adrian Riley. Let's see if he can come back. 37, Harvey moves on to.
Just 11 more required. And now this one's going to be more. Yeah, it's a knee-high full toss round the corner. Maximo. Harvey, what an innings this has been. 43 not out of 21. And they're very, very close to being able to bring up the winning runs and their first win of ECS Spain.
Yeah, nice shot. It wasn't the best of deliveries. He's bowled a Gundy short one, and now he bowls a Gundy full toss, and the result is the same. Harvey smashes it away and moves on to 43 of just 21 deliveries.
I wondered about the wisdom of bowling Riley this over, just because he's still got resources he might not use now down the stretch. 85 required off 19. So you feel like they'd have to fall over to lose. Now next over, who do you go to? Do you go to Kingma, or do you stick with Townsend, who was so good last over?
You go with Kingma. You try and take it as deep as you can, wouldn't you?
Last ball of the 7th. Looks like we will go to an 8th. It's a long chase. Come back for 2. They'll get there. So in the end, it's quite an expensive one. 17 come off the 7th. The score is 83 for 2. And coming up, we have two new teams hit the park. Costa del Sol, the host club. We have seen them before on ECN in the Spanish Championship weekend, but it's their first ECS, and they will bowl first after winning the toss against Malaga. And Malaga, I do like Nadeem Hussain. I played a game with him a couple of weeks ago. He does hit the ball well. He's also a pretty clever bowler. I've got to say, Costa del Sol, they've got Avinash Pai in there. They've got Andrew James Crom. They've got Samir Nayak and Renessa. They've got a pretty strong team. I think they'll start strong favourites in that game, which will start in about 20 minutes' time. But right here, we're looking at potentially the last over. Townsend, they are bringing him back. He did take 2 wickets last time. Only 3 to play with. After this, it'll be 2. Costa del Sol, quite a few players that we've seen in the night series earlier in the year as well. Quite a few that we also saw turning out for the Calpe Giants in the ECL. So, I mean, that was a pretty good-looking squad, wasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly was. And they've got it's a good. Well, this one finishes the game, and he does it in style. And what a way to do it as well! Because not only is Harvey finishing this match early, he's also bringing up the 50, the first FanCode European Cricket Series 50 here in Spain, and well batted to Marcus Harvey. He's batted really well indeed. He deserves that. And you've got to say that based on how close Madrid got in the first match between these two, I think that's a fair result. I think even Stevens, one apiece. But this one was all about the batting of Marcus Harvey.
Yeah, and it was a really good innings, no doubt about it. And she'll be very, very happy with the finish as well, as Madrid CC get their first win in ECS 22. And what a way to do it. Bring it up with a powerful strike into the jungle. But yeah, one apiece. I agree with you. Pretty fair. King Mutt, we didn't see as much of him as some of our viewers would have liked, but I'm sure that he'll feature pretty heavily down the road in this ECS, just giving a few opportunities to some other players. And one thing's for sure, some of these players, they weren't sure that they would have been able to get on the park this morning.
Yeah.
We knew of the thunderstorms in the area, but they did get out there. The weather's held, and in the end, it was Madrid CC that win that one comfortably with 15 balls to spare. Well, let's just say it wasn't a great start to the innings, as that one got away from the bowler before too long. Had some boundaries going as well. We had a little bit of an extras epidemic, didn't we, early on in the innings? But really then it was the batting of Marcus Harvey. His half-century was the crucial defining innings in this one. It was the difference between the two teams, really, as Madrid would pass the total ultimately with a quarter of the innings to spare.
Yeah, it was some nice hitting there from Harvey, and I don't think, really don't think we've seen the best of him yet. I think the way he latched on to the shorter delivery, and bearing in mind that these guys haven't played much cricket, you just think that the more matches they play, the likes of Harvey, Shafiq, are just going to get better and better. So we're going to see some interesting scores, I believe, in this series.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And so, in the end, we saw the good, the bad, and the ugly on that one. That was almost a throat punch for the fielder out there, Townsend. But then he came good with the ball, didn't he? I mean, Riley again, unfortunately, getting a bit of tap, and when his team needed it the least. And yeah, that was the one that finished it off. Look, game played in good spirits between the two teams. Of course, some of them have travelled quite a long way to be here. I'm sure they're thrilled that each of them do get some points. And yeah, coming up next, we've got Costa del Sol versus Malaga. I'm looking forward to seeing those two teams go head-to-head. Marcus Harvey ended up opening up and scored 51 off 23 in a player of the match performance, I'm sure. 6 sixes and a 4 in there. Apart from that, Galileo Finlayson Black with 12 off 17. Woodward 4 and out, and Shafiq contributing 7 on out at the end. Townsend with the wickets, 2 for 14. He couldn't quite keep them in the game. Once again, Riley, he switched to pace, but still a little bit expensive. Kingma only used the once for 3. Also like the over from James Davies, who I think had a pretty good morning. So we're going to take a bit of a break. We'll be back in about 15 minutes with the next match, and it will be the host club Costa del Sol out there against Malaga. Make sure you join us for that one. Until then, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico Full, and hopefully you're enjoying the entertainment here. ECS is back on the European Cricket Network. We'll see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back. It's Cartamania time again. The Costa del Sol home to the first European Cricket Series of the year after hosting the second ever European Cricket League, which was run and won over the last 6 weeks. Won on Saturday by FanCode Barcelona, the Spanish representatives. Well, that was a very exciting moment. We're also very honoured to start our European Cricket Series Germany here on the south coast of Spain in the Andalusia region. And it will be the host club Costa del Sol who are turning up for the first time, as are Malaga. Malaga not too far away from here, about 15 or 20 kilometres from the ground. And you can see news from the toss is that Costa del Sol, they've won the toss and elected to bowl first, so we'll get to see them out there. And yeah, pretty decent looking team for them. Looking forward to seeing Simir Nayak as well. He'll probably open with some left arm spin. It's normally a tactic we saw them use pretty effectively in the Spanish Championship weekend last year. Now remember, Costa del Sol, they actually finished second in the Spanish Championship last year. So, look, on another year, if FanCode were automatic qualifiers, Costa del Sol would have been another entrant for Spain in the European Cricket League. Malaga, though, they've got some pretty good players of their own. Asif Tarrar is at the top of the order for them. He's one to watch. I talked about Nadeem Hussain, I think is a decent player as well. And yeah, so it'll be a very interesting match. I know that Malaga, they'll fancy their chances, but they must be underdogs, I think, going into this one. So Costa del Sol getting out there at the moment. They've got Andrew James behind the stumps. We know that he's a pretty useful gloveman. He impressed me in the Spanish Championship weekend, also for the Calpe Giants, when he did get on the park for them during the ECL. I think that experience is going to be pretty valuable here. He's also the captain today of Costa del Sol. So got Avinash Pai in the lineup. Kenroy Nesta, so Keynes will be out there. And a player who's going to open the bowling is one of my favourites actually. Does a lot of work around the ground. It's going to be Ian Higgins, or Iggy as he's known to those around here, affectionately so. So he'll just wobble around some slow mediums. So we're going to get going very, very shortly. Great to have your company, whether you're watching on FanCode in India or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. As we are almost ready for a start. So we are starting with the boundary. So well, no mercy from Nadeem Hussain first up. He's one who I said was one to watch. And Iggy can't quite get away with this one. And the thing is about Iggy, it's all about his accuracy. And he is quite a nagging bowler, but also his accuracy can be turned around on him because he can be a little bit predictable as well if you're confident going through the line with those kinds of shots. So pretty good start. Yeah, much better this time. Just pulls it back slightly. I do like the Malaga strips. Very deep green that you see. Next one goes to short mid wicket as well. Well fielded, and yeah, Costa del Sol, I think they like their fielding unit as well. It was Chris Batten that fielded that one. And this time, almost to catch. It's dragged out to deep mid wicket, so just the one. So Higgins went for a boundary early, but Sennig has been pretty good with the comeback. It's our first chance to have a look at Waqas Ahmed as well. Right-hander, so left-hand, right-hand combination. Love to get your thoughts in the live chat as well. ECN European Cricket Network. Always have the opportunity to interact with you, as this one is cracked and it's going to be 4. That's good batting, just a bit of width there from Higgins. And Waqas Ahmed gets off the mark with a pretty confident looking shot. Very low risk shot as well, I think, as he just hit that one pretty well through the offside. I need to elevate it, got it through the infield. This outfield's running pretty nicely, not too much rain. We had a spot of it earlier, but I'm actually amazed how well this field is playing at the moment. And now the wicket, so bit of a mixed bag, but Iggy gets his man in the end. It's 4 and out for Waqas Ahmed. This one just came back a little bit, I think, took a bit of an inside edge and knocks over Wakas. So, good moment for him. And Malaga lose their first wicket at 9 for 1. Just went slightly across that one, didn't he? And yeah, the result is a wicket, and Captain Andrew James likes it. Why not? Not a bad first over at all. Hello to Aaron Kumar, who is in the chat, watching from Romania. Hope you're well. And yeah, Iggy's got a few fans in there. Richie Cunningham's in the chat as well. And don't know, anyone that's been to an ECL knows how hard Iggy works around the ground. So he gets an ECS wicket here. Good way to finish the first over. Mohsen Tara is the new batter. So after 1 over, it's 9 for 1. This looks like Sammy Boda. He's going to bowl the next one. He's another one we've seen play a fair bit of cricket on ECN this year. That's got to be good experience, doesn't it? Consider kind of uniqueness of the format and the kind of cricket we play here, but even to have played recently on this ground, it has to be somewhat of an advantage. And here is Samath Boda. Goes straight, doesn't quite time it. Nesta down the ground, he'll field it. Minimum of fuss, so just the one to start the over. Let us know if you have any questions in the live chat. Always love to get your thoughts. Rico's just popped out for a second to grab a spot of lunch, which he deserves. Thanks to Purple Pepper Catering for looking after us. Not only here, but also throughout the whole ECL. Tara batting on off stump, or maybe slightly outside. Once the leg side gets it, but the field's well placed. That's Mirnak that cleans up, and just the one that time. Yeah, so we saw kind of scores earlier in the 80 to 100, maybe being the par today. Don't know if it's because the field's slightly slower, but yeah, I think Costa del Sol will fancy themselves chasing 100. This is whacked, but field again well placed. They've got the 2 out on the leg side, so deep mid wicket, deep long on. Yeah, really good contact. Nadeem Hussein's a good hitter of a cricket ball. He was playing a couple of weeks ago against the UOH touring side from the UK in a game that I was playing, in fact. And he batted number 3. Batted very well when he got his opportunity. And this one is in the air, hanging a long time, but it's not going to carry. As Stephen Bales comes in, has to bail. It wasn't going to carry, but I like the anticipation from the fielder there. And Jeremy Stanley looking forward to the chat as well. Always a tasty encounter, he says. Big fan of Iggy getting a wicket in the first over. Will he get a second? That's the question. Boda gets one hit back in his general region, but will be just a single. He's been pretty good here, not conceding a boundary, but partly I think that's the captaincy from Andrew James, who hasn't got too much wrong so far. And a lot of balls hit hard to outfielders. Last ball of the over coming up. Big swing, not a lot going on. As this will take us to the end of the second over. Score now is 15 for 1. Yeah, give us your thoughts in the chat as well about the ECL maybe, and what you enjoyed most about it. Maybe some of your favourite moments. I know that I've got some of my favourites as well. Going all the way back to the 7th of February, over 6 weeks. We had 144 matches. It was a real roller coaster of emotions. But now we are in ECS territory. All these 5 clubs from Spain, as you can see there. And Madrid Cc, so the nature of their second win, they go to the top of the table. As the morning session was split between them and Granada. And we'll go back to Higgins. Why not? Took a wicket last ball. This one's not the best, and it's going to be 4. Just gets the length wrong and the line wrong there. Gets out. Yeah, knee-high full toss on leg stump, put away by Tara. He wasn't having any of that. So, pretty good batting. And also, I think that if you ask Iggy, he'll say that it wasn't the best ball he's ever bowled. This one gets past the batter. Just lured him almost out of his crease, maybe not quite out of his crease. Go down as a bye. Andrew James, I know he's got a broken thumb, I think, at the moment, but yeah, pretty tough. Yeah, it might have been a half chance if he gathers that. We'll never know. Nice looking cover drive this time. There's no one back on the offside. This will be 4. That's good footwork by Nadeem Hussain. I think he just comes out towards the ball, turns this into a full toss. And the result is 4 more runs. So good batting. It's good batsmanship that time. And Iggy did go for a couple, but did pick up an important wicket in the first over that he bowled. This one needs to be stopped, it is. It's Abu Udin, I think, who makes the stop. So a quick hello to Manav Nayak. He wants to know how cold it is over there. Well, it's not so cold. It's 17 currently. Mostly cloudy, no real rain. Hopefully it stays that way. He's going to give him out here. He's gone. And so hitting across it, and Tyrone Peters, he's had a pretty good ECL. He's sticking around for ECS. Wasn't the most noisy appeal you ever hear, but obviously it was enough to satisfy Tyrone. We'll have a look at it on the replay. And so Iggy gets a second. 2 for 18 now. See, the thing is, he is standing a long way in front of his stumps. Oh yeah, I mean, that's a pretty good shout. The only question is, was it going over? I think it's a pretty good decision. I think it's certainly a risky proposition to cover your stumps like that. And so a second wicket falls. 25 for 2. He probably umpire's call on the height. Yeah, it was rising, but I mean, Iggy, he slides them through more than anything. I don't know if much is getting above stump height. Tariq Mahmood will be the new batter in at number 4 for Malaga. And beats the bat with the first ball and the last ball that he'll get from Higgins. As Iggy finishes with 2 for 18. At the end of the power play, Malaga are 25 for 2. Let us know who your favourite players are. I know we've got a lot of people in the chat right now. Hello to Tarek. He says, is there a breeze in? Just a light breeze, but seems to be changing all the time. To Louise Walker, saying it's not warm. A bit windy and rain forecast later. Not much sol on the Costa del Sol at the moment. Yeah, that's true. Although we did have a nice rainbow earlier, and I actually think this day, given the forecast, couldn't have turned out a lot better. In fact, we have got everything in so far. We've had a slight delay to the first game, but still got a 10-over match in, and same with the second. Here's Samir Nayak. You might have seen having a critical role in the cricket school projects. That kids game we broadcast just before the ECL final on Saturday. Here he is bowling his left arm orthodox. Be a pretty good battle, I think. And Hussein's a pretty good player. Digs this one out. Just be 1. Now let's see if Tariq Mahmood can get away Samir. Bringing a shortish cover. I think they're just trying to save the one here. Can understand why. Nadeem Hussein's looking set. Mahmood's still new to the crease. From up to the stumps with his trademark face mask. Baseball style face mask. Yeah, tosses it up, he goes for it, it's in the air, could be a catching opportunity, and it's taken. And it's Stephen Bales that takes it. And Nayak, well, you often see him pushing him through, but this time he basically challenges Tariq Mahmood to go after him. And the result is a shot which doesn't quite have the power to take it all the way. It was a nice catch by Bales. He just skated around the boundary. He loads up, has to wait for it. I think that was the clever bit of bowling from Samir Nayak. So he takes a wicket early. That's 3 down now for Malaga in the 4th over there. 26 for 3. Of course, new batter comes in. Will have to be on strike. So we'll see Nayak continuing in a moment. None of Nayak for some reason. Mustn't be at school today because he's in the chat, or maybe he is at school and he's in the chat. Maybe it's lunchtime. But it's good that you're tuning in. And Michael Kelly, the voice of him out there from the sidelines. He's the 12th man for this game. Pretty handy 12th man to have. Remember, they do have 2 matches against each other this afternoon. So we'll see them rotating their squad, I'm sure about that. So 2 left-handers at the crease now. As this is Afzal Shah, the keeper. He comes out. And this one slides across. Really clever bowler, Nayak. And once again, no bat on ball there. So, yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing at the moment from Samir. Hasn't lost it, hasn't played too much cricket of late. Always seems to have the ball on a string. Now this time goes leg side. This one will go the journey. Wow, this one bounces off the stairs. In fact, it'll bounce all the way, almost back out to the middle. And the left-hander missed out a couple of times, but this time he wasn't missing out. Maximo! Big shot from Afzal Shah to get off the mark. 3rd time lucky for the southpaw. It's that with the spin. Again, it was a kind of challenge delivery, wasn't it? But he was up to the challenge that time. Well, Samir not giving him another one that he could get under as he comes to the end of his first over. Still a very good one. 7 runs off it, including the 6. And the wicket of Tariq Mahmood after 4 overs. The score is 32 for 3. And I know that a lot of you tuning in. Maybe you're watching for the first time in the European Cricket Series, which is the domestic leg of the European Cricket Network's calendar. I can see that Amy is watching. Hello, Amy. Good to have you back. I know you've been a bit busy lately. But if you are joining us for the first time, we'll give you a bit of an idea of where we're going. Starting today in Cartama. We're here until Saturday. Then we're in Portugal, then the Netherlands, Bulgaria and Romania. Back to live action. Nadeem Hussain started the strike, and he will be again as he drags this one for 1. And here's Avinash Pai, who we saw leading the Kalpay Giants in the ECL, leading Tariq in the night series earlier this year. Very clever cricketer. So yeah, he's bowling his spinners now in over number 5. Just has Shah feeling for this. Yeah, Shah is, looks like he wants to go leg side wherever possible. Just getting locked up a little bit outside the off stump. Whipped away off the pad. It's just 1. Again, field well placed. Deep backward square is there. If you have any questions while I'm on my own, why don't you throw some questions in the chat. I always love to get questions from the fans. And, nice to see Janine in the chat as well from Yussus. As this is well cut off by Chris Batten. He gets down and dirty. I'm going to say that through back on the Yussus Instagram page, we saw some pretty cool shots of Tyrone from a couple of years ago. We certainly enjoyed those as we were having our Sunday brunch. And I know Louise has put some of her favourite moments as well. And one of her favourite moments was when the 2 fielders collided at full tilt, ended up in an embrace, still made the catch. Yeah, that was actually Punjab Lions, Nicosia from Cyprus. Yeah, it was a catch and cuddle moment. Plenty of them though, plenty of highlights. Nadeem Hussain's after this one, he's going to get 4, picks the gap. I really feel a lot of responsibility on him now to try and carry this innings to something reasonable. And he takes this one just outside the off stump, he picks his spot and he finds it. So 4 to finish the over. And yeah, pretty good one in the end. And, I think we'll have Chris Batten coming on for a bowl in over number 5. So I've got a question for everyone, and it's going to be a bit more of a non-cricket question. What did you get up to on your day off? Because we only got 1 day off here at ECN because we went into the reserve day. So we just had 1 day off yesterday on Sunday. I'll let you know what I got up to. You let me know what you got up to on your day off away from ECN. Here's Chris Batten. Hits the back pad, but it was going down the leg side. It'll be a leg by. Cameron Sanders in the chat saying, see Batten, the Malaga Express. Well, not really, because he's playing for the Costa del Sol, but yeah. We had Jamie Batten, the Bulgarian Express, earlier in the ECL, didn't we? But yeah, Batten's a pretty experienced cricketer in his own right. Again, it'll be pretty accurate. Yeah, it's a good ball. That one just shapes in a bit. Nadeem Hussain can't deal with it. Yeah, we had a nice kind of team lunch. Those that felt up to it yesterday. Of course, a few people felt a bit fatigued after the week we had, but we had a good turnout. As this one is lifted into the gap again, and this one will go all the way. Maximo! Big shot. This time, I think the angle of Batten suits this from Nadeem Hussain, who wants to go leg side, and he gets it. Now you might see a field change. I think they're going to plug that gap, put an extra fielder on the outfield there. So now you've got basically long on, deep mid-wicket, another deep mid-wicket. So 4 fielders guard the leg side boundary, including the backward square leg. Gets a bit of an edge on this, saves him. Probably going down the leg side anyway. And how are you, Cameron? It's good to see you. And, yeah, let us know what you got up to on your Sunday. I know that recently we had Father's Day in Spain, so to all the fathers out there, we had a good one. This one should be stopped by somebody. It's Keynes, Kenro Nesta. Stops that. He's an exciting player. Well, he was really good when he got going for the Calpe Giants a couple of times in the series as well in the ECL. And, yeah, they just feel that Costa del Sol will have a bit more confidence in the format. As this one is pretty confident from the batter himself, as this one gets drilled over the fence into the bushes. We'll go find that one. Maximo Afzal Shah again takes this one off the stumps and deposits it. That's gone 65 metres. And that's going to take some digging out. What a good shot that was. So takes us to the end of the over. Score is 54 for 6. And so 3 wickets down, but still the run rate pretty acceptable. Going at that 9 and over. You can see that last one from Batten ended up being the most expensive on account of that one last strike. As the only bowler to be in double-digit economy so far. They have a lot of options though with the ball. We haven't seen Nesta yet. Don't know if we will. Going back to Avinash Pai now. Last time we saw Pai play for Costa del Sol on ECN was in the Spanish Championship weekend, 30th and 31st of October last year. We had a nasty hamstring injury that basically curtailed his involvement, although he did try to bat bravely with it. But yeah, really struggling at that stage. It was good to see him back, and we've seen a fair bit of him this year already on ECN. Here is Pai. Goes straight this time, but Keynes is going to drop it over the line. And, well, can you believe it? If there's one man you thought might take this catch, it'd be Kenroy, because he's tall as a tower. But it turned out to be more of a volleyball-style set from Kenroy. And then he just watches forlornly as he came back to earth with a thud. The result, 6 runs, Maximo time. Now this one's straight up in the air. Well, someone's got to catch this. There's Bales who comes around, and he will catch it. So, well, it'll be 6 and out. 2 opportunities in 2 balls. And this time Bales, who was further in, he said, well, leave this one to me. I've already got one under my belt. And so that's a big wicket in the context of this game. As Nadeem Hussain goes for 33. The 4th wicket falls 60 for 4. Pretty good catch. I mean, no one really knows which way the wind's going. And yeah, this one was taken fairly comfortably. And so, the end of a reasonable knock from Nadeem Hussain, but I think he would have loved to have batted a little bit longer. Tarek said he was job searching on the weekend. Well, hopefully you find that job that you want. And, yeah, let us know what you're doing on your Sunday. Rico, he'll be back in a second. He was at the place called the Carvery. We like to go for a kind of Sunday brunch or Sunday breakfast, but being in Spain, we didn't have it till the early afternoon. So now, here's Azif Tarat, the captain. I thought we might see a little bit higher, but he's coming out here at number 6. Avinash Pai gets his first wicket of the series. So he's got 4 balls to play with here. Still got no from Nyack, don't they? I mean, they've got plenty of options. And so it's a quick one from Pai. Will mix up his pace. Pretty useful cricketer, Avinash Pai. Can bat anywhere. Can also do a job behind the stumps if need be. I do like him as a spin option, especially early in the game. He can bowl in power play as well. This one sneaks inside the line. It's clever bowling again. A couple of dots to start Tarar off. There's Crom with his baseball style face mask. Hit down on the ground, but should just be 1. Bales has fielded pretty well so far. Takes that one easily. So here's Avinash Pai. Last ball of his over. And this will just be 1. So that was a good over by Avinash Pai. Well bowled, Avi was the call as we get to the end of 7. And the score is 62 for 4. Well, what a good time to welcome back this man. It's Vinny Sandhu here, but joining me back in the commentary box is none other than Rico Full.
Good to be back.
Just before we had lunch, courtesy of Purple Pepper. Well, what did you have? These are important questions.
A bit of sweet and sour. That's quite nice.
Sweet and sour chicken was a good one.
Was good.
Also heard there's a Cornish pasty going, so I'm going to probably sneak over there maybe in the halftime break and check that out. Look, we were just talking about the day off, and we're asking people what they did in the day off, because we only got the 1 day off, didn't we? Because the ECL went into the reserve day. So let us know in the live chat. Yeah. ECN European Cricket Network. We went and had a bit of a lunch, had a bit of a walk back along the coast, didn't we? It's quite a nice day.
A bit of lunch.
Bit of lunch, yeah.
Bit of lunch.
It is
you said you weren't eating again until Tuesday. What happened? How come you went for lunch today?
That's what I felt like after we spent the all-you-can-eat lunch. We spent a good 2.5 hours there, didn't we?
Yeah, it was a good feed. It was a good feed.
So I'm surprised they keep letting us come back.
It was nice to have Bob with the team there as well.
Yeah, it was
good.
And we said goodbye to a few people who've now departed. Got some more of the crew here with us for ECS. There's Jeremy Knott. He's the bowler for over number 8, so not afraid to try a few different options. And he tosses this up, and this one disappears. Abracadabra, Maximo! This one was a powerful strike by Shah, who's shown he likes to go in that mid-wicket region. That one almost buried itself in the hill, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, that one was right in his zone, in the swing zone from Knott. And, well, pace or not, it went the distance. Big hit, 6 runs.
Yeah, I mean, you know what Knott's going to do. He's going to not give you any pace. That's a good bit of timing. Ninja said he spent the Sunday watching some sport, so not a bad way to go. That's clever.
Got ball well bowled.
Yeah, looks like it'll spin, but it never does. If anything, it just comes back a little bit, stays good. Goes for this again, and this one is out of here. Maximo Sharp loves it in that region, and he's hitting him well now. He moves up to 27 off only 13 balls.
Yeah, boom, shaka. Look, yeah. Well, you're going to put it in that zone. He's going to put it away every single time. And Knott needs to just push it through a little bit more outside the off stump to the hard-hitting Shah.
Yeah, well, there we go. Costa del Sol. Those of you that were following last year, Spanish Championship weekend, they're on the wrong side of one of those. It's a friendly little request not for Azur Tirana to stay at home. This time goes to meet it. 4 men guarding that boundary out there. It will just be a single. I mean, Costa del Sol, just saying, Rico, before you came back, I think the fact they've played so much cricket in this format, a lot of them, not all of them, I think that's probably a big plus. A few of them playing for the Cartama Giants and also in the night series earlier. And even the ones that were able to play in the Spanish Championship weekend last year. I mean, remember Costa del Sol, they were ranked 2 in Spain last year because they lost the final to Pac Care. That's the reason Pac Care were at the ECL. It turns into a full toss. Will be fielded. And look, there's another man we haven't seen too much of so far, Sam Houghton. Well, the Iceman, who we saw playing for Zagreb Sokol in the ECL back in Group B.
Yeah.
We also saw him playing for the Cartama Giants in the night series earlier this year. And we saw him obviously playing in ECS Croatia last year as well, so good to see him back. There's another moon ball. Comes down, mistimed. So just 1 to Shah, but he will retain the strike. 8 overs down. It's 78 for 4.
Yeah, 78 for 4. So it's despite tossing him up, it doesn't go for too many in the end. 16 off the over. So 12 deliveries to go. And looks like Samir is going to come back and bowl a few of these. What do you say, Samir? Bowls a bit of all sorts, doesn't he? I think he's very good at sussing out the batter and saying, right, okay, well, I'm going to bowl to him.
He mostly bowls left arm orthodox, which is kind of left arm off spin, which will break right to left on your screen. What he does really well is he varies his pace. We saw him grab a wicket early by tossing one up to Tariq Mahmood. He also can shoot them through. Yeah, it doesn't give you too many clues as to what's coming as well. Not too much of a run-up. It's just on you. But I think this will be a good battle. And I think Shah wants a piece of him. It does. But you see how he just slides into that block hole. That's a good result for Costa del Sol. Just a single.
Yeah, so Tara. Can it be a Ikatara Vajada? That's what he'll love to make some noise.
And this one's bowled, so clever bowling. There's Tara, advances on Nayak, but again, gets it in that block hole, knocks back to the top of the leg stump. And Malagalu's a 5th wicket is 79 for 5.
Yeah, well bowled. Just like you said, Vinny, he's a very clever campaigner. And it's nice to see him out there. He's been bowling a little bit lightly. As we've seen him the last few weeks, because he's been bowling to the kids, of course. A bit of underarm stuff, and now he's just showing what he can do when he has to bowl to the big boys. And let's get wickets. And getting a wicket, not only a wicket, but also dot balls, a bit of gold dust here, so you can see straight away the non-striker, Afzal Shah, is probably wanting to go to the new batter and say, look, I'm well set here. I'm on 30. I'm going well. Try and give me as much strike as you can of what remains. And that's all good on paper, but you need the new batter to buy into that as well. So guard being taken by Zaman. Samir, no doubt, will try and tease him into a big shot. He does, and it's nicely played by Zaman. He does get the single.
Yeah.
So
yeah, gets Shah back on strike. I think you're right. That's clever. And bit of atmosphere out there from the Costa del Sol guys. I'm sure they'll love being out there in ECS for the first time. We've seen them in various other guises. Big swing this time from Afzal Shah. Can't catch up with this one. He really enjoyed when the bowlers tossed it up, gave him a chance to get down and whack it over mid-wicket. This one was just sliding onto him. That's a really good shot. It's going to beat the fielder. Nesta can't get near it. It's going to be 4. So, yeah, I mean, they changed the field slightly. They brought the mid-wicket up into the circle. That backfired because it gets past the man in the circle, and Nesta couldn't get it. 4 runs. Yeah,
it's a good, powerful shot. Took all the pace off it, did Samir. He wanted Shah to go for the big wild swing, head up in the air. Shah didn't, kept his shape and sort of punches that through the gap.
Nice ball for Samir Nayak. He slows this one down a bit, so have a variation. Ends up pretty good figures. He normally does, doesn't he, in this form of the game. 2 for 13 for Samir. That's 9 overs down. It's 84 for 5.
Yeah, so looking for a big over. Not quite a magical one, but a good one will take him to the 100. 16 short at the moment of that. And
Right under, Chris.
once again, I think Shah would want to try and get back onto strike. That's probably a bit of weakness there on his part. That last ball from Samir, it was either boundary or needed to get a single, really. Now he's asking Zaman once again to oblige.
Yeah, so Sammy Boda's going to bowl the last over. It's always nice when we see a few players.
A few youngsters as well.
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah, pretty good series, the night series at the start of the year. Slight injury worry, but he's back to full fitness now, I think. Boda, 10th over. That's a big swing, but going nowhere. That's a good win as well. Zaman's new to the crease. The longer you can keep him down there, the better.
Yeah, that's the result that you want. Dot ball.
Now, another dot.
Good bowling from the youngster. I mean, we saw him, didn't we, when he played for the Giants as well, the Calpe Giants. He bowled really well there, and now he's just, well, he just seems to be getting better and better. Got a good line, good rhythm going.
That's clever bowling. I think you're beating him a couple of times outside the off stump. So
I think here, Shah's just got to make up his mind. He sort of half goes and comes back. I think Shah's just got to say, whatever happens, I'm going.
Yeah, but the thing is,
I either get there or I don't, but I've got to go.
Zaman has to be clever and hold that end safe. Otherwise, Shah's just going to get run out, you know. 3 to come. Better looking shot. Well, that's hit really well. That'll be 4. Well, no need for Shah to get down there. Zaman can hit him this well. It's just a little bit short and wide and punched through covers.
This is a good shot, but for the bowler, it's not bad either. All that means is this one's going to the boundary, but so far in the over, it's a run and ball. 4 balls bowled, 4 runs on the board.
True, it was the same kind of a ball that beat him, to be fair. So you can't really blame Sammy Boda too much. So up to 88 with 2 balls remaining. Now they want to go, and he's going to be run out here. See, this was the issue with doing that. And this is where I think when teams play more, they'll work out how to do this.
Yeah.
Because, you know, just by running, you know, Andrew James was alert to it, and he just runs out the set batter. So you need to kind of do it in a way where the guy that faces the ball holds their crease and, you know, make sure the other guy gets there safely. Then if you get run out the bowler's end, so be it.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to be thinking about that. And also, I think the non-striker, in this case Shah, has to be looking at which one. If it's going straight to the keeper, well, the keeper's just going to take it comfortably and run in. If he's got to do some work, i.e. if he's got to take it from outside the off and he's moving or he's diving, that's when you've got a better chance. But all that means is that Zaman now ends up being the batter, stranded at the non-strikers. Then so a new batter comes in, has got 1 ball to face.
Yeah, Norman Abid, he'll get a chance to out. There's a silver lining. He'll get a chance to go out there.
Well, no guard taken. He's standing right in front of his stumps.
It's old-fashioned. They'll get 1 here. Will they try for 2?
You've got to come back.
They might as well try it. They should get there. And so, yeah, this is out. And,
well, okay.
I think it was out the first time, to be honest. But I think they just waited. And so then Sammy Boda made...
There was no signal initially from...
Yeah, because look, does he knock off the bails?
Yeah, he does.
I see. It knocks off 1 bail, but then he knocks off the 2nd bail when he does it, and then he pulls the stump out anyway. So it's going to be out regardless. Yeah. But yeah, very good spot there from Andrew Elliott. Well, I think if you have a look at that one again, yeah, he knocks over 1 bail.
I'm wondering if Andrew Elliott is the one who actually says to him, right, no, he's not out, but if you do this, he is. Or one of the fielders. But the batter was never on his way. He was already walking back anyway. So eventually, they would have got him out.
Yeah, so strap yourselves in for some highlights. 2 new teams hit the park here on the Costa del Sol. And it was the hosts, Costa del Sol Cricket Club, who won the toss, selected to field, which meant we got to see Malaga up front. And we saw Iggy opening the bowling for them. Ian Higgins Fernando, he went for a couple. He did get some revenge. The last ball, the first over. Little bit of an inside edge, cracking into middle and off. He was cock-a-hoop about that, and why not? He's had a few injury struggles lately, Iggy, but he ended up coming up with a second wicket. I think it was fair enough, that LBW decision. That was the end of Mohsen Tarat. And, well, we saw Tariq come out there, but he holed out. I like Bales. I thought he caught well during the innings, and a bit of a mixture of some players that our viewers would know from ECN cricket, playing for Costa del Sol. Also some new names. I think Bales is one that we haven't seen on ECN before. But, look, then we saw some good hitting, and look, Nadeem Hussain played very well. Afzal Shah played very well. The two left-handers, I think their big hitting was critical to the health of this innings. And Kenroy, well, he could have had a highlight. Instead, he was flat on his back. Bales didn't trust him with this one. Said, I'll take this. Thank you very much. And, yeah, Mr. Malaga, he just felt that if they lost their left-handers, they were going to be in trouble. But there were some lusty blows. You see that Jeremy Knott came on and challenged the batters, hit sixes. For the most part, they were up to that challenge. Samir Nayak, he came back, and he's always pretty reliable with what he does. He's felt this, and he's just lost a bit of momentum towards the end, didn't it, Rico?
Yeah, it did, and but it was still a good bowling display and good catching display as well on the whole from Costa del Sol. And then you see there right at the end, just the one run that was taken. So they do take the score up to 89-90 is what will be required for victory here for Costa del Sol. And remember, these two teams, they will play each other back-to-back matches. So whichever way it goes, one or the other will have the opportunity to get their revenge. But there was also some good signs there from Malaga, who played some good shots there.
Yeah.
Nadeem Hussain, he was good, but they did like Afzal Shah's batting there. He just got frustrated that he couldn't get to the end where all the action was happening.
Yeah, look, I think it's a case for him to bat higher. I think 5's too low for him, based on what we saw there. Maybe he could even open or go number 3. With the ball, Iggy, nice to return to action for him after a bit of an injury layoff, 2 for 18. Samir Nayak, well, he's good as always, 2 for 13. Boda didn't give too much away, 11 off his 2 overs. Avinash Pai with a wicket, 1 for 16 off his 2. So when we return, it'll be Costa del Sol on ECS debut. They will be chasing 90 for victory, so back in just a few minutes. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me is Rico Full. See you shortly for more cricket. ECS is back, and you're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Oval for the FanCode European Cricket Series. And we've got an interesting second innings coming up here. Malaga with the bat. They slightly underperformed. They would have liked to have got to around about 100, but just some good bowling towards the end. Kept them to 89, so 90 required by the home side, Costa del Sol, to see if they can get their European Cricket Series off with a winning start. And remember that this is the third match today. Each day we will have 4 matches for you, and both these two teams will do it all over again. And after this match, there's going to be an opportunity to get a fight back in. The way things are at the moment in the standings is that both Granada and Madrid, as they played each other, finished Stevens with a win apiece. So a team, if one of the teams here can pick up both these victories, they will finish the day one on top of the group. So everything to play for here. Rico Full, and alongside me is Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, thanks. Good to be back. And as the captain's going to open up. So chance to see Avinash Pai at the top of the order. Classy player. 90 even for the win. 9 and over required. So just waiting for the clock to tick over, I think. Let's get moving. First chance to see this CDS batting lineup. Goes after one that probably would have been a wide. It's hanging a long time and it's caught. Well, how about that? I mean, that's a dream start. Noman Abid, he was out there on the deep point boundary. And Abby, he's only got little arms, but he reaches for this one. And yeah, like I think it would have been a wide. But you've got to hand it to the fielder. That's an outstanding catch in these conditions. Costa del Sol lose their first wicket with a score at 0.
Well, I never thought he was going to get to this. It was a wide one. He doesn't need to be going after it, but he does. And, well, somehow it ends up staying safely in his hands. Unfortunately for him, his trousers end up staying safely where they need to be as well. I thought, it's going to be one of those, but he's okay. He does well. He takes a catch. And, well, everything is decent in the end as well. But that's a great start.
Often say if you're going to make a duck, make it a quick one, though. And there's plenty of time left in this innings. And this is a man that has had some success on this ground of late, Kenroy Nesta. Born in St. Lucia in the Caribbean. He is an excitement machine. Comes out with just 1 ball down. Asif Tarat, the captain, pushed that one real wide of Avinash Pai, but he just wanted bat on ball, didn't he? So, yeah, excellent bit of catching to remove him. But they need to remove some more threats, I think, if they're going to defend this score of 89. It's both ECS level, though. I mean, scores in the 80s, they play a bit bigger than they do probably at ECL level or ECC.
We both said that on the ground today, as Tara bowls second up in the air, and it has been stopped, so single. Yeah, with this ground the way it is today with the wind, the outfield's not as quick as what it probably is, and you've still got some patches in the ground with the ball. If it goes there, will slow down. I think a score in the 80s is as good as one that's sort of between 95 and 100, you know.
Yeah, good point. This one swept nicely. Classy shot as Stephen Bales gets on strike for the first time. Oh, it doesn't get too much better than this. Not an easy stroke to play first ball. But yeah, just caressed that one to the leg side boundary. The first boundary of the innings.
Yeah, one of a shot. Just sweeping that one away. It's all about timing. And he gets that one just right. Just has to wait for it and then executes it perfectly. And that's been well appreciated by various people around the ground, including his own teammates. Nice to see some of the Madrid CC boys. They've stuck around as well to see the conclusion of today's play. Single taken.
Yep, just a simple one there. That's it. We're at work. That's right, a little bit of glimpse behind the scenes. You're always going to get me working. You're going to try and catch me out like I'm not working. Well, I'm working. Now, this is in the air as well. This could be another opportunity, and it is. So, a second wicket. And so, wow, how about this? Keynes goes the journey. I think he does stay just inside the field of play. We'll have a look at it on the replay. But what a start this is for Malaga. It'll be 6 for 2. Just having a little sneaky look at this, but I think there's no problems with this at all.
Well, what a catch. Well, you were saying that Martins is trying to catch you out. Well, that's the fielder there. He's trying to catch the batter out, and I think he does perfectly well. I think he stays inside there. Yeah, no, I don't see any issues there at all. I think that's Saeed Kulab. What a catch that is.
How about that? I mean, taking a chance is so important. Yeah, it's okay. Ness, that's another big hitter back in the shed in the first over. 6 for 2. Now let's bring Samir Naik to the crease. He's a guy that can bat anywhere, to be honest. So it's slightly added pressure, but I still think that he'll fancy his chances of putting together a partnership and trying to hunt these runs down.
What a great catch, and well, 2 good catches being taken at right opposite ends of the ground, and that's put well, certainly put Malaga in the driving seat for the moment.
Yeah, for sure. So the captain stepping up, as if Tarat. Solid drive. But, this is going to cost him a run in the end. This is pretty sloppy stuff in the end. And so Knight gets off the mark in unorthodox fashion. And if you're doing a wagon wheel at home, I don't really know how to score this one. It's an overthrow, I suppose. Just play back to the bowler. Then throws it off the pitch, goes straight through the keeper's legs, and they get one.
How does that go through Afzal Shah? I would never know. It looks like he's got it all covered. But well, Samir Naik says thank you very much.
If he was a goalkeeper, it would have been one of those all-time bloopers, wouldn't it? Because it was just rolling towards him. Through it went. 7 for 2 then off the first. Samir Naik will retain the strike and be facing the start of the second over. Hello to Egan Dantas, who's in the chat. Hello to you. And they were calling him MS Dantas last year when he was turning out for Costa del Sol in the Spanish Championship weekend. Hope you're well. Hello to Kisma as well. And everybody else that's in the chat. It's great to have your company. Everybody coming back down to earth a little bit after the European Cricket League finishes. And it's obviously a very, very special occasion, but still wonderful that we've got live cricket coming your way just about 36 hours later. Here's Mohsin Tarat. Cut shot, goes through the fielder at point. So probably going to get a run either way, to be honest, but at least it doesn't go to the boundary.
Yeah, Mohsin Tarat, shouldn't have been a run there. So after seeing 2 good bits of fielding, which resulted in 2 catches being taken, Malaga, we're now seeing 2 bits of sloppy bits of fielding from them.
Yeah, I mean, they're probably going to get a run there either way because they ran on contact, but still, want to be cleaner than that. That swing it, chipped away, and this one is dropped, and it almost causes a run out. Well, this one was the 3rd opportunity, and I have to say, it might have been the easiest one of the 3, Rico.
I think it is. This is probably straight to him. He makes it more complicated for himself the way he tries to catch it, and he's trying to catch it on the move. He just needs to steady himself, Baba Rashid, but the catch goes down. Oh, that's big.
Now, going to watch this one get fielded by Kalab. Yeah, so just remember that as Bales was dropped on 5. He's looked good so far, even though he hasn't been there very long. Now this one is kicked away from the circle. Now will they come back for 2 here? It's just been a bit spooked by that life earlier in the over, Bale, so we'll just settle for 1.
Yeah, and something I'm going to say this here now because I'm sure you'll get a lot of talk in the chat about fielders not going down, not diving and using their feet. And one thing I can tell you is that it's all to do with where a lot of these teams play. I mean, you'll see that a lot from probably the boys from Madrid. It's they don't have the luxury of fielding on a grass carpet like this, which is soft and you can dive on it. Quite often it's quite rough and stony, so it will take them a while to maybe get the confidence to start throwing themselves around.
Yeah, true. But yeah, there's only one way to learn, isn't there? It is a nice field for diving.
Oh, this is ideal.
Here's Mohsin Tarat, last ball of his over. This is driven away nicely, and this will be 4. It does beat the fielder. So good placement there from Stephen Bales, who's made the most of his life. Slight forward press, and yeah, Nice easy swing of the bat as he plays that one through wide mid on. 4 to finish the second. After 2, it's 16 for 2.
Yeah, nice shot. Doesn't try to hit it too hard. It's all about placement. He does place it really well. We get an opportunity maybe here to just look at the standings. As I said, the two teams to play this morning, 1-1 apiece. And that's Madrid and Granada, so they're both there and 2 points each. Madrid, courtesy of their victory, better net run rate. So now it's all down to Costa del Sol and also Malaga to see how they finish. Remember, team that win, if a team can win both, they will end the day finishing top. And that certainly will give them that little bit of boost. So we go back to the opener. So it's going to be Asif Tara. And the comeback starts with a high one. This has been called a no ball, and I think it's been called for a foot fault. So interesting. I think it might be this back foot.
Could be.
But so 1 for the no ball and 4 for the shot. It was pretty high as well, to be fair. It could have been called for a number of things. Yeah.
He's given it for the back foot. It doesn't matter if the front foot touches the sideline, but I think giving it for the back foot touching the sideline.
Yeah, let's just see this again.
Yeah, it's a good call. Yeah, it does. He lands with his back foot on the return crease, so it isn't a no ball. And so +4. The front foot does also, but that's irrelevant, right? No, so he goes reverse, as you do, and he'll get 4 buys for it. So, yeah. So I'll talk you through that one if you're a bit confused. The previous ball, his back foot, his heel lands on the return crease. You're not allowed to touch the return crease. Yeah. So from that point, it's no ball no matter what the front foot does.
The front foot doesn't matter. It's the back foot. We don't quite see that in the replay, but as soon as the back foot cuts the line.
Yeah, the second replay.
Second time you did?
Second time you could see it a bit better, yeah. I was watching it, so it's a good call. If I could change one rule, it probably would be I'd do away with the back foot no ball rule. I'd just make it all on where the front foot lands. Yeah, so costly kind of error. Just kind of a game when you're defending 89, which, I don't know, maybe at ECS level it's par. I still think probably 100, 105 is par most series, but every series has kind of different nature, different character.
Yeah, he's bowled such a good first over now, that no ball, and then the 4 buys as well. Taking on the fielders as well. This is good positive batting as well. I think just taking a bit of a gamble here. Bales now, I think you can see that the fielders aren't particularly attacking the ball.
He's good through that mid-on region, isn't he?
Yeah.
It's really safe there. Except the one time he got dropped. As the next one is cut away by Samir Nayak. It's going to be a battle between the fielder and the ball. The ball wins 4 runs. 4 carreras. Doesn't try to overhit this. Just classy batting from a classy player.
Yeah, this is a really good shot from Samir Nayak. He will. And you'll see that as well. Plays shots to all parts of the ground. Plays each ball on merit. He's got good vision of where the fielders are. Playing the ball in the gaps at the moment. So after a very good first over, where he took 2 wickets, as if Tariff, this one is not going so well.
Nayak, what will he do next? Decides to go across the line. He's going to get 4 more here. It was just an overcorrection from Asif Tara, the captain. Came up with 2 wickets in the first over, but a couple of loose ones here. And Nayak, because it was a full toss, it makes that shot a lot easier. He gets 4 more.
Well, full toss, and he's decided he's going to come around the wicket as well. And I think Samir, he's too good about it to say, yeah, I'm going to let this bother me. He knows he can afford to plant his foot down the wicket and sort of almost sweep that away on the leg side. So this probably not a good option for me for the bowler.
Last ball for Tara. Another cut. Nice, good placement. It's going to be 3 on the trot, so a dozen to finish the third. The power play ends with some power and placement from the experienced batter as he moves to 21 off only 10 balls. The score now is 39 for 2 after 3.
Yeah, this is just exquisite batting, really is. He's without even breaking sweat. He's moved on to 21 and started to ask the questions. The bowler getting a little bit irritated there with probably 1 or 2 of the remarks being made to him. Well, the thing is, I think you just got to bowl full, come over the wicket. Don't give Samir the opportunity to be playing some of those shots.
He's not
getting
easy.
driving.
He's not an easy batter to bowl to, though, is he?
He's not, but one thing he does do sometimes, and I know you've seen it, we saw it in the night series as well, if you bowl to him full and straight, he starts to try and give himself room outside the off stump, so he sort of ends up tempting you to bowl at his stumps, and he tries to whip you way down the legs, but that's where you got to then start playing about with the variation of the pace.
All right, so let's start another over. 4th over time is Ahmed Mumtaz to bowl. And so power play's over. You can have up to 5 outfielders, which they do employ here in the 4th. Oh, this one goes straight through. And I think this one is not, well, it hasn't hit the stumps, has it? Wow. What's happened here? I mean,
Well,
I heard a
the
noise.
umpires are coming together.
I'm not super convinced it's bat. I thought maybe it flicked the leg stump. It may flick the pad. I don't think we'll get this one. But, yeah, umpires come together. There's no doubt it was caught. But, I mean, what? I can't see what they'd be checking here. See, I think that hasn't hit the bat at all. I mean, I think that's hit the pad.
I don't know if you're going to see anything
Yeah,
from
man,
this
this
angle.
one maybe you'll see it.
I
don't think that. Well, he's been given, has he? Well,
Yeah, I don't think it's pad, Vinny, from the way the ball goes.
Really?
I think when you see, if it hits the pad, the ball would have gone the other direction. I think he gets a little bit on this as he's trying to whip it.
I don't see any real deflection from the ball, I'll be honest with you. I think it just carries on. I mean, it's an interesting one to see what they were checking. I think maybe the standing umpire called it out, and so just looked for any reason it might not be. I don't know how the square leg umpire can really help with that, though. But what it is, it's the end of Bales, who looked pretty good for 12, but he's got to go. And now Costa del Sol have lost the 3rd wicket, 39 for 3.
Yeah, so they get a breakthrough after that quite expensive over from Asif Tara. They do get one back, so that's well, Mumtaz. Maybe he's well, I mean, to be fair, the bowler and the keeper went straight away. They were absolutely sure. I mean, all the angles that we saw there from the cameras is not really conclusive. I know the umpires came together. Now whether they had a quiet word with the third umpire, Ian Ramage.
Third umpire can't help with that. I mean, the third umpire can't help with that kind of thing. That's not in part of the LRS process. So, I mean, yeah, a little bit puzzled by that one. Anyway, moving on. And it gives the Iceman a chance to get a bat, Sam Houghton. And yeah, he's certainly one of the players we enjoy seeing here on ECN. He's become a bit of a, what would you call it? Like a cricket, I'd say drifter. So more like a Renaissance man going in a few different series now, but he's enjoying his ECN experience. Naik facing up now. Just leans on this, gets one.
Yeah, it's interesting here because, I mean, Naik hasn't looked in any kind of trouble at all. He's played the ball along nicely, but he's be aware of the fact that it's 3 batters have already come and gone, and one of them is a man that he was hoping to make the most of these runs with, Bales, and now he's got a new partner in Houghton, and these two really have to buckle down.
Yeah, no doubt. Head of the rate though. So this will just be one. Again, Mumtaz.
Just spreading a bit of that sawdust.
Just here's another one. He's getting pretty close to that sideline. That was probably just okay with the back foot, but he's got to be careful. Don't want to give away another no ball. Already they've got the rate down to about 7.5 and over. So at the moment, I think Costa del Sol will be pretty comfortable with where they're at in the game, despite losing those 3 wickets. This one's cut away by Naik for one. Got to say hello to Jeff Maguire in the chat, who said he's safely back in Northern Ireland. Well, we certainly loved having you here, Jeff.
Hello, Jeff.
Sorry, I'm giving away the hat to Ali Raza Islam in the qualifier too. No, there was also the hat trick, wasn't there? To
For Atif Mohammed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hello, Grizzly. And of course, thanks for all the support
No
here.
ball called this time, and this is probably a back foot no ball. Would have been a wide anyway, I think, but there is the call. And yeah, you'll see here where this back foot is not allowed to touch that sideline. So yeah, fair enough. And the difference between, it would have been a wide anyway, but the difference is that this will be a free hit now. So it's a slight difference. It means that Houghton can just go crazy on this one. And so he does. He picks it up. And it's going up. It's coming down. It's dropped, but it doesn't matter. It'll be a single.
It was one of those where he's going up in the air, and I'm thinking, well, Mohsin Tara is making this look so easy, probably because he knows it doesn't matter whether he catches it or not. In the end, he doesn't even get it in his hands, but it's not going to hurt. It's probably not going to hurt his hands because it misses them.
It's probably the worst result as we get to the end of the over. The score's 45 for 3 because he actually does get the end of his fingers on it, so it probably will hurt his fingers. Would it be better to just leave it and then just pick it out of the ground?
He's not going to show any pain.
A shovel or something like that. Finish Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me, Rico Full. Great to be back with you. Got FanCode European Cricket Series action coming your way, and we've started here where we finished the ECL, but we have Portugal, Netherlands, Bulgaria, Romania, Sweden, Czech Republic, Austria, Hungary, Italy, Germany, Belgium. Then we're back for ECC. Then we've got Croatia. We've got Malta, Barcelona, Cyprus. There you go. How's that?
It's just
pretty good.
Are you just
and in between,
going around the map with you?
Yeah, and in between, we should have some night series as well. So stay with us. It's going to be a big year. I'm excited, as you can tell. Wouldn't rather be anywhere else. Mohsin Tara with the ball. Yeah, at the moment, because of the extras being bowled, I think batters feel under less pressure to play the big shots. I think they know they can just keep knocking it around, getting this kind of 8 and over.
Yeah, I mean, that last over, if you have a look at it, it went for 6. But it was the extras, really. So we've just got to try and just tidy things up a little. And see another bowler now choosing to bowl from, well, that's not very good fielding. Should never be 2 there. Another bowler choosing to bowl from the other side of the stumps. It may be just because they're finding that footing a little bit slipperier the other side, but I don't think this helps. You just get to a point where you end up just bowling runs around the wicket, especially to somebody like Samir, and that's another classy shot from Samir Nayak. And it's just you got to think, you got to have a plan. Now, look, so as a captain now, you've just seen 3 boundaries that have been played there from Samir. So if as a bowler you're going to say to your captain, that's the line I'm bowling, we say, right, okay, let's sort the field out.
Yeah.
Let's get. Well, what do you do here? Well, you could put the 3rd man back there as well. You can put a backward point in the circle. So really make it difficult for Samir to play those shots. But at the moment, there's not been any movement in the field at all.
Yeah, now they are moving the 3rd man a bit squarer. And look, it's just low risk batting for high value. So what they're doing is they're putting the 3rd man in the circle. They're bringing another one across from the leg side. They put now more of a deep backward point or square 3rd man. Maybe a 5th man. Back there on the boundary. Here's Tara. This next one, Samir just drives pretty confidently for 1. That previous shot brought up the 50 as well for the Costa del Sol. And Nike's looking good so far. 30 off 15. This is the thing. They did lose a couple of wickets early, but they didn't use up too many balls, so they haven't put too much pressure on the middle order. At the moment, this partnership is building. Houghton probably like to get a boundary away himself. Won't get anything here. It'd be a bit short of cricket over the last few weeks. It's not the only one, though. Halfway through this innings, 5 overs down. It's 53 for 3.
Yeah, look, they do the right thing there eventually with the field for Samir. But then you're not thinking, you've got another batter on strike who hasn't played that shot. You don't need that field for him. So look at who you got. And Sam Houghton, he's been playing, looking to play for the mid-wicket area, looking to play more on the onside. I think to him, that field has got to come back.
Yeah, true. So, still, game in the balance, I suppose. Well, I'd rather be Costa del Sol needing 37 off 30. Quick hello to Asad Ali, who's in the chat. Hello, Asad. I hope you're well. I hope you got back to Italy okay. I don't know that. Just saw goodbye to Charlotte and Christoph. Well, this next one is a pretty innovative shot from Nayak, who makes up his mind that he wants to go backwards, and he does. So, he plays this one nicely. Just gets the length to work with and helps it over the keeper. 4 runs. Cuatro carreras más.
Yeah, this is a delightful shot. So he said, well, I've played a few behind the bat, sort of the 3rd man area. Now I'm going to go funky. And the wicketkeeper says, hey, buddy, yaar, bada shot hamare sona. Amsal Shah saying, good shot. It was a good shot.
Yeah, I like to see that sportsmanship as well. It was a good shot. lucky he got enough on it, because if it was a small deflection, the keeper can come into the game there. There's Mumtaz. Oh, and then, yeah, he almost wants to do it again and changes his mind. And I think this is because there's nobody at fine leg at all.
Yeah.
So there's nobody. There's a deep backward square, and then the next fielder in the region is a very fine short third man. So because there's nobody there, I think Samir's thinking, all right, I'm going to go for it pretty much every ball. But then that time he just bailed out of it about halfway.
Yeah, it was a bad delivery as well, though, wasn't it? A little bit fuller, a little bit wider. Look what Samir's doing here now. Now this, I don't call it. Here. No, that's good. I'm pleased to see that from the umpire. I think if you're going to move out there, then that line moves with you. And even though it does, you see where he is there.
Yeah. So that's kind of the new rule, whether they're enforcing it now or not. But that's what it's designed for. Once you face up, anywhere that you go, then becomes not a wide.
Yeah, but I don't think this is the new rule. I'll go back to that in a minute. See this delivery. Just to work it away, doesn't. With this time around, he actually stays there. So he steps outside and stays there, so the line stays there.
But he actually moved back just before the guy bowled it, right? He moved back a little bit.
A little bit.
A little bit.
Yeah.
So the difference in the interpretation now is that pretty much that line, once it moves, it's a one-way street. It moves, and then even if you then move back, the line doesn't move back with you.
That's correct. Starting officially from the 1st of October. Amongst one or two other rules. This has been well struck, and nobody is going to stop this. That's 4 runs. What a lovely shot this is. Lovely placement. Cuatro carreras.
Yeah, this is a nice one from Houghton. That'll get him going. Not too much foot movement, but hits the ball hard. He's got a pretty good eye.
Bully's got a pretty good eye as well.
Yeah.
He didn't even see that coming from under the fence, but still stops it.
Yep. A few people need to watch Bully for some fielding tips, I think, based on what we've seen this morning. Houghton will just easily work this way for 1. So it takes us to the end of 6 overs. The score is 63 for 3 with 27 required off the last 4 overs of this match 3 of the FanCode European Cricket Series, Spain.
Yeah, I mean, no need to do anything crazy, really. Costa del Sol. You can do this more or less, run a ball, and the number of extras and things that they're getting along the way. I think they'll just play every shot on merit. And both these batters seem to have quite a calm head on the shoulders. They don't seem to be looking in any sort of danger. Enjoying themselves. Well, certainly, I think Samir Nayak certainly is. And, mind you, he's had plenty of practice with the kids, hasn't he?
Yeah, no, he has. And that was Jeff Maguire saying he was really impressed with the cricket school project, and particularly people like Samir. We're so critical to it. Here's Wakas Ahmed. Houghton's looking more confident every ball. Cracks this one out to Deepex to recover for a single. He's having a hard time stopping the runs now at the moment, aren't they, Malaga, at a time where they need to find a few dots and probably a wicket or two to get back in this match.
Yeah, that field has changed again to Nayak there out on the off, and that's what he's going to do. You're just not thinking what the man's trying to do. I mean, they know they need to have somebody out there on the boundary, and everybody behind is up, and he's going to play that. This one's a full toss. He could have put it wherever he wanted to, but he shows a bit of his class.
That's a really tough shot to get there. You got to get the timing just right. It's all hands. And yeah, he wanted to go that fine leg region again because of the fact there's no fine leg. He didn't get the ball for it, but he still went with it. And it was a kind of reverse paddle, if anything. Just a true ramp shot.
Yeah, they're just following the ball, but they're not, if you know what I mean. It's all very well moving in there, but he's inside the circle. It's going to go over him if he plays it again.
Yeah, that's the one he wants. He might have almost found the fielder, because I don't think he wanted it that square. So Samir will get 1. Still now exactly a run of ball. 21 of 21 required. Costa del Sol, they seem to be cruising after a bit of a wobble at the start when they lost a couple of early ones. Avinash Pai and Nesta in the first over.
Shot into the ground from Houghton, takes a single. Yeah, this is a lovely part of Spain here. Of course, it's Cartama. Cartama's known for its agriculture. It's very green and lush, and citrus trees and olives and almonds, to name a few. Just nicely nestled. Well, what's happened here? Well, does this hit the bat second time? He hits first time. Wicketkeeper's on his way to try and catch it. And then I think with Knight not knowing much about it, comes and hits him again. Watch this. It's a hit him on the shoulder, I think.
I think it hits his pad the first time, so I don't think it's really a catch. Yeah, found himself in a weird position. Nothing intentional about it, though.
Okay, so where's he going to bowl this? You've got to be pitching right up.
I think Samir still wants to go fine leg. There you go. Oh, this is going to go straight to that guy. I was wondering what he was doing there, and that's what he was doing there.
Yeah, you see?
He was prepared for the keeper to miss one. That pretty much went straight to him.
Well, he was inside the circle before. Now they moved him back, but he's still, I mean, where he's standing, there's no point standing there. Go back on the line. You're either inside or you're on it.
All right, so that's the end of 7 overs. It's 71 for 3. And a reminder, these two teams will do battle again in match 4. The final match of the day here. The opening day of ECS action from Cartama. And this time, see once again, CDS, they won the toss. They'll be bowling first. They will be chasing. That match coming your way in approximately 40 minutes time right here from the Costa del Sol, and the sun's peeking through. So on a day that a lot of people thought that we wouldn't get any play, looks like we might. And Mud of Night coming into the lineup, as is Michael Kelly. Bruce Reynolds into the lineup. So looking forward to that match. That bid started well. This will be called a wide though. I think it's a good call. I think, yeah, I'd be wanting to get Samir to play a different kind of shot at this stage. So I'd be plugging the fine leg and third man and making him drive, which you can do, but it's making him do something different.
Yeah, but Samir, you see what he's trying to do there. Again, though they put the fine leg back, you need the man backward point on the boundary as well to him, because he's going to eye up that area. There we go. Thank you very much.
Yeah, too easy, isn't it, really? But he put it there. It was short. It was wide. And once again, just an ease of movement around. Samir Naik's batting today.
Here's a question for you. Samir Naik batting. How many shots has he played with the paws gone on the leg side to the man at square leg or mid-wicket?
Yeah.
0. So get your field right. And, well, they've got the opportunity to learn about his batting in this one, because they're going to play each other again. You know where he plays his shots.
Yeah, he's just looked very good, hasn't he? 43 off 24 now. So he misses out. Does he get a little edge? Well, big appeal. And no response.
Yeah, I don't think he's touched anything here.
Well,
I think you can normally tell from the reaction from the batter.
If he doesn't hit it, it should be a wide. I know he ends up over there, but he didn't start over there. All right. Play on. This time, won't get a wide, but he will get 4. And so good footwork that time gets him across. And so cuatro carreras más. Eventually, whoever has to fetch these will probably say, look, why don't you just leave me back here? Or try something different as Samir Naik moves to 47.
It's been a very sort of easy, straightforward walk in the park for Samir Naik. He's enjoyed himself out there. He's played a nice array of shots, some funky ones. But, well, he's been helped by not good management in the field by the captain. I think Asif Tara needs to be a little bit better in the second match.
Now he goes again. This one, will it go all the way? He has to run him out, I think. Samir was pretty slow getting going, but he still will get back for 2. Might have had a chance for 3 there if he gone straight away. And that's because this field, yeah, still a little bit soft. Normally that would run away for 4, but this time it's just 2. Takes Samir Naik to 49.
Yeah, gets himself finally into position. And you're absolutely right. Another day, a sunny day. That goes all the way to the boundary. That's B's 50, but he's almost there, 49. I can't see him blowing this.
Famous last words, but he will get his 50. And well batted, Samir. He deserves that. As made to hustle, but he brings up his 50 off 28 balls with 9 boundaries in there. So it's been a calm sort of an innings, hasn't it, by the number 4, as he came in after a couple of early wickets, but we knew he's got the maturity and the talent to engineer this chase. That's exactly what he's done here in match 3.
Yeah, he's made it look easy. He's batted really well. Both अच्छी batting की थी. बधाइयां समीर नायक नु अपनी 50 बना लिया अज.
Houghton lets this one go. Called wide. That's a good call. Got a bit of the line. Always very measured in his decisions, Andrew Elliott. Never rushed into a decision. I like that about him. Last ball the over. Just be a single. So Houghton will retain the strike as this game edges towards a conclusion. It is 8 overs down now. And look, 2 overs to go. Whether we'll get through the next over, I'm not sure. But hey, Malaga, what can they do differently? Because they had a decent start in the field. What can they do differently to try and change the result, assuming Costa del Sol do chase these down?
I think we've said already, haven't we? And I think we're going to stick with that 100 is about the par score. They fell short on that. So obviously they need to try and get a few of those extra runs on the board. I think they just need to be, well, a little bit more calculated in the risks that they're taking with the bowling. If you look at that bowling off the Costa del Sol, of course it will be a slightly different bowling attack, I'm sure, next time round. But, you know, you just got to, if you're going to play those shots, the hard-hitting shots, then you've got to make sure you get it right. There was a few soft dismissals there, especially when batters were going well. And only 2 batters really contributed, with majority of the runs using about 38 balls between them to do it. So the other batters have to, if you get in there, you've got to get runs on the board quickly.
Yeah, true. Well, track hit might be interesting here. This will take them up to 86. So 4 more runs required. Maybe we want to do it with the boundary. Yeah, I think, just some of the fields as well. I think we've touched on that a few times in this innings. Just need to think a bit more and work towards a plan. Don't let batters get too settled, playing the similar sorts of shots, especially if they're getting away with them. 4 to win. There he goes for it, and this will do it. It'll be 1 bounce, 4 runs, and it'll be game, set, match. Costa del Sol, they win their first ECS match against Malaga, who will be back to the drawing board after that. It's engineered by a very, very good contribution of 54 not out of 29 balls from Samir Nayak, the experienced right-hander, with 10 boundaries in there. And they end up doing this with 9 balls to spare. Pretty clinical stuff, really, from Costa del Sol. After they had those early wobbles, they lost their top couple, and then they did lose Bales as well. But still, there was no sense of panic in that chase, and a fairly comfortable victory in the end for Costa del Sol in match 3.
Yeah, it was. And what about it? The man we're seeing on our screen there. Made a very good 54 not out of 29 deliveries, finishing off with the boundary. And he just looked very comfortable, very relaxed. Of course, playing on the home pitch. He knows the pitch pretty well as well. And he showed that, and good support from Sam Houghton, because they came together when those they lost those wickets pretty early. But then they came together, and they stayed together, and they finished it off. We saw an array of shots from Nayak. But early on, it was wickets, and that was the wicket of the first ball. It was Avinash Pai going for the big one, and it was well caught by Abid. And then this catch. This was an awesome catch. It was the big man Nesta caught by Kulab on the boundary. And, well, they took some, but they dropped some. And that one, let's go back to that. That was Bales when he was dropped on 5. They did get another opportunity, and it was Shah who didn't make any mistakes with the bowling of Asif Tara to get him out. And this was the one that we weren't too sure about. It was a good catch behind the stumps. But did he touch it? Did he not? The umpires came together. And in the end, they did go with a decision to say that they did believe there was some bat on it. But it did bring these two together. And Samir Nayak, he played some really good shots, and was showing his teammates how it's done. Shots all around the park, really. He was helped by some indisciplined field positionings, it has to be said. He didn't really read the ball very well, or the shots that were being played. They left that gap there open too often. And if you do see a wagon wheel of where a lot of these runs came from Samir Nayak, you'll probably find that, well, maybe as close to 30 of those runs came behind the wicketkeeper in those areas.
It's also, it shows the batsmanship of some of the batters. I think that they're not easy shots to play, those ones, but they make them look easy, those little ramps and little deflections. So Samir Nayak, he was key, wasn't he? 54 off 29 with 10 boundaries. Liked his innings. Sam Houghton helped him out at the end as well, the Iceman. Well, he knows how to finish an innings, that's for sure. 13 not out for him. That was after a dozen from Bales early on. The early loss of Pai and Nesta. I'm sure that they'll be hoping to make up for that. They get another opportunity in the second match, which is coming up in around about half an hour's time. Asif Tarat with the 2 early wickets, 2 for 26 he finished with. The other one went to Ahmed Mumtaz. And look, some of the bowlers were reasonable as far as the economy rates were concerned, but I think it's just a case of it. a slightly more polished side, slightly more experienced side in the T10 format, getting the job done and doing it with an over and a half to spare. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in about 25 minutes with the last match of the first day of ECS 22. It will be Costa del Sol once again. They'll be bowling first against Malaga. Join us for that, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Back in 25. Enjoy the break, but then join us right back here for one more T10 match to take your day home. Vinny Sandu, wishing you a very, very happy opening day of ECS. Back for more soon on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
This is how we play cricket
On the Costa del Sol.
Hello and welcome back to, as you see on your screen there, the Cartama Oval here in Malaga. We're in the region of Andalusia here in Spain. And, well, this is basically the heart of the Costa del Sol. Though you see here at the moment, not too much coast. You see the Sierra de Cartama. This ground is beautifully nestled in between that mountain range. And you may have heard me say earlier that this whole area is known for its agriculture. A lot of citrus trees, almond trees as well. And this match, we'll be seeing both these teams go at it earlier. Some changes there in the side of Costa del Sol. You see Manaf Nayak and Bruce Reynolds coming into the side as well. Interesting, good to see Child Hurry there as well. Malaga, they seem mainly unchanged, but they'll want to change the result. They need to get a win under their belt, and if they are able to, well, that'll be a nice start to the day for all the teams, basically, all picking up some points on the standings. But of course, I think with this one, Costa del Sol will be looking to make it 2 from 2, and with that, finish day 1 of this FanCode European Cricket Series Spain top of the table. And certainly what they showed us in match 1 was that they sort of have the strength, ability and depth to do that if they're to apply it all. They had a little blip with their batting earlier on, but they did come back good. A very warm welcome to everybody that is tuning in, whether you're watching via the YouTube chat or whether it's well, through FanCode in the sub-Indian continent. Namaste. And well, also shukriya for watching. We always like your input, and we always like knowing that you're there, and a lot of healthy chat on the YouTube chat as well. Remember, tell your friends, tell your family, and subscribe as we get ready for the start of this one. It's going to be Michael Kelly who's going to be bowling the first ball. Bowling to Nadeem Hussain. Works this away and leg side. Good work from the keeper. Does really well. Be interesting to see how close this ends up being. Does well. Gets there quickly. Gets the throw in. And we may get to see it here. Yeah, I think he does get home. Good quick feet from the keeper. And, oh, well. Do you think his bat was just up in the air? I think it probably was, you know. But the batters do cross. Kelly. Now to Ahmed. And this one, sure. Whoa. It's okay. Whoops, this one through. Had a good pace. Good bit of movement. Oh, if this hits, it's adios. And he would have been out. He overcommits. Great pick up and throw. Survives. This is flicked away. I think it may just plug and slow down. It does. And once again, just how soft this ground is on the outfield after the heavy rain we had was the beginning part of last week, and then last night, early hours of the morning, as the heavens opened. And this one's been hit pretty well, goes all the way. Balle, Ginna, Sona, Shaka, Lagia. Well, this one been absolutely creamed at the middle of the bat. Perfect timing and power combined together to get the maximo. And that's what they need to do at regular intervals. This one's hit straight down the ground. Nice shot, nice pick up. And a nice time for us to welcome that man, the youngster, the son of Samir Nayak, Manav Nayak. He's playing now, and he's a very talented young man. Looking forward to seeing him not just play this match and this series, but many more in the time to come. And speaking of him, he's going to come on to bowl the second over. First over is done with 9 on the board. No wickets down. Both batters have made a start, but it's been the good hitting for the moment of the left-hander, Nadeem Hussain. He certainly played very well in that first match. Hoping to do the same in this one. Made 33 of 19. Can he go all the way and get a bigger score? And certainly you feel that if one of the Malaga batters is able to get maybe 50 on the board and the others work around him, then they can get to the 100 and maybe beyond. Score of 110. That sort of area certainly would be a testing one for the Costa del Sol. Well, it's not going to be the youngster. Youngster's got the ball, but father says, I'm taking it off you. Samir Nayak will bowl first. This is quite wide outside the off stump. It's a full toss, but not able to make too much from it. I think that's probably clever bowling. He doesn't want to bowl it on his legs where he's able to get the full power into the shot. Field now changes for the right-hander, Ahmed. Asking the question, he does go right across the line. And his leg by's his signal, so it does catch the pad. Let's have a look at this again. Where's this pitching? Yeah, that's going on to drift down the leg side. Bat on the ball, but not able to get past the fielder. It's a single. Wind's just sort of died down a little now. It's been an interesting day. I described it like a typical English summer's day during the cricket season. We've had a cloud, bit of sun popped in now and again. We've had a bit of rain as well. Well, I don't think he knew where he was there for a moment. Marcus Ahmed, have a look at this. He's no idea. He's standing outside his crease. He thinks the keeper's lost the ball. I think he thinks he's gone past it, but luckily enough, it's not in the hands of Andrew James. And if Andrew James was able to do that first time round, there'd be a different batter in here at the moment. This one goes all the way through, goes all the way to the boundary, and that's going to be 4 byes. So living dangerously, Ahmed. This one goes through him and also James, all the way to the boundary. See, he's expecting this. You see the apology there, just off before the camera goes and follows the ball from the keeper. I think he believes Andrew Jones that's going to go on and bowl the batter, so he doesn't really get himself into position to try and stop the ball. He thinks it's going to be bowled. Goes for 4 byes. And fortunate runs at the moment, really, as we have a look at the table. So Costa del Sol, as predicted, have joined Madrid and Granada with 2 points. The question is, can Malaga also get in the act? Or will the Costa del Sol, the home side, make it 2 from 2 here and be clear at the top by 2 points? She'll wait and see. Bodda coming into the attack. And he gets the wicket straight away. And he gets the dangerous man as well, Nadeem Hussain. Hussain just stands. I'm not really sure what he's standing and looking at. But Bodda just sort of gently trots in, gets the ball right up there. And Hussain, well, he's played all round this. It's not a good shot at all. And I think his reaction is it stays a lot lower than he expected. But he did take his eye off it, so no, he's lived dangerously, both these batters. But good bowling from Bodda. It's one of the youngsters that we saw playing for the Carpe Giants. And one thing Bodda will do, he doesn't try to bowl too fast, which is what I like. And probably with these conditions, with the ground pretty soft underfoot, you're probably wise not to try and charge in. But what he is doing is getting the ball in the right places. So that's a good wicket to get, because they've got the danger man, Hussain, for 9. Having faced 6 balls. And now opportunity to bowl at the next batter. It's another left-hander, Shah. And Shah, well, he's trying to do exactly the same as Hussain. Got to be just a little careful. I know that quite often we say that you can't value your wicket too much in T10 because the innings goes pretty quickly. But at the same time, you've got to have some sort of plan. You've got to go out there knowing that, okay, I know there's only going to be 60 deliveries in the innings. Well, I can't swing and miss and end up making dot balls. But at the same time, if you all go for the big shots and are not very selective, we could be all out, but not many. And this time, he's just more concerned about getting bat on the ball and just getting some runs. And in fact, he doesn't get the bat onto it. It ends up being a bit of pad. Making a change in the field now to the right-hander. And Ahmed himself hasn't really got going. Marcus Ahmed about to face his 8th delivery. Only got a run on the board. It's still changes this field around a little. Just be wary of the time. Mr. Del Sol, remember, you've got 45 minutes to complete your 10 overs in. And this one's hit very well and goes all the way. So finally Ahmed finds his range just a little bit short from Bodda. And he drills this over the boundary on the leg side. Muscles it over. That's hit pretty flat and hard, but it's 6 runs. So Ahmed gets going. Bodda has been good up until then. Will he finish well? Last ball. Firmly struck, and this one goes through the fielder. And that's the youngster. And Manav Nayak, I think he does get fingertips to this. It's hit very powerfully. You see here, I think the young man would be a little bit disappointed. That one's got through him. He's normally very good in the field, but it escapes him. 4 runs, so good end to the over. It's 27 for 1. That is the end of the power play. So even though there was the wicket in that over, it also happens to be one of the better overs. Off the 3. Well, that's the little dandy signal from Andrew Elliott, the umpire at the bowler's end, signalling to us that's the end of the power play. He's joined in this one by Ian Rummage. That's square leg. That goes a long way up in the air. It'll be a good catch if the fielders can get to it. They don't. It drops in the middle of the 2 and only a single take, and gets away with that really. That was in the zone where Shah, the left-hander, does like him. But doesn't find the middle of the bat. And now the field will change to the right-hander. You've got to be careful. I think you've got to be thinking here, you want to try and get Ahmed, Marcus Ahmed, that is, to be hitting straight. You certainly don't want to give him anything that he can rock back on. And that's exactly what he does. Holds it a bit wider. There's 3 men on the leg side waiting, and Ahmed just cleverly plays this, dabs it down to the man at 3rd. As that field now will change once more for the left-hander. Shah wants to get hold of one. Tries again, misses. And that's sort of probably the 3rd or 4th time he's played that shot in these very short innings so far. 5 balls he's faced, 1 on the board. Got to get back onto ball. And he does this time. We'll go to the fielder. And we're seeing already on the Costa del Sol how quickly they've, just having played their opponents one, they know how to set the field. And here's that change straight away. So to the right-hander, 3 go out. 4 in total if you include long on onto the boundary on the leg side. And that's the reason, because they know that's where the shots are going to be played. And oh, well, fortunately, it was good backing up there from Sam Houghton, because that was misjudged by the first fielder. So a good bit of teamwork. Look, I think the bounce just wrong foots the first fielder there. But Houghton says, no worries, I've got it covered. Good work. Having this pike, and oh, he's going to get a little bit fortunate here. And that one does go to the boundary. Just a big swing again. Gets a little edge, and there's no way the field's going to stop that. Samir Naik will have to fetch it from over the fence. End of the over. And the score moves on to 35 at the halfway point. And Rico Full here, along with Mr. Maximo. And Maxi, what have you been up to?
I'm back. I've been up to some really important stuff. I've been having this wonderful pasty with thanks to Purple Pepper. And so, Rico, I enjoyed my pasty. I know you wanted one, so this one's for you.
It's for me?
Ah. There you on. And it's
been,
been,
no, you've got
you
me
worked so hard
worried
for
now.
6 weeks. I know. We promised you a big bonus here at ECN. There it is.
There you go.
Hot
Thank
pasty.
you very much.
They're pretty nice here. You don't get too many where I come from originally in Australia.
No?
You get the odd one, but they don't do them quite as well as they do here.
There's some nice ones, and of course we've been to the empanada place as well.
Oh, yeah.
Spanish empanadas. Oh, absolutely wonderful.
Costa
Sun comes out again.
Well, it is a Costa del Sol. Yep. And he's brought up in the air, and this time we'll have no interference. Take it on the bounce. Hello to everyone. Good to be back with you. And yeah, I think just being around the ground in the fan zone just then, they were mostly just saying pretty happy that the weather's come good. A lot of rain around, but seems to have missed the ground. So, yeah, another weather miracle here on the Costa del Sol.
Bodder, he's bowled well. And, it's more the same from Shah. It's just swinging and missing, and not really getting into the rhythm. He's got to maybe try something different. Trying to play the same shot all the time, really. And all he's doing, you can see, he's just giving himself more room. Just moves further away down the leg, rather than going to the ball. Gets bat on this one. We'll take a single.
Yeah, so Malaga saw that they need more runs to challenge Costa del Sol. I think maybe 100 plus, I think. It's a good start. I'll be a little bit worried about the players they've lost so far, or the player they lost, Nadeem Hussain. Didn't quite crack double figures.
Got him. That's well bowled. Pitches it up. And that's one thing that I try and say to all the youngsters that are bowling is the first thing, once they start getting their action right, is not about how quick you run in and how fast you try and bowl it, just to get the ball pitched up. And bowl wicket to wicket, and that's what Bodder's done. And every time he's got the ball up there, he's been rewarded.
Yeah, it comes back in a little bit, I think, more off the pitch than anything else. And yeah, it's a good length to challenge the batter, and Wakas is going to have to go. So the second time, Bottas rattled the stumps, and Malaga lose the second wicket. It's 37 for 2.
Yeah, good bowling from the young man. I've been very impressed with what he's doing. Just not trying to bowl too fast, not trying to overdo it. Just getting the ball in the right places. And as one or two of our viewers, especially those watching on YouTube, have already suggested in the chat, it was nice to see some of these players playing for the Calpe Giants, and Bodder was one of them. And he bowled very well in that team as well. And he's just continuing to do the same here for the Costa del Sol.
Always excited when I see young players getting opportunities. That's one of the things I love about ECN, and you're seeing how they handle the pressure in the big time and the attention. Here's Bona, 2 to come. And, This is Sign Club. That is the new batter. Swings and misses at the first one.
Yeah, it's got, once again, like I say, you've got to have some sort of plan. It's all very well swinging, but at the moment there's more missing than hitting, and it's sometimes better off just trying to just place the ball around and take the singles. That's well hit, so work to be done here. It has been done well. One of the batters interested in the second, that's Gulab, but Shah, no, he's just quite happy just to keep it to one. Will be the end of the over. So the score moves on to 38 for 2. So they've got some work to do if they are to get anywhere near the 100 mark, which is what I believe they have to do. I mean, Shah can explode, but at the moment he's firing blanks.
Yeah,
Not making a lot of contact.
that's right. We're kind of behind the 8 ball, aren't they? 76 pace. I think I want a few more than that. Good to see all the feedback. A lot of people enjoying the first day of ECS cricket in 2022. Of course, last year we started in Barcelona. The 5-week series. It's just a 1-week series in Spain this time. Of course, it's coming off the back of that 6-week European Cricket League. Here's Avinash Pai coming back to bowl his second over. Picked over 2 in his first, went for 8. So will be Calab on strike.
So Club. Pai just wants that fourth man back on the leg side. So he brings in the fielder out on the off. I think that's a good call. We've seen the shot selection so far from the batters. And well, the batter tries to be a bit clever and says, well, okay, if you're going to do that, I'll try and guide this down the third man area. Club does it well, but isn't able to beat the fielder. Just the one run.
Just one. Now it's time, I think, that Shah's got to go large. They know he wants to go mid-wicket, so I think they're trying to keep the ball away from him for the most part. Get outside the off to make him reach for it.
Pai. Cricket ball, well bowled, well executed. Sometimes those ones go wrong. You fire them down the leg or end up being a full toss, but he's got that on the button.
You can see that fooled him because he had to make an adjustment while the ball was travelling to him. Just kind of jammed down to get something on it.
Sliced up in the air, opportunity. 2 fielders coming together. Somebody's got to call it. Ow! That could have been nasty. That really could have. If that were on a football pitch, that player would have been off. And that's Sam Houghton. He's charging here. And, wow.
He must have heard the call. I mean, Houghton was committed to it, wasn't he?
Oh, this is a wipeout.
He had no idea he was coming. And in the end, was lucky that I don't think there's no significant contact there. It could have been a disaster.
Well, this one is another one. They've got to call it. Somebody's got to call it. And it's been taken. Good catch in the end. And I think that's
Iggy.
in Higgins. Iggy. Isn't he having a good day? Well, he deserves his moment as well, Iggy. He worked so hard and has worked so hard during the Bat the Ball European Cricket League here, doing a lot of hard work around the ground relentlessly. And now he's getting his opportunity to play some cricket. And he's having a very good day. He's bowled well. And you see here, he shows 1 or 2 others how it's done. A good catch.
Yeah, and it wasn't sure it was his catch till quite late in the piece. Samir's saying it was yours all along. He's saying, what are you doing to me? Putting me under pressure. They could have raffled that one, I think, but he showed some good composure, held his nerve, took it two-handed, and so another wicket goes down. It's the top 3 back in the shed, and Afzal, unfortunately, can't crack double figures, much like Nadeem Hussain. He goes for 9, and it's 41 for 3.
Yeah, never really got going. Did Afzal Shah. Now he has to get going, but not where he wanted to. Back into his team's dugouts. He's batting for the day is done as the new batter comes in.
New batter at the crease now, Ahmed Mumtaz. So yeah, 3 wickets, yes, but also that run rate at the moment, just 7.2 and over. Needs to be raised, but how? Oh, he's just so clever at mixing up his speeds, and it's hard to get after. You see even that last one that eventually did the batter, Afzal Shah, after the cricket one, it looked similar, wasn't it? But it was just a little bit slower. And so he was early through his shot, and that's why it went straight up in the air. Nice ball for Pye.
Gets this one in as well. That's the end of the over. Clever bowling and a good spell from Avinash Pye. Just conceding 11 runs. Picked up that one valuable wicket there as well. And still no real acceleration in the score. 41, 3 wickets down, 6th over. So what do you reckon from here?
Yeah, I mean, look, if you can get 10s, it's 81. Doesn't seem like enough, though, does it? I mean, it's hard to see where that acceleration will come from at the moment, but looking forward to see how they try about it. And, of course, Malaga, their first ECS experience. So, yeah, it's an exciting day for them. And I'm sure a lot of people around the world excited to have ECS cricket back. And now Bruce Reynolds is going to get a bowl. He's into the side for game 4. Just a little bit too wide called.
Bruce Reynolds. I'm sure he's out to enjoy his moment out there. His first European Cricket Network bowl. This has been hit well, but again, well stopped. In comes the throw. If he's gone. He's absolutely gone. Well, he doesn't even want to get into second gear. What a lovely pickup this is from Avinash Pye. And he's saying, yeah, I've got him. Yeah, a bit of gun smoke there.
As good as it gets, really. I mean, you've got a feel for the batter that's run out here because he gets called through straight away. He's not really backing up, to be fair. Yeah. But yeah, he regained his balance real quick, and it was a bullet to Andrew James. Look, and he's out by 2 steps. Excellent fielding. That's the difference. We've seen some indifferent fielding today, but that was top shelf. Yeah. And that results in the 4th wicket. It's 42 for 4.
Yeah, he does that. I mean, it's a great bit of cricket in terms of Costa del Sol and Avinash Pye. Well, he backs up his good bowling with his good fielding, but the man there, he just doesn't run, does he? He really doesn't get going at all, and has to make his way back. The backing up wasn't good to start off with, as we know. And, well, it's adios to Mumtaz as the new batter comes in. That was pretty wide. Again, it's about shot selection. If you're gonna go after these wide deliveries, whether they're outside the off stump or the leg side, if you're going to play a shot and get bat on the ball, you've got to make sure it goes to the boundary. Otherwise, you're just losing yourself a ball and a run.
So, Nomina Bid is there now. And he's batting with Zaid Kalab. Mumtaz, the man that was run out. The Reynolds creating a wicket. Not probably how he intended.
This time it is left, so Kalab at least showing that he is able to assess whether he needs to play a shot or not.
He just drifted outside the wide line that time. See.
Well, this one was pretty wide as well.
I think under our playing conditions, this is probably a wide because he doesn't move until the ball's bowled. So even though he steps, that's got to be a wide.
That's a wide for me, yeah. Well, this one was pretty close to being out. So, just bouncing over the stumps. That's a big old swing at this, and see, not that far over. Reynolds certainly testing the batters. This one's hit pretty firmly. Should be fielded, and is. And that's the young Nayak Jr., son of Samir, doing the fielding. I'm sure we're going to see plenty of action from that young man. Very talented cricketer.
So I'll come back to that in a second. Why I think under our playing conditions, that's normally called a wide. It's because you don't want to discourage people from stepping in and trying to hit the ball. You know, so it wasn't a definite movement or change in stance. That's why, in my opinion,
it wasn't preempted. Oh, yeah, this is. I've just seen a free hit signal there.
All right,
so we've missed something.
Must have been for a field, I think. So they're going to go after it. And, it'll just cost them 1 anyway. Yeah, so just checking the scoring of that. There was no ball +1, so I think it was for presumably outfielders. Yeah, but it wasn't a preempted, pre-delivery movement. So I think that's why probably the lines align there. We do things slightly differently, don't we, on ECN? But this is a nice shot in any form of cricket from Kalab, who steps down and hits it into the gap, straight down the ground. Good footwork. He gets 4, and that's the end of the 7th over. Brings up the 50 as well for Malaga. It's 51 for 4.
That's a good shot. Nice to see the batter, rather than just staying in his crease and having a swing, coming down, using the feet, getting to the pitch of it, and hitting it firm. Nice shot. Well, this is what we've got coming up tomorrow.
Yeah, we've got the Madrid derby tomorrow. We're a long way from Madrid, but they will go head-to-head in the morning. Madrid United, first chance to see them. They'll be taking on Madrid CC in the morning session. In the afternoon, we'll see Costa del Sol versus Granada. So Malaga get the day off. It all starts tomorrow, 8:30 a.m. GMT, which is 9:30 in Central Europe, and 2 p.m. in India. Join us for another day of FanCode European Cricket Series action.
Yeah, be looking forward to seeing Madrid United. Of course, Madrid United were one of the teams that took part in the series in Alicante all those years back when it all started. And it'd be lovely to introduce them here again, and no doubt there'll be some familiar names as well. And talking of a familiar name and face, this man, I've seen plenty of him doing work behind the scenes, and now Iggy going to do a bit of bowling.
Yep, here he is, over number 8.
Well, how this one misses everything. It's not going to go to the boundary, I don't think.
Oh, don't speak too soon.
There, Reynolds. What's Reynolds done here?
It's just a little side pass, but it's offside because it kisses the rope. And he has a little inside edge in the first place. Gets it past Andrew James behind the stumps. And Reynolds decides to go with the foot. And doesn't quite get it right. Into the rope it goes for 4.
Valuable runs. And this one is to the fielder, but he's not able to get hold of it, not able to get anything behind it. And that's going to be 4. It was an opportunity. He struck it well, but you'd think the fielder just needs to get here. He almost does, but you see there, not able to take it. And he's got to be on the line there, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's had a few adventures out there at Abu Udin.
And he should stop this one. It's more or less straight to him. He does. Gets a throw in quickly as well.
Yeah, so Iggy could have had a wicket, instead went to the boundary. See if he can remove one of these batters as Malaga trying to lift the rate.
Iggy. Oh, just getting this over the keeper, but Reynolds is there to keep it just to 1.
Yeah, pretty good bowling. He's pretty accurate though, Iggy. That's his thing. So using him as another kind of pace-off option at the end of the innings. Loves his cricket. Didn't quite crack the 11 in the Spanish Championship weekend when we were there in Sporting Alphas last year, but could see him in the side today.
This time it's Avinash Pai who, in between deliveries, has a little swap.
Just noticed the ball kept going there, so he decided, I want to go there. Avinash, very good fielder, as we saw earlier. Looking nice in his ECN floppy as well. Nice little touch. Last ball of the over.
Up in the air. Well, the man who's been moved from where Avinash was goes to the other position. And you know this is what happens. Well, there could be a run out still. No. Well, Udin, he gets moved by Avinash Pai. Says, look, you go over there, because if a chance is going to come, it's going to come here. I'm going to take it. And where does it go? The ball follows the fielder, and it gets put down.
Yeah, well, that's called doing a Lovepreet. I remember that there's a fielder, Lovepreet Singh in Brescia. He was in 5 different positions, and he dropped catches in every single one of the 5 he was moved to. So, poor Abu Udin just needs a confidence booster. This wasn't it. At the end of 8 overs, it's 64 for 4.
How many times have we seen that?
So many.
We just know.
So many.
You don't see what me and Vinny do when we see that happen. We literally say, right, there you go. We sort of body language to each other and say, you know, the catch is going to him and it's going to go down.
Yeah, and so Avinash Pai, his reaction was priceless down at the deep wicket boundary. Anyway, Michael Kelly's going to come back. Kelly, man that once took 4 wickets off the first 4 balls of a match. That was only a couple of months ago. Then we saw him playing for Tarak in the night series at the start of the year. We saw him for the Calpe Giants in the ECL. See if he can get some of that outswing shape. That's when he does his best work. Maybe because it's the 9th over, you might see him bowling a little bit fuller. Might see him spearing at those stumps, to be honest. That's what he does, but doesn't miss by much.
Yeah, he bowled a good first over. He was unlucky, actually. He went for 9, courtesy of some mal suerte. And now he's trying to, in the second over, get a wicket or 2. But the main thing is to just try and keep the runs down. They've managed to so far. In the air, and Oh, well, can you believe that? Now, if there's one man you expect to take a catch, it's this man. This is Samir Nayak, and he's put it down. And the loudest noise on the field of play at the moment is from Manav Nayak, his son. He's in stitches. In fact, somebody better go help him out there, because he can't believe it. He can hardly stand up.
Well, Manav's grounded when he gets home. We know that much.
And Avinash Pai.
I don't think anyone can believe that. Samir's about as safe as you get, but he was running, wasn't he, at pace, and that's why he just found a way to fluff it.
Oh, that was a dolly.
He will hate that as well. He's got such high standards, and he still can't believe it there at cover.
Oh, he may get another opportunity. Here we go. Time.
Here we go. And
he put it down again. 2 in 2.
This is unbelievable.
Where is Manav Nayak? Cannot believe it. It's in stitches. Have a look at his son. Oh, would you believe it?
Tell you what, whatever hair Michael Kelly has left, he's going to be tearing out by the end of this over. You thought there's no way he could drop one. He's one of the best fielders.
I've got to say this. Say after this delivery, first of all, let's see where this ends up. Being a dot. One man who's not impressed, of course, is Kelly. But look, we know that Samir Nayak is going to be helping out, guess who, with the coaching for the Spanish team. And, well, I hope Corey or Samir, they find a fielding coach, because I wouldn't want to see them doing the
it was very Corey-like.
Coaching in the field.
Now he's just thinking, there's no way I could drop another one. There's no way I could drop another one. He's got the heebie-jeebies. Last ball of the over.
Along the ground.
Well, Kelly goes wicketless. I don't think he's too impressed, and like I say, not much hair left, and there won't be even less if he keeps tearing it out like he would in that ninth over. All happening in the ninth. He's 68 for 4.
That is crazy stuff, isn't it? Well, Samir Nayak, the man who couldn't do anything wrong in the first match, where he made that classy 50, and bowled well, took some wickets as well. In the player of the match performance in this one so far, it's all going wrong. 2 catches. The first one was a dolly, and the second one, well, for a man of his standards, wasn't that much harder.
Oh, they were both dollies. I mean, the first one was probably a bit harder because he was moving faster than snail's pace. The second one, that was just a genuine symbols job from Samir Nayak, who's one of the best fielders I think we've seen. And he just can't wait for this over to be finished. Here we go. That's the first one. And then, don't worry, this one, no way he's dropping this. And he just knew, that he was going to get heaps, and he did. All right, here's Abu Udin. Maybe he can do something with the ball.
Oh, well, he's got to get over the giggles first, like us all around the ground at the moment. Everybody's having a laugh at the expense of Samir Nayak, but Samir won't mind it. He can take it. He's a lovely man. But sometimes it happens, you see, when you drop a catch. Even the best of us drop them. And this one is dipping. Ends up being a full toss. Gets back onto board. Now these two, right, okay, we're approaching the 70. Get a good over in here. Again, it's not going to be a score that they want. It's not going to be the 100 on the board, but they've got to try and push to see if they get it close and into the 80s.
And one of the things I would say is you can afford to have a laugh, and I don't know, it's nice to keep team morale up. That's not normally how you want to do it, because everyone thought that was hilarious, but that's the difference between dropping when team's 65 and 165, right? Because it'd be a very different feeling. At the moment, I think Costa del Sol, because they've kept their scoring down, they still feel pretty comfortable where they're at in this game.
Yeah, because don't forget, that's also 3 drops on the spin. It all started off with Abu Udin dropping one, being moved from where he was normally, and you just think if Avinash Spy stayed where he was, and all of that, what we've seen, we wouldn't have seen.
Kalab.
Oh, Kalab clubs this. He goes big. Captain Caveman style. Seis carreras, Skinna Sona, Shikalagia.
Oh, Iggy's ball retrieving experience coming back in handy now, because this was about 2/3 the way up the jungle. Bang, into the hill. Big hit.
Yeah, that's well struck. That's what they need. A few more of those. A few more. It's shaka time here now. The Cartama Oval, well, that's what they'll want it to be. Certainly the team batting, they need to get runs on the board pretty quickly to Malaga. And short, up in the air, and well, where is he? He's hiding now. Samir doesn't want to be anywhere near with the ball.
Disappeared. Where is he? Deep extra cover. Wow, this is still quite unbelievable. I'm sure that'll be in the highlights. I'm sure it'll probably be in our plays of the week as well.
Wouldn't it have been good when he dropped the second one if Evanesh Pai said, "Oh, you come here, I'm going there now." It's going to be out, I believe, but it probably will be a wide as well, surely.
Yeah, it will be a wide.
Great work behind the stumps there from Andrew James.
Yeah, I mean, he's got good hands there. He's got broken thumb as well, believe it or not. And he's keeping anyway. Tough as nails, Andrew James. Always gives 100% for his side. And yeah, comfortable decision for the umpire to make. It'll cost him a run, but trade it for a wicket. So well done to Abu Udin. He does take a wicket here in the ECS. And with that one, the score is 80 for 5.
Yeah, absolutely, Vinny. Well done to Udin. Gets a wicket. It's not had the best of times out there in the field.
Wicket's a wicket. So well done to Udin.
Score in the 80s. Where can they take it to? 2 balls to come. Well, this will help. This is big. It's a full toss. Shaba, shaba, vole, vale, vale. Manos arriba, árbitro. Eso es 6 carreras.
That's a decent result. I know they lost a wicket. They still get 7 off the delivery effectively. Goes the wide. And then next one getting smashed. I mean, that's a really good shot. And don't forget, in the last game, I think it was 89 they scored, wasn't it, Malaga? Off their 10. So we're up around that mark now.
This may still be a wide. It is. So they're creeping up to that sort of score. Wouldn't they love to get another boundary here, get them into the 90s?
It's really indiscriminate swing, but Mohsin Tarat has one more chance.
Oh, he's got to run. He's going to be, well, it could have gone either end. This would have been a run out. So they don't get anything off the last delivery, so it ends up being 87 on the board. So they just really couldn't get going. Some nice shots in between, but it was a consistency. Nobody was able to perform consistently with the bat. Highest score being that by Saeed Kulab of 20.
Yeah, see who's out here. Yeah, it was Kulab that will be run out of the last ball. But look, all things considered, similar kind of score that Malaga made last time. Last time in match 3 they made 89, this time they made 87. I think they need to improve a lot when it comes to the bowling and fielding if they're going to have a different result. They did take some good early wickets, but I think some of the strategy around the field placings and the tactics, I think that could be the difference. If they're going to get on the board, they wouldn't want to be the only team after day 1 to not have a win. That has gotten on the park as we got to the last game of the day. And early on, Samir, well, that didn't miss by much. Sammy Boda, though, he was on target, wasn't he? A couple of bold dismissals, just rattling the top order of Malaga.
Yeah, he was in good form, but what Nadeem was saying also was in the first match, he'd be very disappointed the way he softly gave his wicket away playing across the line. Well, there was disappointment for the Knights as well, as we saw the misfield from the little one, but Boda, he didn't make any mistakes. He's got his radar spot on. And then there was
nasty.
Then it was this. I mean, that one was a Sandy Houghton really came charging in here. Could have been a real wipeout. This one goes a long way up in the air, but the catch is taken, and it's Iggy. Iggy showing them how it's done.
And Samir probably trying to say a few words to Iggy there, but he'd have his moment. This was a real bullet throw from Avinash Pai. Doesn't get any easier for the keeper than that. It unfortunately caused the run out, and yeah, they just needed someone to keep them going. Kulab, well, he tried his hardest, didn't he? 20 off 16, he was able to score. And well, man, don't forget what happened here. This was the kind of the drop zone, no one could handle it. Abu Udin, and this is where it all really kicks off. Samir, I've never seen him drop it. Any catch, hard, easy, or whatever. That was the first one. This was the second one. Everyone was rolling around on the ground, and he said, well, thank you very much. And a bit of do as I say, not as I do. If the kids are watching from cricket school, he's probably got them all tuned in as well. But did come up with a wicket off the wide. Crom, fast motion, wicket keeping there. But did cost him 6 next ball. And look, gets them on something competitive, I suppose. But they went for an impossible run off the last ball. But Malaga, they're just going to need to kind of lift their game a bit in the field. I think they'll be a bit disappointed to only make 87, but still does give them something on the board to bowl at.
Yeah, I think they've just got to sort out a few of their tactical things. Do Malaga, they're not just going to do or get to a big score just by hitting the ball big. You've got to start taking those singles as well. As you have a look at that scorecard, I think Makasami took him a long time to get going, 14 of 13. But the main contributor there was Syed Gulab, 20 of 16. And a good contribution towards the end there from Numan, a bid 15 of 10.
Yeah, as far as the bowling went, well, lots of good performers. Naik only the one over for 2. Samir Naik, that is. We didn't see Manaf with his spinners. Kelly, unlucky not to take a wicket, went for a run of ball. 2 for 13, Boda with the figures. Also a wicket for Avinash Pai, who I thought went really well. Less than run of ball pace. And Udin chipped in with 1 at the end, but slightly expensive last over. You'd have to say, got Malaga up to 87. And we look forward to your company when we return. The other side of this break, it'll be the last innings of the day. Costa del Sol to sweep this series against Malaga. They will require 88 off their 60 deliveries. Join us then, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Hope you're having a great day wherever you're watching from around the world. See you shortly for more ECN action as the last innings is around the corner. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series Spain.
Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Oval for the last time today. And it's going to be, once again, what should be, I suppose, a fairly straightforward and comfortable chase for the Costa del Sol. It's against Malaga. 87 was scored, so 88 required. They did have a mini blip first time these two teams met in the earlier match, but on that occasion it was a good partnership put together by Samir Naik's 54. He was 54 not out and batted all the way through the innings practically. He'll be hoping to do that again in this one. As we see, it's his, well, there you go, that's nice to see that it's Manav Nayak going to be opening the batting this time. He's the number 2 batter, so he won't be on strike. Avinash Pai, man who's had a good day out in the field. He'll be taking the first ball. See that rate, it's not so high, just under 9. This one is played out towards long on. Had a bit of work to do there. That's good fielding from Musintara. It's Zain doing the bowling. Ali Zain. Need early wickets and need them quickly. And this one's not a good ball. It's too short, and it's just help along the way. What a way to get off the mark. The man of Nike, his first European Cricket Series, and the youngster just plays this away in that vacant fine leg area at 4 runs. The 4 signalled. There's the 2 umpires coming together here. Not sure what they're coming together here for. Having a bit of a conversation, and well, it looks like, yeah, the ball has been changed here. I think the 2 umpires have had a discussion between themselves, and with the captain, have not been, weren't very impressed. Perhaps the only thing I can think of is with the action off the bowler. So there's a change straight away. Though I have to say, the man that we're looking at, man of Nike, is probably saying, I don't mind, leave him on. I'm quite happy with that. So, well, a bit of early drama here. After bowling 2 deliveries, unfortunately, Ali Zain will be no more. So Mohammed Zaman will come into the attack, so this will count as one of his overs. Zaman. That's well bowled. Draws the young Nayak into the shot. Getting some movement away there. The field now gets changed just to strengthen that offside field slightly. Yeah, good movement, good shape, bit of swing. Right, going down the ground. Once again, it's fielded by Musintara. Need something to happen, don't they? Malaga, they're looking pretty quiet out there in the field. They need to be vocal, they need to believe. They need to try and put a bit of pressure vocally on the batters as well as with their bowling and fielding. And Avinash Naik looking to go and get past the inner field, not able to. It goes again to the man who's a bit of a ball magnet at the moment. Sintara. He's saying that, you've got to do better than that to get it past me. Well, how do you make this score more challenging? We're very simple. Get a good power play in. Lots of dots, a couple of wickets. And try and get that rate to over 10. And it won't help by bowling extras. Sort of a half-hearted appeal. I think that was more about trying to distract the umpire maybe. in Ramage from doing his duties of spreading his arms. Played into the ground. Good pick up and good throw. Good bit of cricket. Keeping the pressure on. So that will be the end of an interesting over. And great bit of fielding that. I have to say, that's really well picked up one-handedly. And gets the throw in. No run there. So it will be 9. Without loss of the first, so it's at the moment it's level pegging. This is exactly where Malaga were. And this point on strike, 2 from 2 deliveries from him. Ahmed Mumtaz gets this one out the offside. Evan Espy. Plenty of time, gets himself into good position, plays it out on the off. And we can full here in the commentary box at the Cartama Oval, and alongside me is Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, it's good to be back. It's probably a common sense way to deal with that situation early in the first over. He's flirting with the sideline here. Called a wide. I think this is a good call. He likes to have a good think about them first. Switches back foot. Flirting. Front foot can be on the line, that's fine. But, you know, it's one of those funny things about the rule, about fairness of a delivery action. Come back to that in a second. Just be a dot. Yeah, because we bar bowlers with the attack for high no balls and, you know, things like high full pitch deliveries. But there's nothing with delivery action that you can do that. So technically, you know, I don't know, if a guy, you know, isn't bowling an acceptable action as far as the umpire's concerned, they just have to keep no balling them. So yeah, I think it does make sense the way that was handled.
This one's pretty high and being played away with the Gundy ball, a full toss, and gets put away. Doesn't have to hit it too hard, just gets plenty of bat onto it, and over it goes. And was dipping. I don't think the height was probably an issue with that one. It was probably a slower attempted Yorker, but Julian Ike is up to the task and plays it away well. 4 more.
Yeah, it wasn't a good ball, was it? And so, yeah, I mean, it's going to be hard to keep them quiet, isn't it? We know that. Looks like a different looking batting lineup with Manav Nayak at the top of the order. It's a nice opportunity for him, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right about the no ball thing. You know, and obviously it's I mean, it's not a nice word, chucker. You know, that there was a bit of a chuck there. The arm wasn't meant. Now, I think if the bowler or the captain contested it, it makes it difficult for the umpires because it's, you see this one first, because it's then, well, you know, it's about the proof, etc. But what was nice to see there is that the umpires came together, they had a quiet chat with the captain. The captain was probably in agreement, and the right call made.
Yeah, and it's not about calling anyone out. I mean, it's just something. It's, you know, obviously the fairness of the game is important, and I think hopefully they can work on his bowling, maybe just get a little bit straighter.
Oh, well, working on bowling. They'll have to work on this one. This was the old trick one. Luckily for the bowler, for Mumtaz, it goes backwards and not forwards. Otherwise, this would have been another interesting one.
Wow. This is a variation you don't see very often. It actually looked like his arm almost came over. But, well, it did eventually, but the ball was long gone.
It's all happening out there.
Seen a bit of everything today.
This one, I think you can see, makes a conscious effort of holding the ball right across the seam so it doesn't slip out of his hand. It was pretty short, but Evan Espy not really able to get any power in the shot. It's going ticky-tacker at the moment, run a ball. And it's one of Nayak that seems to be striking the ball well at the moment. And well, striking well he does. Balle, Ginna Sona, Ginna Badashaka. Well, he gets a lot of grief. That's a man of Nike from his old man, from Samir, saying that he needs to eat more and he needs to build himself up because he doesn't have the power to put the ball away. Well, I think he may be. Samir, he's out to prove a point. And That's a nice shot, powerful shot. And that's the first maximo of the innings as well. And at the moment, all the boundaries coming from the bat of the youngster.
Yeah, it's nice to see him striking the ball nicely. Malaga would love a win here if they can get one. And each team would have had one win on day one. Haven't seen Madrid United yet. We'll see them a little bit later. Starting tomorrow morning, actually, the Madrid derby. It's his first ball of the next over. Mohamed Zaman just slides it down the leg side for a wide.
Yeah, Zaman. This will technically be his second over, because he had to finish off the first. Started by Zain. Nice looking shot. That is a lovely shot, straight down the ground. And one of the shots of the day. Manos arriba from the umpire there in Ramesh, because that's 6 runs. Beautiful.
Yeah, well balanced there. Just takes a little skip step down the wicket and nails this one in the power play. Semenov were up in the circle. Really good batting, 6 runs.
And, this time we were just trying to push this into that gap on the offside and take a cheeky single.
He's just looking for that same shot again, but the length wasn't quite there this time to go with it. This one hasn't been too bad so far. He loves to pick up Avinash Pai.
And not going to, a little bit too short. And Avinash Pai, I think, has made up his mind that he's going to launch himself now at whatever comes his way. Sort of takes a couple of steps, gets himself into a good position, and just smashes that through on the onside, making the most of this, the third and the last over in the power play.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good adjustment. Again, he's on the walk. Avinash Pai sends this one cross bat kind of fashion through the leg side for 4. Quarter way through this innings, right on target, well ahead of the target, in fact, at this stage.
This one will be fielded, and good pick up and throw. And the keeper sort of loses it, and you can see Avinash just trying to see if he can sneak a second in. Not able to. The keeper does well, actually. Afzal Shah. He's tidies up well after wasn't the best of throws over his head.
Hello to Phil G in the chat. Hope you're going well. Nice to see you in there. Just one off the next ball, but it's always good to see some of our regulars in the chat. Also a few new viewers, I'm sure, today. As we had a first day of European Cricket Series action for season 2022. Certainly lots of countries on the list, lots of locations.
Doesn't quite. Oh well. Thankfully, there is some backing up. They want to take him on, and this is really good running from Madam Naik. And there was I think once this goes past the first fielder, there was always a second on. Mumtaz doesn't get the stop in.
Okay. I was just going to say, Rico, as we see this one down the ground, it wasn't a moment that the fielders will probably want to remember, but it does take us to the end of 3 overs. Score is 38 for no loss. But I'm counting 22 cities that are on the radar for ECS this year.
Okay.
Do you want to hear them?
Go on then.
Okay, Cartama, then a mixture of countries and cities. Portugal, Netherlands, Bulgaria, Romania, Sweden, Malmo, Sweden, Stockholm, Czech Republic, Austria, Hungary, then 5 weeks in Italy, Milan, Brescia, Venice, Bologna, Rome, then 2 weeks in Dresden, 2 weeks in Krefeld, Belgium, back in Belgium again, that'll be good for a couple of weeks. Then we have the ECC, then we go back to Croatia, Malta, Barcelona, Cyprus. So, yeah, some wonderful locations. Hopefully you can join us on the tour, even if you're watching on our YouTube channel or on FanCode.
Yeah, and you know what's marvellous? I mean, of course, you mentioning those locations is great, but every time you mention them, there's a list of players that come to mind that you think, that means we're going to see so-and-so again and so-and-so. Just fantastic. Yeah,
agree. And especially now we've seen some of the elite players in the country at ECL and ECC level. I think it also adds another dimension when we go back for ECS cricket.
Absolutely. You're spot on. Ooh, a bit of a leave there from I think he's hoping this one maybe called a wide, but let's have a look. He doesn't move early, so yeah, maybe
more in than out.
Well, this one is well picked up, but there is a fielder out there now, so he will get a single.
Yeah, so
Any particular places you're really looking forward to going back?
I think it'll be nice to go to.
Reason?
Well, I think Belgium, because they missed out last year because of the pandemic situation.
And well, this one is up and over. Quinta zona. Manos arriba, arbitro. Jesus 6 carreras. Nice shot. Bota shot. Powerful. Hit long and hard. Shaka time.
Yeah, really good shot. They look in a hurry. Costa del Sol. Yeah, I think maybe Belgium, just because we haven't been there for a couple of years, and so yeah, it will be good. Question from Richie about whether we'll get back to Europa Point or not. As we see the reverse from Pi. I think that we might get back there, but it might be. Well, this is only a draft schedule that I read out, so that could change. We might be there for some more night cricket. That's just my feeling. We might be there for some more night cricket during the year, but we'll keep you posted. 4 overs down is 48 for no loss. And hello to you, Richie. Nice to see you. Hope you're well. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, and Rico Fulk by my side. And yeah, all those places, they are kind of in the long-term plans. Only that we only ever plan a few weeks ahead, and part of the reason for that is things can change very quickly,
very much so, yeah.
as we know, as we saw last year. We meant to go to England last year. We had to change that at short notice. With the pandemic, and it's a very fluid situation. But one thing's for sure, we'll be travelling around, and hopefully all of you can join us on the journey, because we love ECS cricket, and of course, night cricket. We'll try and get some of that in as well, and that's why I think Europa Point could be a great location for some more night cricket. It's a great facility.
It's a great facility. It's got everything you need, isn't it? And a good all-weather pitch, if you like.
Yeah. And
not just pitch, but ground, the whole surface.
The ground, the facilities, the kind of dressing rooms, and the indoor nets and outdoor nets. There's a dance room. There's a snooker room there. I mean, I was loving it down there. But I also love it here. Second home, Cartama. As the sun comes out. And,
yeah, isn't it beautiful?
Yeah, it's about time. All right, here we go. Mosen Tara with the ball over number 5.
Nice looking shot. And, well, not the best way to try and stop it. And, well, it's little things like this you see, and that's what lets the team down. And we always say that moments of magic in the field rubs off on your teammates. Well, things like this rub off in a completely different way. That is not the way you're meant to stop the ball. So any youngsters watching, that's not the way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, probably see the difference in the level when you see that kind of attempt, but yeah, it'll be 4 to Pi. Just felt like Pi wasn't going to miss out again after chasing a wide and getting out first ball in the previous match. Now he just pushes and runs, so he moves to 30.
Yeah, the 50 came up with that boundary, and well, the sun certainly is shining. Well, we always say, well, this is the home, the Costa del Sol, and well, there's Costa del Sol Cricket Club out there, and the sun is shining on them. And well, I wonder, you know me, I always say when I'm talking about the Costa del Sol, it's sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket. Well, we haven't seen too much sexy cricket.
Saw plenty of sand last week because it was falling from the sky.
Plenty of sand last week.
It was coming over from the Sahara, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. From a lot of it coming over from North Africa. So, yeah, mind you, we saw a bit of sexy cricket from Fletch.
Yeah. Well, hold on. Are you still laughing about that? Have we still got that replay from before?
And then don't forget Kingma on the boundary as well was involved
in the skid marks incident. Yeah, we've had.
But there'll be
plenty.
Morning. I assure you, there'll be plenty. Stay with us, and the sexy cricket will start as well as the sun caresses this beautiful ground. And this one's going to be a wide, well taken there by Afzal Shah.
Ninja's saying, would love to see it in England. Yeah, so England's not in the draft schedule at the moment, but just been to the Tunbridge Wells, guys.
Yeah.
They would love to have a series there. And we originally planned to have one, but a mixture of COVID measures and also kind of Brexit complications made it a bit untenable for us to go there last year. So someone that swings from outside leg stump, but it swung away to the leg side. Nayak times that nicely as he gets down, sweeps this one behind square. 4 runs.
This is a lovely shot from the young man. It's a full toss on the legs. He gets down early, and no danger of LBW because of the line of the ball, and executes it brilliantly. And I think he's trying to make sure that this match is going to be all about the good of him, the little Nayak, and all about the bad of the big Nayak. This one's a bit straighter, but still it's short enough for him to negotiate away. It takes a single, and both these batters batting really well. Good partnership being put on by Avanesh Pai and Manav Nayak here now.
Yeah, done it with relative ease as well, haven't they? At the end of 5 overs now and halfway through. And well, under 30 required. 61 for no loss is the score. And both batters going pretty well. Hello to Ian Latin in the chat. It's nice to see you, Ian. And of course, saw you playing for the Colpay Giants in the ECL, which biggest tournament in cricket. 144 matches in one location over 6 weeks. The biggest thing we've ever undertaken. It certainly was a lot of celebrating on Sunday night, not just from the Paco Care Badalona guys, but also everyone involved with the tournament.
Yeah,
we were able to finish it in style as we start a new over. And a little bit of work for the fielder, but yeah, he's been able to make the stop there. So now they're going to go for a second. They're going to probably check this, but there's no problem here, I think.
Yeah, that's very well. So it's all about making sure he's not contacting the rope or anything while he's touching the ball, and he doesn't. So yeah, good work. It's nice to see he's prepared to get dirty for his team and stopping the boundary.
So Nazif Tara, the captain.
Doesn't quite find the gap he was looking for in this shot.
The Costa del Sol, I had them as favourites going into this week, not for, for plenty of reasons. One of them, refer to in a second, as we see this next one launched up in the air, and it's going to go all the way. Maximal! Nice shot by Pai. It was pie in the sky stuff. That's where he sent it. He got under it, almost 2 knees on the ground, putting everything into that. 6 runs.
Yeah, good, clean, straight hit. Slight adjustment in his positioning, but then got down on 1 knee and dispatched it.
This one's even better, Rico, because he's gone offside this time. Maximo rolls the dice, gets double sixes, and he's closing in on this target. 2 more hits like that, and we're out of here.
Yeah, this one was glorious, wasn't it? Just once again, he has that little trigger, gets himself very quickly into position. And once again, you see, hitting through the ball, not hitting across it. And that's why he's able to get the power in the shot.
Yeah, the reason I was going to say that I had them as favourites is because their performance in the Spanish Championship weekend last year, where they seemed to pick up the format really quickly, and they've also had a bunch of players that have played the format recently as well. Apart from that, I mean, just look at some of the individuals in their lineup. I think they've got a good squad. They've got good depth. Costa del Sol. I do think it'll be interesting when they play Granada, though, to see if Kingma, I think you might see him go up a couple of notches.
Yeah, maybe. The other thing is I mean, you mentioned what's happened here. This is overthrows, and they're just losing the plot here, aren't they? And it's going to be quite a long, hard evening, I think, for Malaga when they go back to base. They're going to have to get together and really talk about this.
The ball comes in, and
well, I've never seen anything so casual. Yeah, they really got to have a chat and say, "Come on, guys, what are we doing here? You know, we're either up for this, and if we are, we've got to be better." And I'm pretty sure we will see them better. So yeah, no, I was going back to Costa del Sol, of course, like you mentioned. They finished sort of runners up, if you like, right? Behind Paco Care Badalona after that superb performance at the Sporting Alfest ground in close to Benidorm. So you see the start of this over. And this will go for 4 runs. Nicely played. And I do believe he's played this. I don't think this is so much an edge. He knows exactly what he's doing here. Look at that. Gets his wrist involved as that goes under the boundary fence there towards the giant ball. But yeah, I think they've got a huge advantage. But A, because of that experience. They have played against the best of the best, just narrowly losing out. But also, I think with this being their home ground, certainly gives them that little advantage, don't you think?
Yeah, I think so. I didn't mention that, but yeah, certainly a few players to watch in there, but I'm sure we'll get a few surprises this week as well.
Yeah, full toss, a beautiful shot, through extra cover, lovely bit of cricket here. And again, doesn't try and hit this too hard. It was wide, it was up, it was a full toss, and he just hits this again through the line. It really has been a dominant performance by Costa del Sol. And, well, who knows, maybe, I mean, especially with the home advantage and the good players that they're picking up along the way, maybe they could be looking to be the second team, the second Spanish team that we may be seeing next year in the Bet the Ball European Cricket League 2023. You never know.
It's exciting for Spain, isn't it, to have two
it's
teams?
Huge, Vinny. It's huge.
Think about the experience all those players will get at ECL 23. Twice as many players from Spain as any other country. All right, score's tied. Any score will do it. And this one, maybe it flicks a bit of the pad on the way past. But, no wide given. See. Maybe a little bit of a touch. Of course, if anything down the leg side, anything misses leg stump is called a wide in ECS cricket. Unless it does hit the pad or maybe goes between the batter's body and the stumps. But this one is, well, if it's a no ball, then it won't be 6. So I actually think that Pye's pretty happy because he's brought up his 50 and now he'll finish on 58. And so Costa del Sol end up doing this with plenty of time to spare. 19 balls to spare, in fact. They're going to reach 93, and it's all about the opening partnership, unbroken all the way to the target.
Yeah, I think they've done him a favour here. This, for me, always looked a no ball. Look how high it is. Yeah, that's a big no ball. But, well, Avinash Pye says, hey, umps, just give me the 6, please.
Yeah,
okay, you can
it's
have
a funny
the 6.
rule that, because if it was called a no ball, then nothing counts after. So as a batter, you have to swallow a dot ball.
That's right, yeah.
And, yeah, it's a bit rough. So, yeah, fair enough. That's probably the one time I don't mind it not getting called. And so Costa del Sol made up 93 off 6.5, defeating Malaga 87 to take us to the end of day 1. And it's a sweep from the hosts.
Yeah, it certainly is. And well batted, an excellent partnership there between the two openers. And a good introduction for Manav Nayak. He didn't get an opportunity to get a bowl, but I think it was already part of the plan that today it would all be about his batting. And he was very well supported by Avinash Pye as well. He batted really well. And well, didn't even focus on the fact that he also brought up his half century.
Yeah.
And with some of those nice shots there towards the end. So you see another half century. 2 batters getting half centuries here today, both from the Costa del Sol.
Well, that was unhittable, that one, because that went backwards. But there's nothing backwards about the progress of Costa del Sol in this chase. And well, we saw some unusual fielding techniques, didn't we? We knew we were back in ECS territory. This was one of them. And well, I don't think he'll be getting a start for Real Madrid in the back 4 anytime soon. But this one was a little bit of a better effort from Calab, who tried hard for his team. I've got to say, I think he had a pretty good game for Malaga, but yeah, he wasn't in. Didn't have a lot of company as far as the men in green were concerned, as Manav Nayak and Avinash Pye end up knocking off these runs with 19 balls to spare. And I did like the innings from Avinash Pye. 58 not out off 23 balls with 5 6s and 4 4s. Ably supported by Manav Nayak, 30 off 19. As you see, they had plenty of time to spare. So they didn't even need Andrew James, who was listed at 3. Samir Nayak, well, his only contribution to that game, apart from a tight over, was 2 of the easiest drop catches that you've ever seen. It's still nice to see some other names in there for the first time, like Bruce Reynolds, who came on and had a bowl. As far as the ball went, not too much to write home about. I think Zaman did what he could. He almost bowled 2 overs, went for 18. And really, it was just a tough day at the office for Malaga. You'd have to say they ran into the hosts first up. The host just looked a bit of a class above, you'd have to say, in this game, and never really challenged. I think Malaga, they'll learn a lot from that. I think that they'll probably learn a lot, especially with the fielding and the kind of techniques you need on this field, just to be a bit more safe and try and stop more balls, I think. And yeah, they're bowling. They certainly had their moments. Even with the bat, they had their moments. They've got a couple of guys that strike the ball pretty well. In particular, Nadeem Hussain. I liked him, and also the keeper, Astel Shah, at times during the day. So, well, Rico, it's been a long time coming. And, you know, it's been great to be back. The last European Cricket Series day was all the way back in Malta. Yeah. And it was a bit of a crazy day. Do you remember the last day in Malta? We had the quicksand, right. We had Varun Prasad hitting a 6 accidentally. We had the Johnny Grimmer and the stumps getting burgled incident. That was all on the last day. We had Zishan getting carried off the ground and getting dropped as Master ended up doing it. But look, it was a really exciting end to the season back in I think it was the 3rd of December or 4th of December. And here we are, and it's been great to be back about 3.5 months later. Been great to be back with you, of course. Thanks to all of our viewers out there. Now remember that tomorrow we do have more ECS cricket, and we've got the Madrid derby. That'll be a good one to start up. Madrid United versus Madrid CC. In the afternoon, well, this is what I was talking about. Costa del Sol versus Granada. I know Viv Kingma's in there for Granada. I think that this is the kind of game that he's been brought in for. Yeah. I think they know the Costa del Sol is strong. Granada, they needed some heavy artillery, so they've got Big Viv, who didn't really get out of second gear today, but I think that should be an interesting matches in the afternoon. All starting tomorrow from here in Cartama, 8:30 GMT, which is 9:30 in Central Europe, and 2 p.m. in India. Well, Rico, I saw that your pasty has been demolished, so that's good. That's good, yeah. I'm sure we'll come back. We'll do it all again tomorrow. It's just nice to be back. It's a little bit of a calmer setting at the moment, of course, than Saturday when we had the ECL finals, but still beautiful place. And the weather was kind to us too today. Yeah, weather was very kind. I think it's just absolutely a magical moment for all these teams. I mean, they've seen the cricket being played at the big stage here with the Bat Ball European Cricket League. They saw that it was the Spanish champions, Pacquiao Badalona, that were crowned the champions, and they've got the trophy, and the trophy stays here in Spain. And we saw them getting a very warm reception in Barcelona. And isn't it cool for the Spanish sides to come in, play on the same field, the same pitch, where all of that action happened? And also, you know, one thing I think is very important to remember, and that is that Pacquiao Badalona, they also, the first time we saw them was at a European Cricket Series. Yeah, exactly. And, you know, we're talking about Malaga here, and we're talking about the Costa del Sol and Granada is a relative new team. Yeah. They'll learn from every one of these European Cricket Series they play in. They'll learn from the other teams. They'll adapt to the format. And who knows, maybe in 2-3 years' time, it could be them, that other team, playing out there and lifting up the Champions Trophy. Yeah. And that applies to any team in Europe. That is what is so good, so beautiful about the European Cricket Series. Yeah, and I agree. And it's been great to get back to the domestic cricket. Thanks again for joining us. If you want to find out more, go to our website, europeancricket.com. You can also go to our social media accounts at European Cricket. We love to give you all of the little highlights, and there's certainly a few that I'll be looking at again, particularly from this morning, particularly from one Paul Fletcher. Don't start me off. Do not start me off. We will definitely look at that on the bus on the way home. Hope you have a happy and safe evening. Thanks again for joining us. Tell everybody ECS is back. Join us tomorrow for more action. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Have a happy and safe evening on behalf of the European Cricket Network and all of the European Cricket family. We'll see you tomorrow right here in Cartama Cricket Oval for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hasta mañana.
Number 4, but he's picked that up beautifully. He sent it all the way. Kinna, but the shaka, that was nice.
Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. 7 bits of wood and a tape ball taken to an open space. With a swing and a hit, the ball goes flying on the field and makes his chase. A community playing on the field of dreams, no matter race, sex, color, or age. Stars of the future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Ball's getting quicker with a kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it grip as the ball really starts to spin. Head out batsman's alert with the crack of a bat, the ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. the blasts turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in, will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
Another one, that's the big one. That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There he goes, he sent that pack in but the shaka, 6 more.
Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you
Mentioned
got.
turbo earlier, that's supercharged. 6 runs, that's gone into orbit. It's another Kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come.